Hey there, gorgeous gays! Version 2 here with Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. It is a raid day. We are at the point where we have hit the first patch of post 6.0, which this should be 6.01. I believe this is raid tier as our effort of doing everything in patch order. It is right. Good. Thank you. I should hide the FC chat. There's a lot of people in it at the moment. There's a lot of talking. I should probably do that. And also the crossfoot award link shot just in case. So our plan today is going through stuff in patch order. So basically, we're going to catch up to everything before 6.1 today. Now, to be fair, that's not a lot. It's 6.01, which should be the first tier of the raid tier, normal raids. And then it's like 6.05, which is like the treasure dungeon. I think that's the order they do it in. And then there's also sightseeing, which while that was in base Endwalker, the idea is that we couldn't do that until we finished all of the Aether Current stuff, which was last stream. Which I was falling asleep in the middle of, so I didn't have time to do sightseeing. Don't worry, I'll fall asleep in today's stream as well. I also had a concert last night, just like last week. So once we get to the point where I'm sightseeing, I will be trying to fly to one of the destinations, and I will be falling asleep while I do that. So look forward to it. Also, what you should look forward to is forward at your screen, so you can have a look at my layout. Look what I did. Look what I did. Queerness has died. I'm gonna sneeze. Pardon me. So, I've been thinking it for a while. We had, I think it was literally last week. I think it was last week's stream for 14, where this flag had like completely come down. So we had the space wall like completely exposed. And I'm just like, I don't like the full space wall for behind the webcam. It's too flat as an image. But the flags, you can see the flags, they've got a little bit of like bumpiness in them. They're not like perfectly straight against the wall. Gives it some 3D space, gives it some depth. But I really like the space stuff. And if you have a look at the top and the bottom of the gameplay, there's some space stuff. And if you pay attention carefully, if you're a VOD head and you're watching this on YouTube, at this point, randomly skip forward like 6 minutes. So randomly skip forward a couple minutes and then come back to this, and you'll notice it'll be more visible over time. These are animated. These are actually moving. I've deliberately got them moving slowly because I don't want them to be distracted. I don't want it to be distracting of just like constant motion. But there is a slight. You have a look here. Look at that part there. If you focus on it, especially like when the gas clouds come through, you can see it is slowly moving and some of the stars are flickering. If you're wondering, yes, it is Ultima Thule. So the idea is, and this is the secret for you Final Fantasy XIV viewers, the secret is that Final Fantasy XIV is now permanently part of my overlay. Don't tell the others. They're just gonna be like, oh, it's a cool space thing. It's like this cool space thing that I have here. And also because it's me and I like space. That's why I've got the hydrogen tattoo, because I like space, and like hydrogen's like the building block of space and stuff like that. So, but what the others won't know is that it's also Ultima Thule. I spent a really long time. I spent a really long time trying to get a section of Ultima Thule, because like the background constantly moves in Ultima Thule. I thought hydrogen was 2 parts water. Well, hydrogen's like the building block of everything, because like stars are born from hydrogen like fusing in the middle to make helium, which then fuses to do other things. Well, to be fair, as you go closer to the sun, it fuses to other things, it's denser. But still, hydrogen, like, it's the first thing. I mean, technically, there's also the stuff that makes up hydrogen, but it looks cool, and also, you know, it's also like Dr. Manhattan, because I also like watching it. So the specific design was that, but it was mainly about the space thing. Can I make iced coffee with it? Don't make your iced coffee with pure hydrogen. Pure hydrogen is also very flammable. But yeah, I spent quite a while going around the backgrounds of Ultima Thule, looking at all the different sections, trying to decide which section I wanted here. I wanted to try and get a section that had a good change of the colors. Some sections of Ultima Thule's skybox stay mostly blue, some of them stay mostly purple / pinkish kind of thing. Like, there's some parts where there's a lot of gas, and it's basically always there, and then some parts where the gas, like, nebula parts rarely come through. So it took quite a while to try and determine a good spot. And I also wanted it so the top and bottom looked different, which you will notice here. The top has a lot less motion to it. The idea is that the top has less motion to it because it's got, like, you know, the spoiler tag there. It has the other motion of, like, all of the links and everything up there. So I want that to have less motion. So it's got, like, purple parts that are, like, baked into the backgrounds. That, like, only change in brightness. They don't move. And then it's, like, some stars and some gas that moves in front of it. Where down here, there's very little that's baked into the background permanently. It's mainly the stars. Which even the stars do slowly move. But that one has a lot more gases going through it. So, yeah. Also be harder to read if it was lighter. Well, I have it tinted as well. I've got a thing in OBS, which I can also adjust if people end up complaining that it's too bright. No one will, but in case people complain it's too bright and too distracting, I have just like a partially transparent black covering just to tint it a little bit, because if I remove that, which I can literally show you what that looks like. If I do this, like, this is how bright it normally is. It's like not a massive difference. It's not a huge difference, but it is some difference. It's enough that I think it, like, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, there's a slight tinting to it to just make it a little darker, to make it not as... I want people's eyes to be drawn to the gameplay, not to this. I just want that to be a nice, cute little background. Honestly, it's darker than what the flags were there before. But it's part of the thing that I've been thinking for a while of just like, do I want to change these? Because I've also got it behind me and stuff like that. But seeing Ultima Thule, it's like the perfect opportunity of just like, oh, I can literally have like a thing. It's from a game that I really like. It's from like a big moment from the game that I really like. And it's animated and actually like has motion to it. So it looks pretty and stuff like that. So yeah, there's Ultima Thule. And if you're wondering, it is a perfect loop. Because I cheated. I don't know if the skybox of Ultima Thule ever creates a perfect loop. I think there's enough moving layers to Ultima Thule's skybox that none of them sync up with each other. So I just got like 3 minutes of footage, and then I got 30 seconds of that and just like crossfaded it. You won't notice it. You won't notice which part's crossfaded. And then I slowed it down to 25% speed, so it was, again, less distracting, and now it's like a 10-minute loop. So 3 a.m. I wanted to talk about my pretty backgrounds, but I am also 2 hours late to the stream, so maybe we should actually do some raids. Where are we going for raids? Now, unless you uber compress it, it doesn't loop. Yeah, so, yeah, the only way I could make it loop, because otherwise, obviously... If it was just cut from like the end of the loop to like the end of what it was to the beginning, it would be a very harsh cut, and that would distract the eyes. But yeah, I've crossfaded it over 30 seconds, and I've crossfaded it at a point where you're probably not going to notice when it's crossfaded. I specifically crossfaded it like as a gas cloud came in. So it looks like it's just like, oh, the gas cloud is coming in and slowly getting brighter as it comes in. So I'm happy with it. I think it's right outside. The crystal from beyond, old Charlian. Nemjiji! This would imply that you are more important because the Loporits just were, like, titles. Whereas you have an actual name. The crystal from beyond! It's gonna be this. Let me open up my drink first. Chat, I'm behaving. For now. My first drink of today is not an energy drink. It's just sparkling water. I'm starting with just the sparkling water. Dog smells like chips. Why does dog smell like chips? I don't know if I've had Liquid Death, just plain old sparkling water, but it is nice. Again, Liquid Death is like sparkling water that's the exact amount of sparkling that I do like, which is to say, not intensely sparkling. I think partially also just drinking from a can helps. I don't know. I feel like the texture of the can helps the feeling of the sparklingness. Like I always prefer carbonated drinks from a can anyways. Like drinking a bottle of carbonated drink like just doesn't feel as good texture wise as from a can. So I think that's also another thing that helps Liquid Death be a sparkling water I actually care about. Chihuahuas smell like chips. Is this a Taco Bell reference? The crystal from beyond. And MGG nods at you, as if she were expecting your arrival. My nose is also fucked. I feel great today. It appears my calculations were correct. I stood outside the front of the place that you go to sleep to all the time and calculated that one day you'd eventually talk to me. I knew that at this very spot I would encounter none other than Minifist, the hero who saw us through the final days. So certain was I about that I stood here for... Well, let's not concern ourselves with that. It's like an oil they secrete from their paw pads or something. And it smells like chips? What? Chihuahuas, what the fuck? I am Mjiji, assistant to the one Professor Claudian. We work with the Ischioscope to observe the ethereal sea and delve into its myriad mysteries. Some mysteries, though, are beyond even our capabilities to unravel. A strange crystal we but recently discovered, for instance, defies our every conjecture. You into that center of the star, far beyond it, however. So we hope that you may see something in this crystal that we academics do not. I beg you lend us your well-traveled eye to Poria. Professor Claudian will be eagerly awaiting your arrival. Why do I have a letter? Let me go check my mail first. Is someone doing a bit? Someone might be doing a bit. I do appreciate, like, we're at a point in the story where we can be called up on for expertise in terms of, like, science shit. Not because we're massively studious and, like, have a long history of, like, all of this. Where is it? It's somewhere around here, isn't it? Oh, it's literally... Oh, there you are. But just because we've been around and seen shit that other people haven't, we just have an absolute dearth of, first-hand experience with everything. You have history with weird crystal bullshit. I have a letter for you, my most proficient pupil. Bing Bong Chocobo Wedding. This is Bing Bong Chocobo Wedding. When is this? The 9th, 8th at 11 a.m. I will be at work. I do apologize, Mello. I will be at work at 11 a.m. I will take that one. I will be at work. I apologize, Mello. Anyway, Toporia! Toporia! Poria, there we go. Oh, by the way, I finally did it. I finally got 8th tickets. So to let it back, it's not time. I'm not gonna do that on the stream. 3 a.m., right? I finally got 8th tickets. I didn't realize these cost 5 seals each. I didn't realize they were that cheap. Hey, everyone. Oh, you're studying. Nerds. Yeah, because I'm just like, oh, do the thing, gets you free travel when you teleport. I'm just like, okay, I'll do that if, like, I can get that. And then it's just like, oh, yeah, the allied seals, yeah, they're fucking 5 seals each. Why would I evangelize them like that otherwise? I didn't realize they was... I thought they would be, like... I thought that'd be like at least 50 or 100. I didn't realize there'd be fucking 5. I didn't realize that doing your 1 weekly ARR elite hunt would get you fucking 20 of them. I didn't realize they were that cheap. Teleport costers don't exist anymore, nerds. Thunderwing, you're a little distracting. I'm sorry, Thunderwing. You sit on the floor over there. Hey there! Hell yeah, biggest burners! Hell yeah. I'm over here looking like a fat chocobo. Oh god. Okay. I am a botanist. There's another word for botanist, Averell. That word is nerd! Hello there, Brusenald and Mijiji. And also, Claudian, I have to speak to you last. As I live and breathe, it really is you! She was simply attempting to pull one over on me. As it were. Perhaps I should pay more attention to her wild claims. Mijiji! Welcome, welcome. We appreciate any insight you can provide on the matter with this crystal. Miss Claudian will share the particulars with you. Claudian! Hello, Claudian. Greetings, Manifest, and welcome to my humble laboratory. I'm sure Mijiji has already told you plenty about us, but let me introduce myself personally. I'm Claudian, leader of this little research collective. I must admit I've been nervous about this meeting ever since MGG set out to find you. For a researcher in my field, there is no greater an honor than to meet the first woman in history to traverse the ethereal sea and return to tell the tale. The professor speaks often and at length of your deeds, but he has no small number of achievements to his own name. He has peered deeper into the ethereal sea than any other in Sharlayan, and the breadth of his knowledge is peerless. Peerless, perhaps, but for a single woman. We must seize this precious opportunity to learn what we can from her. Perhaps crack this conundrum that has stumped the three of us for moons. It was we who peered into the fathomless sea from the antitower in the Drawani hinterlands. There we spoke with Heidelin and learned of the fates that were before this star. The final days. Why is this one the old Admiral cut? Stop it. Was it this recent? I thought they learned about the final days like decades ago. I thought they learned about the final days like several decades ago. Isn't it? It was within living memory. But all of these look so young. But all of them look so young. But all of them look so young. Soon thereafter, all researchers moved to Labyrinthos. And through the Aishioscope did we just continue our vigil. As impressive a work as the device is, however, it can glimpse but a fraction of the sea's infinite depths. When was the Exodus again? When Yashola was a child? When the twins were children. The Exodus is like a decade before the Calamity, I think. Ow. Sorry, there's holes inside my finger on this stick. The twins were in New Sharlayan. But they would have been super young. Which brings us to the matter at hand. Not long after the Exodus was declared, we were uncovered an unusual crystal shard during a routine observation. It appeared before us suddenly as if propelled to the surface by some unknown force. I mean, I think they knew about the final days before the twins were born. Because I'm pretty sure the way that Fortunato describes it is it was once the twins were born. Because he's just like, when they were born and they held his hands. Or like grabbed his finger. That was like the moment that was just like, his commitment to the final days rapidly changed. Because he now had kids. I think he learned about, I think the final days were known about before that. And so this is not a crystal you found recently, this is a crystal you've had ages ago. We found that it possessed an ethereal density that exceeds that of normal crystals by orders of magnitude. And its shape resembles nothing which occurs in the natural world. It was made, not formed. Unfortunately, that is the extent of the information we could glean before we were forced to turn our focus towards the Exodus. The crystal was very nearly forgotten amidst the sudden upheaval. But thanks to the efforts of a certain someone, that crisis is now behind us, and we're free to resume our research. Thus we decided to seek you out, the dauntless adventurer who delved into the unknown and beheld its innermost secrets. And now we would have you see for yourself. Exodus 1562 AR and 1577. So yeah, 10 years before the Calamity. Yeah, 10 years before the Calamity. Like, young enough for the twins to have been there, but... twins were there, but then also, like, they still studied at the studio. Here is the crystal in question. If it resembles what you have encountered before, even by the smallest degree, please say so. What's it gonna look like? Oh, okay, well, that's very specific. That's a convocation crystal. I know of someone who bears a similar crystal. Bitch, is that someone you? Is that someone? You? You have the crystal of Asm on your person right now. But no, if it's one of those crystals, memory should be within it. The only one of those that doesn't have memories within it is the Asm one because of the way it was made. Memory should abide within the crystal. As I thought, you do know what this is. Please tell me everything. Surely we show the Asm crystal while we do this, right? To show how much we're not fucking around. You know, these are crystals of the original Convocation members of the, well, the last of the Convocation members of the Unsundered World. I see. The Ascians use these to transfer their memories to new vessels. Fascinating indeed. It was plain that this crystal was special somehow, but this revelation surpasses even my considerable expectations. Similar artifacts have appeared throughout the ages. Memories of martial techniques transferred as crystalline shards on the battlefield, or stored stones passed from master to student. Explicit callouts of job stones and also the crystals that we get from Bosnia. Convocation crystals are all accounted for. They're in the crystal tower in the first. That's... yeah. We literally did get all 14 of them. So how is one risen from the ethereal? I mean... this raises so many questions now. Because we got them all. Like, when we got the Asm one, that was, like, the 14th. A comparison between said artifacts and this crystal may prove a fruitful first step in unveiling its true nature. What do you think, Professor? Ascian memories. Windows which through we can gaze upon the Convocation of 14. Unlike the crystalline manifest story, this one does not bear the mark of the Convocation. Who then could these memories belong to? That is true. That one, I don't think there wasn't a yeah. There's no constellation on it. There's no constellation on it because the whole point was that they had constellations on them because they were like the guiding stars. Why is he constantly posing? He just be like that. And more importantly, why were they stored in this particular shard? More importantly still, why was it set adrift on the ethereal sea? Professor! Professor! Claudian! Yes? I'm well aware that contemplation is the key to breakthrough, but there is propriety to consider. We have a guest, one you invited explicitly. Must we do this every time? What? Yes, of course. Our guest. Terribly sorry. I do so easily find myself unmoored by the tides of rumination. Nerds. Just give him a smile. It's just like, nerds. I'm used to you lot. Perhaps a more engaging use of your time with us would be for you to take up that crystal. If indeed there are memories stored within, they may reveal themselves to you upon contact. We got the faintest trace of ones from the Convocation crystals before. We got the faintest trace of memories. But I mean, if we get even a couple words out of this, that might clue us into something. If anyone, message, come. Pandemonium, please. Faces, grave threat. Star in danger. I guess none of you heard that. That expression does not bode well. What did you see? Memories bidding me to go to Pandemonium. Star in danger. Pandemonium? Just not a word I have heard before. If my knowledge of the ancient tongue serves me, it means all demons. Not a name that inspires optimism, all things considered. In the event that another star-shattering cataclysm is in fact bearing down upon us, I would have the aforementioned examples of crystallized memory to hand. Nemshiji, Rusanam, I entrust their procurement to you. If there are any more memories to be extracted from this crystal, we will find them. As you manifest, there is a person I would have you seek. The one who has delivered so dire a warning. Let me get the energy drink out of the fridge. Your story tells us that this crystal could very well have been made by one of the ancients. If that is the case, then discerning the nature of this pandemonium would require a trip far into the past. To an era before the Sundering. Oh, I've done that. I know of only one individual capable of such a feat. The very hero who traversed time to prevent the world's doom. So do we get an explanation here about why we can still go to the past? Is there any explanation, or is it just like, yeah, Elidibus' shit is still just working? I must confess, the tales people tell of your adventures beg a belief. And their veracity has been a subject of much debate among my peers. I love the idea that Charlie scholars are just like, have you heard what the Warrior of Light's done? And half of them are just like, yeah, I don't fucking buy it. Tails, Miles Tails per hour. Did you know that his name is Dix per hour? It's a play on dicks per hour, as in how many dicks you can suck per hour. After today's meeting, however, there can be no doubts in my mind that every incredible exploit is fact. Hear it from me. Don't trust what others say, though. Some of them may make shit up. There's this certain guy who goes around with a harp, and when he explains what he does, what I've done, it's a little exaggerated. Fire his 10. Says the person who posts Shadow and Sonic making out on Discord. So I ask you now, return to the past. Find out what and where Pandemonium is, and when you be concerned by this message. Shadow and Sonic are of legal age for hedgehogs! Thank you. For the time being, you should keep the crystal in your possession. I don't think you have seen the last of its memories, and more may be drawn out as you approach their source. Safe travels. May we meet again soon to share our findings. Why not Aether can Uncle's like distrusted by skulls because they think it's just the science making stuff up to make them look good. Pray journey to the past and a sense of severity of the threats. Get the crystal for now. So we can find a way to listen to its messages. It will do more good in your hands than ours. From this moment on, our objective shall be to fill every cranny of this place with crystals. Show the Gleaners when I'm braving a few haunted battlefields for the right price. For Professor Claudian, I would burn the candle on both ends. Or rather, I will. First, I must find historical documents you requested, and then... What was I meant to do again? I'm destroying the samples. Ha ha! Ha ha, nerds! Pardon me. Control experiment this! Sabotage! Oh, hey, bye. Sup? Sup? You're also nerding over here, but in a slightly, different way. Interesting that we're not just traveling to the past, we're specifically going to the Ocular. Interesting. Well, it's not just go to Elpis, it's go to the Ocular. That's okay. Welcome back, Crystarium! Welcome back, Crystarium! Crystarium, I love you! To the Ocular! I do appreciate when we came back here and it's like, oh, memories of our friends. Alright. Do we get an explanation, or is it just it still works? Nah, it just still works. I guess it's similar to the idea of how we go back and forth between the first and the source. Is that what the portal has done is, like, forced us a bonded connection between the two? Like, Graha doesn't have to do the spell every time we go back between the first and the source. Iv receives this message. Oh, it's the crystal! Come, pandemonium, quickly. Us having the crystal allowed us to reactivate the portal. Is that the explanation? That no, normally you can't just go to Elpis whenever you want? The fuck was that? You're correct on Blaze the Cat, I do agree. No bias. Ow! This traveling didn't go as well as last time. Ow! Fucking ow! Last time I just appeared in a building. Oh, shit, sorry. Oh, sorry, Elidibus. Could it be? We need to go to the Oculus and Elpis because we need to land on top of a twink. It's vitally important. Could it be? No, of course not. Apologies, but for the briefest moments, I thought you to be a dear friend of mine. I realize now that such a notion is preposterous. Noticing the specific title of confused, boy. Having a Roland on his lowest, having a Lala fall on you. She told me a falling star would appear before me, and I suppose you must be it. Truth be told, I did not expect the expression to be so literal. How did Azim know? Or is Azim just making some shit up and hoping for the best? How did Azim know? Or is it a case of Azim is just like, oh, fucking maybe? Because that would also be in character for Azim. To just be like, there'll be a falling star to guide you. And it's just like, I'm gonna say that, and whatever you think is the falling star will be your falling star. Shit, I was being metaphorical, dog. Presumably Vinar told them. But how did Vinar tell them? We don't do this journey until after we've already been to the past. So our stories of, oh, and then I went and did this in the future, can't pass our trip to Elpis. We don't do this until after we've already told Vinar what we've been up to. So this isn't a story we tell Vinar for her to pass on to Azim. Outside of the general concept of Vinar could tell Azim that she met, like, the unsundered Azim. We're just very confused. Oh shit, I suppose I am in the past. I don't want to draw attention to myself. Sorry, right, shit, I should not draw attention to myself. Sorry, Gob Tank. Sorry, I'll try not to draw it. Oh, the Gob Tank could have been my familiar. No, everyone reads me as a familiar, never mind. Emet-Selch, as it's building a rocket, they said they want to grab a star and throw it at Elpis. Apologies for not introducing myself properly. My name is Themis. As you can see, but actually, yeah, your mask isn't red. However, they put to me into the battle pass, handing my crystals. What are you spending them on? What are you spending crystals on? There's not much to spend crystals on. They, them as friends of Vela. Wait, now I'm extra confused. You're going by Themis, not Elidibus, implies that you're not a Convocation member. You don't work here because you're not wearing the mask. Your mask isn't red. which also implies you're not convocation. But you are wearing the white robe. But you are wearing the white robe, which implies, neutral party. That's why Vinar wears it. Vinar wears the white to imply neutrality. Of just, like, you can ask her about anything, because as someone who's an ex-convocation member and is now just doing their own thing, they're a neutral party, they're not already part of something else. They're not already, like, working with someone else or part of a different thing. They are their own independent one. And while the emissary is part of the convocation, their whole point of the convocation is to be the neutral one. Rather, I am come here on an assignment, which has been more or less routine up until this very moment. You certainly do know how to make an entrance. I must wonder what brought you here, for it is plain that you do not belong here. Or any place I know, for that matter. Maybe I should still be in my normal claim for this, but I will. I'm Asim's familiar. It appears my initial impression was not so preposterous after all. I did not know my friend had such a unique familiar at her disposal. If you are here at Asim's behest, then I believe I can hazard a guess as to your purpose. You are here to investigate pandemonium, yes? If so, we may be able to help one another. But first, might I trouble you to explain how you came to collide with my skull? I'm still miffed about that. Do I tell you that I came from the past? Or do I just tell you that I had a crystal that said come here? I see. I believe that dispels any major doubts I had concerning your intentions. Apologies for being so intrusive, but you must understand this is an uncommon occurrence. I shall pry no further, for I am well aware that we all have secrets we must keep. However, if I may, I would very much like to take a look at this crystal of yours. I guess the idea is like, oh, we're telling him this. It's like Asim came across this crystal. And knowing that pandemonium has something to do with Elpis. Fascinating. Well, I cannot say much as to what it contains. It is clear that there are memories stirring within. Memories that speak of something gravely amiss in pandemonium. It sucks that we get, like, Elidibus back, and there's no... And because it's a raid series, there's no voice acting. The facility extends beneath Elpis, and is overseen by the words of La Brea! Oh, shit! Oh, shit! It houses those creations that are highly valued as research subjects, and highly dangerous to the star. Naturally, it is strictly guarded and under constant surveillance. Several days ago, however, an unnatural shift in the flow of its surrounding aether was detected. Soon thereafter, all communications from Pandemonium ceased. I am here as a representative of an organization that works directly with the convocation, and have been tasked with investigating this incident. Now that there is some measure of transparency between us, might I offer a suggestion as to what we do next? The idea that, like, there's already been a number of things... How fucked is the shit in Pandemonium? It's literally called All Demons! During the course of your investigation, you may discover valuable artifacts. Oh, this is... Hey, by the way, get gear. By the way, this is how you get gear. Because it's not going to be anywhere around here. The Body Relic is so hot and sexy. I have the final stage of it, and it is really good. Jesus fucking Christ. The image. Where familiars dare. Themis is eager to commence the investigation into Pandemonium. Now then, my proposal is a simple one. Let us journey to Pandemonium together. Our destination is the same, and I expect the arrangements would work to our mutual benefit. Everything so far was normal. Well, this is the stuff even the ancients wanted looked up. Yeah! This makes sense how it's like a raid series. Besides, I should have no trouble getting us both access. I do hope you agree. It would be loath to part ways from the falling star I'd been waiting for so long. Originally, I planned to conduct my investigation with the friends I mentioned earlier. Pardon me. She had also noticed the anomaly near Pandemonium. So it only seems natural that we should investigate it together. However, she eventually decided that it would be unwise for us both to go. If two members of our organization were seen poking our heads about restricted facilities, it could raise questions, you see. Two members of our organization? Are you trying to hide that you're part of the convocation? At this point? Is that the idea? You're going by... Because Azim has the name Azim. We said Azim's familiar. Azim is definitely part of the convocation at this point. I feel like you're trying to hide the fact that you're actually Elidibus. George Washington is going undercover. I decided to go alone, but she left me these words. Fear not, for in my absence a star shall fall before you. While I could not comprehend her meaning at the time, I believe now I understand. She does have a way of being right about these things. Even so, her hints of what's to come are generally more cryptic. Suppose I should have to kept my gaze to the heavens. Every Azim's like that, huh? It's not just Vanar. Suffice it to say that I am grateful for your presence either way. As to the matter at hand, we must first gain permission from the words of La Habrea for entry into Pandemonium. There ought to be a speaker waiting at Anagnosis. So I wonder if that's... Yo, Solte. Yo, Soltuda Potsutai. I guess, is that the idea? Is this like, hey, we want to go to Pandemonium. Don't worry, we're not the convocation. We're not gonna, like, come here to be like, what the fuck are you doing? The government is not knocking on your door and asking what is going on. We are just normal citizens who are just curious about the cool fucked up shit you've got going on. Don't worry about it. Me when I sell 2 pots of blue dye. Yeah, I sold 2 pots of blue dye. I sent her a request for permission before saying for help us. With luck, we shall not be waiting long. Stop having my hair. Why have you got my hair? Hi, I'm a familiar. With very familiar hair. What a fascinating etheric signature. In accordance to the convocation's request, the two of you have been granted leave to observe Pandemonium. I shall register your aether for the records. From this point on, you may freely come and go from Pandemonium as you please. Manifest there the ancient, you have their hair. No! No! Now that was a painless process. I take this as a sign that we were meant to conduct our investigations together. Clearly the solution is I should have bought Lightning's hair so that no other character would have my hair. Clearly, this is the solution. Of course, while you've been permitted entry into the facility, the specimens housed inside must be handled with the utmost care. You are to heed the warder's instructions at all times. Those who conduct their work within Pandemonium are called warders for their role with respect to the creatures within. Generally, creations that pose a threat to the safety of the star must be undone. However, the words of La Habrea have deemed certain such creations as worthy of further study, interring them within the facility. Okay, so shit that's straight up posing a safety, a threat to the safety of the star, but we're doing science on it. Solutions by a terrifying anime hairstyle on the Mog Station. No, I don't want to be a male hentai protagonist. No. Those who spend their days in Pandemonium are not merely researchers. They must work tirelessly to ensure that none of their subjects slip their shackles. For all intents and purposes, the place is a dungeon. Perhaps such a comparison arouses frightful imagery, but Pandemonium is a frightful place. I know not the purpose of your investigation, but if you discover all that merits a report, pray do so with the utmost haste. Master Albrecht shall guide us upon the proper course of action from there. La Habrea. No, Thermos, it's a raid, not a dungeon. You'll enter the Goblin Cave and you will like it. No. Well, I take it that means you have detected nothing amiss as of late. There was a report nothing that would cause alarm. Minor fluctuations in ether have been observed, but surely Master La Habrea would have acted if there were anything worth worrying about. I see. It appears La Habrea has kept well abreast of the goings on here, then. I hope I'm not overstepping my boundaries by asking, but you seem to be quite familiar with Master La Habrea. Do you know him? Oh, the stories I could tell you. Know him, we've met. Don't play my hand too hard. But to be familiar would have had the honor to meet Master La Habrea. He's not known to easily afford others his time, so he must be extraordinary indeed to even be granted even a moment of it. Regardless, well, I doubt I need to tell you this. He is of the convocation. Take care that your actions do not hinder his work. And with that, we are free to make our way to Pandemonium. The Naos that will take us there is on the eastern bank of Leith. Let us delay no further. Pandemonium can be reached via the Naos on the answer northeast. So she hurry before your companion leaves you behind. I shall fast travel to Leith, because I am lazy. I can't fast travel to Leith. I can only get a point to Knuckles. Damn it! Fine, I'll bird. Bird up! Ah, it's not too far. Yeah, but any other teleport would have been further away. God, this place is so pretty. God, this place is so pretty. I do appreciate that, like, this is where we go in the Unsundered World. It kind of keeps a lot of the mystery of the Unsundered World alive. By where we're going is up in the sky, far away from everything, and very deliberately like an artificial created testing facility. Like, we don't just get to explore the Unsundered World and see what everything is like. It's just like, no, you're going into the sky, into a deliberately built place that's, like, meant to be a habitat for creations. I mean, going to a place that is, like, a habitat for creations is also just, like, lore-wise, creation magic is one of the most interesting things you learn about the Unsundered World. And you get to see, like, you get to dive super deep into that without being just, like, what was the entire Unsundered World like? I had to contain my surprise for the sake of appearances, but is it true that you two have met La Habrea in the flesh? I find you more fascinating by the moments. I mean, it's also La Habrea, so it's like, it's the same La Habrea. It's not like a reincarnation, it's the same La Habrea. Admittedly, with 1,000 lives of insanity driven into it, but still. So I shall refrain from asking too many questions. Secrets will make our journey all the more intriguing. We shall come to know each other in time, I wager. Or else why would fate have orchestrated our meeting? In any case, let us be off. Truth be told, this will be the first time beholding the fabled Pandemonium with my own eyes. Here's to a new adventure, eh? In the flesh, yeah, admittedly not his flesh. That is true, it was in Thancred's flesh. And then some random jobber when, you know, he got undone by Assalon, lol. Are we going to meet La Habrea? And is he going to be going, ah! Or is that one of the things that... Like, looking at this place, this does look like the type of place that someone who goes, would do. So, like, the ultimate thing we're going to realize from this is, has La Habrea, like, gone insane because of all the body swapping over thousands and thousands of years? Or has he just always been like that? I love this place, I love you, Castlevania, I love you, Devil May Cry. Very much Devil May Cry 1. Elaborate, you know you don't have to make it look like this just because it's a prison. No, no. La Brea loves his gothic architecture. It is as much as I feared. Man has no taste. The speaker seemed in such high spirits for that moment I thought the ethereal irregularity not nearly so grave a portent as I had imagined. Alas, 'twas a fleeting and vain hope. To gaze upon this complex network of chains and wards, the untrained eye will not see anything awry. No effort has been spared in making this place impenetrable. Jesus fucking Christ. I love you 2000s dark gothic aesthetic. The fact that, like, they were like, fuck it, we're gonna put this in our 2019 game is awesome as hell. Look, we are going to make this shit feel like a fucking PS2 game in terms of its visual identity, and I'm super down for that. Even the finest of masterworks is not without its flaws, however. Someone or something is tampering with the protections. It is working from within, eroding them from the inside out. That sounds bad, gonna guess. Fear not, there is no immediate danger. I can reinforce what protections I could the moment we arrived. The thing is, nothing cooler has ever been made. This will not put an end to whatever is occurring, but shall at least serve to slow its progress. One small victory, though the road ahead of us is yet long. Yes, powerful forces are at work here. The silence in the air speaks volumes. While I did not expect a bustling facility, I see not a single warder. Our first course of action should be to seek one out, wherever they may be. However, there is something you must know. Fucking Christ, looks so cool. The magic I weave upon entering requires my constant awareness. That is to say, if we are forced to fight, I cannot risk joining you in battle. Should I lose focus, Pandemonium's protections rapidly crumble before the force assailing them. Were there another way, I would gladly choose it. But let us at least be grateful that neither of us is here alone, trapped in hopeless circumstances. We should fail to find a peaceable solution, then I hope I can rely upon your strength to see us through. This request doesn't come as a surprise, to be honest. At least you received it with good humor. For sure, I did not mean to stand by idly while you risked life and limb. I would be able to lend at least a touch of magical support. By giving you, say, 7 familiars with you. Creation magics do have their use in that regard. I didn't mind to use your Aether as basis for illusory allies. We literally have Azim's crystal, and we're saying that we're a familiar of Azim. Why don't we just continue using Azim's crystal? I thought the whole point of Azim's crystal was that these types of explanations were no longer needed. Perhaps 7 shall do. Not exactly an army, but by the looks of you, a formidable band nonetheless. Then so it shall be. Now I wonder. What, I wonder, awaits us in Pandemonium's pitless halls? I'm now realizing if I want to do this in my Elpis Glam, I may not have the best gear for this. Asphodelos, the first circle. Do I do this in my Elpis Glam? Keep in mind, my Elpis Glam is currently a lot of level 86 gear. With some, like, level 90, like... I'm at 591 eye level. I don't know if Azim's Crystal would even work given Weird Crystal shenanigans, but sure. I don't think the game will let you. Oh, item level sync is 565. We're fine. We're fine. I will fix this before we do the second tier. Yeah, average item level is 565. I'm at 591. I clear it. I guess it's built for, jump gear. Because that actually, yeah, it would be for jump gear. This would be for jump gear. That's the wrong thing. Alright, invites. Invites. There we go. Asphodelos, the first circle. The discovery of a crystal born from the far reaches of the ethereal sea, and the desperate plea contained within. Will lead you once more to Elpis, where your trajectory quite literally collides with that of a young man named Themis. Like you, he is here for answers, seeking the source of an etheric disturbance, culminating in loss of contact of the jail, housing the ancient's most dangerous creations. It is this place, this pandemonium, into which you now descend. Phoenix Down's not alone. I think we're ready to go. Error's instance both me and Artesia here, but we can't see each other. Oh, very instanced. Can't say for sure what awaits us. Let's be ready for the worst, and shall we not be taken by surprise? The fact that we're not even in the front fucking door and we're already having a fight is kind of funny. Like, there's pandemonium, we're not even at the door yet. And by the way, we're already having our first fight. I apologize everyone if this is going to be a long cutscene to introduce us to our first fight, because we've been told nothing. Oh, the door's opening. Oh, hello. Are you one of the warders? You're sprinting like something's chasing you. Ugh, I'll save them! I must! Appears to be one of the warders we seek, but I'm afraid he isn't to answer questions. Perhaps you can bring him to his senses? One of them immediately comes running out, transforms into a jailer, and is just like, alright, okay, I'm gonna fight you, actually. I'm actually just gonna fight you. Wah! Sup, everyone? I wonder if these people can tell who's here for the first time. Warder of the Condemned, Eric Thonios. Argo, I'm main tanking. You can't stop me. One, go! I must save them, but first! I'm provoking. I'm main tanking! Run all you like, but my chains will catch you! Jailer's Flail. Half from Glaive! Alrighty, simple enough. Jailer's Flail! It's staying in the ground? Wait, oh no. Dipping it up again. Half Glaive! Simple enough. Warder's Wrath. I'm just gonna immediately raid admit that. Wild guess. Oh, hell yeah. What is this music? What is the music? You will go no further! Drag them onto the depths of chains! Oh, I have double down at this level! I'm at 90, I'm at 90, I have double down. I completely fucking forgot. Completely forgot about my double taps. Be assailed by ice and flame! Feel an overwhelming cold. I'm cold spelled. Resolve with heat? There's multiple. Is it gonna be Bosnia? Will I then be hot after this? I'm now hot, so let's get cold! And then get hot! But then I'm gonna stay hot. All I no longer... Okay, no, it just ends. No, it just ends. No, I'm no longer hot. Water's wrath. Red wide. It's just that I fucked up every part of that. I apologize. Definitely how my rotation should go. I should add 2 cartridges, use Bloodfest, and not double down. Shining cells, you leave me no choice. Ooh, pretty floors. I cannot allow you to run free. Aether chain. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. You're just okay. It glowed. Okay. I was very lucky to actually be out of that. Now it glows red, so it's going red. Okay, simple enough. Simple enough. Watch the colors. Okay, so it's just on that side and go to green. Okay, get out of green. Simple enough. It's on that side. Simple enough. Alrighty. Chains to bind you. And then you're gonna be the stack? Yeah. Ace of flail, alright. Go over here. Boom! The haunting music really does it like a Castlevania level. I dig it. Plus, my colleagues are at stake. Slam shot. What are you slamming? Oh, it just exits then. Alrighty! Very first fight. Should be simple, but, you know, simple first fight. We did it! Yeah! No. No big cheers because, you know, fuck shit's happening. But at least we're, like, not going... Hell yeah. There you go. Not me! Surely not! I do want gear from this raid. But I want Savage because I need a Diable. Fight's a bit too easy in my liking, especially compared to the rest of the tier. That was very easy. Like that was simpler in difficulty compared to literally every single fight in Eden. So what it tells me is that that's meant to be like a foreshadowing fight in terms of that fight is teaching you some mechanics that'll come up later. But also the only mechanics that dude had were Heartfrom Cleaves and don't stand on the color that he uses. That fight had 2 mechanics. And they were both simple ones, so when they combined the 2, it still was very simple. Maybe it's lore. Maybe it's lore. Maybe he's meant to be a weak bitch. That was a thrilling display. What would you even do for a Savage fight for that? Is the Savage of that even, like... How do you make that fight a Savage fight and make it, like... Savage level difficulty without just like making it not even like the original fight? That was a thrilling display. And if I make me so vaunting, the warriors I spun from your Aether fought so even more splendidly than I anticipated. I suppose they were cuts from excellent cloth after all. We should wait until this man regains his senses. He wears the robes of a warder, and I'd be very curious to know what drove him to attack us sight unseen. And as Zero relays are still in Shadowbringers, fair. Manifest. He stirs. Yeah, I'll try to use this glam in future tiers as well, but I'll make sure I get some actual level 90 gear. Or possibly better. Whatever's cheapest on the market board. Before we do that. It's usable. It's totally usable for now. Though. What came over me? It's coming back to me. My mind was filled with a storm of desperation. Anger, I leapt at you, though. I knew naught of your intentions. Pray accept my apologies. And my thanks. I don't know some sense back into me. I may have fallen upon someone less capable of defending themselves. I mean, you, like, transformed instantly. That's meant to be a thing that, like, you don't do. I am Emet-Selch, a warder of Asphodelos, Pandemonium's highest layer, and the place we're in now. One must wonder why you're so desperate to keep us out. What is happening in Pandemonium? The creations interred within Asphodelos have been set free, and stalk its halls to no end but violence. That seems like a pretty bad thing. That seems pretty bad. That is not good, to say the least. Has this ever happened before? No, never. Each level of Pandemonium is under the charge of a key ward, who keeps strict control over the most minute aspects of their domain. They're selected with great care, and their loyalty to Master Laha Breya is absolute. Yet something has gone terribly wrong. Try as we might to hold the line, the chaos within is overwhelming. I hardly recognize that I had become separated from my colleagues. Remember a chorus of whispers assailing my senses, and afterward only flashes of rage and fury, then blackness, from which I awoke to find that whatever had overcome me was gone. I see. Your senses may have been muddled by magics that affects the minds, perhaps the self-same ones that saw you separated from the other warders. Whatever had taken hold of me, thank you for releasing me from its clutches. That you've come here from the service must mean some word of our plight has reached the outside world. If you know anything that may help, pray tell. It's kind of only us who have noticed, but the etheric signature of this place, well, it's going weed. Horror among horrors. So Pandemonium's protections are indeed being dismantled from within. It's almost like maybe keeping a bunch of, like, potentially star-ending nightmare creations locked up in a prison may not be a great idea. By the same individual or individuals that release its captives and set them upon you, no doubt. Such knowledge avails us little, however, if we cannot ascertain their identity. Are you thinking it's a person, or are you thinking it's a creation? Just like the Cincinnati Zoo. I was about to say, I immediately recognize the one note that you played. I know what song this is. Themis, was it? You said you worked for an organization under the auspices of the convocation. Were they to receive what has transpired here? What measures would they take? Oh, it was Harambe? Oh, I was thinking Madagascar. Doubtless they would consider this place to be a lost cause. Pandemonium size the outside world would be severed, or perhaps it would be wiped from existence entirely. I mean, it seems severe, but like the whole point of this place is that it is keeping up stuff that it can literally destroy the star. As I thought. Were the creatures to escape into the outside world, there would be untold carnage. Woods Library would never risk that, despite what value the research subjects may hold. All the more reason to work with haste. We can't expect further help, then it falls upon me to save the others. I'll not leave them behind. You would go alone. I won't leave the other wardens to face certain doom. I know they fight for survival even now. They wouldn't abandon their duty. They would see the creatures return to their cells at all costs. And so I must do the same. Themis, I know the request I'm about to make of you is a monumental one, but please, say not a word of this to the convocation until I've given a chance to set things right. Forgive my rudeness, Emet-Selch, but my decision cannot be swayed by emotion. You would only be consigning yourself to an early death. Strength of resolve alone cannot win in the face of overwhelming odds. Themis, yes it can, that was literally the ending of Endwalker. I guess so much dynamis, don't they? That being said, our investigation has only just begun, and we would be remiss to turn back ere we made an exhaustive survey. So for the time being, there is slightly more than resolve to rely upon. You have Blade's Resolve. I knew to be all too eager to join us. Each moment since you fell from the sky has been more interesting than the last. More and more you remind me of my dear friend. Which goes some way toward encouraging me that this matter will yet reach a satisfactory conclusion. I know it's like literally the whole point of the role of Azim, but we keep running into people who are just like, Azim is my dear friend and I love them and they're so good despite how much stress they cause me. But that's also like literally Azim's role. Azim is the traveler. They go around the world making friends, so they're really good at it. That was Emet-Selch, right? So you agree to help. For the moment, our goals align. The protected magics and pandemonium yet hold, so for the moment, time's in our favor. Let us proceed upon the course you and Manifest have set us upon. Thermos and Manifest, yes? Thank you. The waters owe a great debt already. We shall be glad to have someone familiar with Pandemonium's halls by our side, and not just a familiar by our side. A party of 3 is ever so much more entertaining than a pair of 2. Themis Poly Cannon! Now let us turn our attention to rescuing your colleagues. Perhaps it would be wise to approach the gates, and in case any have followed you out. We're at a point where I'm yawning constantly. I'm old, and concerts wipe me out. It's alright, I don't have any concerts on a Saturday for the rest of the year, which is my day before I do these streams. Aww. My first floor has already floored one of my drinks. Why is everyone here visual Kai? What does visual Kai mean? I don't know what that means. Kai Kisuke? It seems our investigation will be quite the ordeal after all. Still, I find it hard to believe that La Habrea knows naught of what has transpired here. Whoever the mastermind's crisis is, they do not look for power and cunning. 80s Japanese emo hair predecessor? I don't know any of that. Under the surface, Oricthonios is peering into the depths of pandemonium. It's gonna go great. Not a sound can be heard from within, which means neither creature nor water has made it this far. We should begin forming a plan to save them at once. Forgive me if I misunderstand, but do you mean to rescue the waters and creations both? Naturally. Although they may be dangerous, they're valuable research subjects. I wouldn't see our labor, our untold hours of study go to waste. I dare say La Habrea would smile at you say such a thing. That is, if we had cause to report this incident to him. Smile? Not sure his face is capable of such warmth. Ah, so you've met him before. I was on the impression he rarely visited Pandemonium. I have, yes. My mentor was the previous head of this facility. That is to say, La Habrea's predecessor is the position of Chief Keyword. Her name was Athena, and she was a researcher with the words. 'Twas she who appointed me to this position, in fact. I see. I did not know it was Chief Keyword before La Habrea. Your motivation to save your research subjects is not entirely driven by duty to the words then. You also wish to preserve the work of your mentor. You have the rights of it. I'm lacking ideas on how to go about that, however. I'm a mere warder and cannot wield interment magics. But of course I can hardly expect you to be versed in the magics we use here. If you recall, during a battle earlier, I bound you in ethereal shackles. Interment is a more refined and powerful magic based upon the same principle. While both of you keep our subjects docile and the keyword of each type tier is permitted to use interment, even if I were allowed, I lack the aptitude to use the spell to any notable effect. Fascinating. I have some knowledge of these forms of spellcraft, actually. La Habrea himself established their foundation, if I recall. While shackles are meant to bind an object in place for a short time, interment freezes the very space around it for as long as the caster wills. Jesus! Okay. Indeed. While the illusory beings you summoned in our fight suggested as much, I see your knowledge of magic is vast. Perhaps you've already mastered the arts of interment, and I've been lecturing you like a child all this time. I'm afraid my knowledge ends there. I'm not a precise understanding of how the invocations interact with the natural laws that would be needed to cast said spells with any consistency. While I consider myself well versed in various magics, I'd be ill-advised to assume the duties of keyword without instruction. That being said, if I were to learn more of interment and its inner workings, perhaps... I mean... Is this meant to be tying into the idea of Elidibus being very good at using a lot of different magic... Stretch out magics? AKA the shit he was literally doing during the Warrior of Light fight. Like, the whole point of the Warrior of Light fight is that he's using, like, magic from a shitload of different jobs. And also, he was able to, like, read Graha's memories from the crystal and be like, oh, I know how to do the magic now for the Crystal Tower to summon people. Oh, I've like, waited inside the Crystal Tower for a little bit. I now know how to do its time travel magic. Elidibus is very, very good at being able to see magics and being able to replicate them. That is something that we've, like, has been established multiple times with what he has done. You have a water saying in front of you. Well, the solution is obvious when you put it like that. FFXIV, you implied that what prevented you from performing interment was lack of magical capacity. What if I supplemented your power with my own? Would this spell succeed then? I cannot say for certain. I've never heard of such a thing being done before. I believe it may be our best recourse. That is, of course, assuming you can perform the initial rites and incantations flawlessly. Even the smallest misstep, and we would have to start over. You needn't worry about that. I've seen this spell cast so many times that the emotions have been burned into my memory. I won't disappoint. Very well, let us work out the specifics afterwards. Once we do, we can test out our methods on one of the escaped creatures. Though I suppose there is the matter of finding one. It would be foolish to rush in blindly unless we find ourselves surrounded with naught but an untested strategy at our disposal. Yeah, I'd prefer to engage a single creature that manifest could dispatch on her own if the spell were to go awry. I agree. And I may have an idea in that regard. I recall, say, the hippocampus wandering the waterways during my flight. Perhaps it's still there. Few of the subjects housed within Asphodel are fond of water, and I believe we'll be able to engage the beast without fear of unwanted guests. That should be our first target, or perhaps subject is a better term. Before we commence with the interment magics, the creatures should be weakened to a sufficient degree. I believe I can trust you with that task. I'm trying to get no control. It's not working. As dependable as ever. Once you've given it a thorough trouncing, we shall bind this hippocampus with the keywords magic. Until then, my illusion shall fight by your side. The hippocampus will be alone, but it's a daunting opponent nonetheless. Its magic warps the environment around and will be at home amidst the waterways. Steel yourself for a fight. Fight 2! Told you, there's not a ton of story between them. It's usually front and end loaded on each tier. Quest accepted. Asphodelos, the second circle. Okay, so they're all gonna just be named like that. They're all just like the numbers for the circles. It's not like Eden, where each one was like Eden's promise, refillment nation, or whatever it is like that. I'm gonna grab an energy drink. I am yawning. Are you yawning more than me? Because I'm tired and old. I was out at a concert last night, and that means that I'm tired now. I'll grab an energy drink. Jesus Christ. I'll be fine. Ow. I'm a tire. Boop 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 doop doop boop 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 doop doop. Rainbow sherbet. This flavor fucking it comes. This flavor comes. It really does just taste like orange sherbet. Oh my god. It's like, this is Mother. What'd you call me? Sherbet. This is an Australian brand of energy drink. Yeah. It's an Australian brand, and a lot of the flavors that it has are clearly like copies of like international flavors. But this is the only one that I've seen that's rainbow sherbet, or sherbet in general. I've not seen any other energy drink that's sherbet, at least in Australia. There's a lot of energy drinks. There's probably something out there somewhere that is sherbet flavored. Mother stands out for energy drinks because it is the most artificial tasting brand out there. Out of everything that I've had for energy drinks, especially the original flavor, it is the most intensely artificial flavor of them all. Was everyone saying sherbet and sorbet? They're completely different things. This might be an Australian thing. Oh, okay, no, this is... Oh, okay, no, I'm thinking of something completely different. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that sherbet was like a different thing in Australia. Oh. Okay, I'm thinking... Okay, sherbet candy, not ice cream. I didn't... Sherbet candy. Sherbet powder. That's what it tastes like. Sherbet powder, which is basically just sugar. Whiz Fizz. This is probably one of the. This is probably the main like Australian brands. Whiz Fizz. One sorbet's dairy free. Okay, well, okay. When you say sherbet in Australia or sherbet, and I guess it's sherbets, not sherbet. I get. Oh no, that's still sherbet. This Whiz Fizz. Whiz Fizz. When you say sherbet in Australia, it's this. Sherbet powder. Sherbet is a fizzy sweet powder usually eaten by dipping a lollipop or licorice using a small spoon or licking it from a finger. Yeah, that's the best way of describing it. It's fizzy powder. It's powder that has a fizzy texture and like mouthfeel to it. But basically it's sugary, yeah. At least like the popular brands in Australia have a very distinct flavor to them that makes it taste like a lot more than just Fun Dips. Yeah, basically a Fun Dip. Yeah, Fun Dip. Yeah, I think I've seen Fun Dip as like one here. Yeah, exactly that. Exactly Fun Dips. Yeah, Fun Dip. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you get the candy stick. You like lick it and wet it, and then you dip it into the powder, and then you eat the powder off that. Yeah, it's Fun Dip. Yeah. 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 That's what this tastes like. When it says rainbow sherbet, it tastes like that. It tastes like basically a bunch of different, like, it tastes like if you got a fun dip and all of the flavors in the fun dip you mix together. And that's what this tastes like. And it tastes very identical to it. It is incredible. Absolutely banging energy drink. Very, very delicious. It still tastes very artificial, but it's fun dip. It's gonna taste artificial no matter what. Mine gameplay stream is I had an issue. I can't remember what stream it was. I think it was literally the last 14 stream, where I ended up keeping it on the monitor stream as opposed to gameplay capture, which is usually fine. Frame rate may not be as good, and it may be like part of the background peeks through a bit. I think we each ready to fill our respective roles. Truth be told, this will be the first time I practice magic that requires such a degree of cooperation between parties. How thrilling. I'll stick with lemonade. Again, Australian lemonade energy drink tastes better than any actual lemonade that we sell in this country. That's very funny. The idea, like, if that's what Australian lemonade was, I would totally understand the difference, because it means that most countries' lemonade, or as we'd call it in Australia, country-style lemonade, is lemonade that focuses on being sour, whereas the monster flavor of Aussie lemonade has a focus on being tart. And if that's what actual Aussie lemonade was, then I totally get the difference between the two. Do you want a tart lemonade, or do you want a sour lemonade? But in Australia, but actual Aussie lemonade is, do you want sparkling water that has a slight lemon tinge to it? Which, to be fair, a lot of the time I still do, because I still really like it. But I like it as a simple drink that, like, is slightly more exciting than water, but isn't, like, too intense if I don't want to, like, be like a full, like, soft drink. Athena ever drove home the fact that our subject should be treated with the utmost care. It would be best if we can see them confined it once again rather than dispose of, like, beasts gone feral. I assume energy drinks to be sour as hell because every sweet energy drink tastes like cough syrup. That's the one that I had yesterday. I found Chaotic Tropical Orange Monster, and it tasted like orange cough syrup. Distinctly orange flavored cough syrup. It was fucking awful. I did not like it. It was bad. The water Ericthonios has brought with him the chilling news that all creations within Asphodelos, the highest level of pandemonium, now run free of their fetters, in order to prevent total chaos from bursting forth into the world above. The Hermes and Ericthonios plan to utilize interment magics to safely capture any errant creatures. If their theory translates well into practice, that is. With only one way to find out, you head to the waterways to confront a monster of legends, the water-wielding hippocampus. Why does it keep moving? Bottle of water. Again, that's not how the Australian accent says it. No, actually, the water part you got right. The water part you got right. Water. Bottle of water. Asphodelos, the second circle! Who's ready to fight part of the brain? I forget specifically which part of the brain. Do you pronounce water and water the exact same way? I do, correct. That was not intentional when I did it just then. Yeah, water and water, yeah. That's what the Australian accent does. The Australian accent turns T's into D's. We speak very lazily. Part near the stem, there it is. I knew it was part of the brain, I just couldn't remember exactly where. Holy shit, they found a use for the Ozmat rig again! They actually found a use for the Ozmat rigging! The Empire is a cancer! And I am the Barber's Blade! Mythic creation, the Hippocampus! Agony and sorrow! Scream louder! I want to remember this! Oh. Hippocampus looks like a seahorse, which is why it's named after mythical water horse Hippocampus. 2, 1, woo! Hell yeah. Immediately provoke. I am near Iron Man tanking. Murky depths. I'm just gonna immediately just raid with that. Oh, how did I tell? There we go. Doubled impact. Oh shit, nice. Double tank busters. Welcome back, Thorn March. The music here is so atmospheric. It's not what I was expecting for like a raid tier's music. Spoken Cataract. Head and boy, you're at odds. Oh, okay, so the head point, okay, so, okay. There's one tail that goes one way and one tail that goes another way. Okay. Oh, okay. You can literally look, okay. You can see the arrows up there, okay. They're very, oh, so the head is a half room and the body is a line. Okay. Yeah, we have a half room cleave followed by and a line cleave at the same time. Okay. They did very simple iterations there, but I imagine it's because the start. Sewage Deluge. Sounds like another raid one. Oh! Standing somewhere that's not a train. Yo! Put higher ground lest the creature drown us in its rage. Tainted blood. Okay, I'm gonna... Oh, Jesus, okay. Interesting, like, arena that we have, and the fact that we had spread AoEs on that predatory site. Oh! Dorito friends! Yeah, there we go. Okay. I can manage that. Where? Oh, okay. Okay. Not what I was expecting that to be at all. Association. Oh, wait. Okay. Line AoE going down that way. Or another half room. Basically a half room. Basically another half room. Okay. When in doubt, half room cleave. My rotation's gotten all kinds of fucked. I'm gonna make distance from the boss. My rotations is all kind of fucked up. So it's deluge, we stand on things, which I'm on. Okay, I still got blasting zone there at least. Okay. I can still get my burst. And my burst is at least still somewhat aligned with the party. Alright, I'll keep running away so you can do that. Okay, so it's gonna be, yeah, that side, yeah, that, oh, Jesus. The combination of this, like, layout with the extra attacks is really fun. Even if it's, like, not the hardest combinations, it's fun combinations, at the very least. Are these gonna be, yeah, they're baited, okay. So walk slowly. Go back here. Get a little distance. Tainted blood. The knockback, I had no idea of, like, I had to do that one. Hey, that was not hard, but definitely still fun. Not hard, but definitely still a fun one. Which I'm okay with that. I care about that way more than difficulty. Yo! The boys coming in. Yeah, and then you just lock it in time, and then just teleport it away. The Nomad was just out of your vision because the boss was too big. No, I saw the knockback. I couldn't understand. I couldn't work out where to stand for it. Because I'm just like, it's not gonna, like, that's why I stood here. Because I'm just like, is the furthest distance this diagonal? But then I still went too far. Because the furthest distance, like, for that is here to this. So that's why I was doing that for the knockback. I mean, I don't think I got punished for it. Because I went into the water, but I think I got back out fast enough that I didn't, like, get any, dots or anything. So I don't think I got punished for it, but I'm not sure what you actually meant to do to solve it. Ah, so that's how it's done. We succeeded! Yeah, that fight still wasn't hard, but I care about it being fun more than I care about it being hard. And that's just, like, fun combinations of, like, tight spacing and having the spread AoEs, or tight spacing and having the combination of a half-room cleave and a line cleave at the same time. It's just like, they're fun things to work out. It's the type of thing where it's just like, even if you know how to solve it, you've still got to like put the mental pieces together every time you see it. It's not like you see it and then you immediately know exactly what to do. You've still got to, like, at least in some elements, some capacity, put a couple pieces together, and that is mainly what I care about. Oh, it jumped to one tile. And yes, I got a dot. Oh, I didn't see the plus on me. I didn't look at I wasn't looking at my debuffs. I was looking at like what appeared next to my character and I didn't see it. Oh, I must have missed it. It went to one of the arm's length. I should have probably done that. I probably should have just done arm's length. It went to one of the tiles so you go across the line of grates. I didn't realize it did that. There we go. Okay. So I did fail a mechanic on that one. We have our first failed mechanic. And I can tank privilege through the through the dot, so it's fine. Okay, went to a tile, so then yeah, then for a knockback across the tiles, yeah, you just go across that. Okay. That was a trial by fire, or water, I suppose. But I had faith we would see it through, as long as we had your stout arm, of course. I remember to spend my poetics. Whoa, I can't do that yet. I don't have relics to spend them on yet. I don't have relics to spend my poetics on. So all of my tomestones are just fucking maxed right now. Other dog needs a bath. Does the other dog no longer smell like chips? I knew that you are no mere mercenary, but it makes such clean work of the hippocampus. Seasoned fighters scarcely have occasion to visit Pandemonium, let alone display their skills. Master takes all forms indeed. Needless to say, our bind worked to perfection, and no small parts thanks to you two. Thermos's power was more than enough to complete the interment. Spellcasting was never my strong suits, but that also made me feel like a proper Magos. Truly. Having seen your abilities firsthand in your fights with Minifest, I beg to disagree. Shackles is the one exception. It is only because I've been forced to practice it since I was but a small child. Other magics leave me feeling completely out of my depth. That's why your entire thing at the beginning was Shackles. Oh, she just smells stinky. Regardless, it seems luck is on my side to guide me to you. We may prove the impossible possible, after all. Row, row, fight the power. After witnessing the hippocampus's capabilities, should not blame me for wishing to avoid engaging any further creations in the place of their choosing. Alas, I doubt we will have the luxury. The fires of creation! Thermos is pondering the road ahead. I'm gonna run through all my drinks very quickly. While our success in sealing with the hippocampus is certainly heartening, the fact that we've yet to see any other waters concerns me. I'll create problems on purpose. Play Black Mage. The keyword of Asphodelos says nothing if not cautious. Doubtless he has gathered what waters he could and retreated to a safe area. But let's hope so. It occurs to me that I know little of the keywords besides their magical prowess. Is there ultimately you can share? Man with glasses. Of course. A man named Hesperos is in charge of Asphodelos. Not only does he have thorough knowledge of the creatures here, but he takes great pains to be a mentor to each of the warders under his charge. looks better than either of the two guys that we have in front of us. He has done much to ensure that I flourished here, despite my ineptitude at magic. And I've always known him to be the sort of man who faces difficult decisions with unwavering composure. Furthermore, keywords are not masters, are only masters of interment. They can also bend the whole ways of pandemonium to their will with creation magics. With all this in mind, I am certain that so long as Hesperos guides them, the other waters are safe. Hi! Moment I saw Hesperos, I'm just like, this is crafts bait. It's working on me a little bit, but this is immediately crafts bait. I can see why absolute control over the environs is imperative. Had we faced hippocampus upon arid sands instead of the waterways, I suspect the battle would have ended much more quickly. In any case, if this Hesperos is as capable of caring as you say, we would do well to seek him out as soon as we can. He has like us not taken your colleagues to a secure location. Safest place would be the innermost circle of Asphodelos. From there they can flee to Abyssos if hard pressed. Even should they afford safe haven within the other circles, we make for the fourth, we ought to encounter them on the way. Indeed. And we shall gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation within Asphodelos, which will be essential in determining whether we ought to continue down to Abyssos. The rub, of course, that I myself possess no power to bend the circles to my will. Instead, I must proceed through the central corridor, which was barred by the Phoenix, last I checked. Fires of creation. As someone who has a Castlevania Dracula Pinterest board, how dare you? What? What? Phoenix. I have heard the name before. A fiery bird with life eternal. That sounds familiar. Beyond unquenchable brilliance, the perfected concept boasts nigh boundless restorative powers, I recall. True an exemplary feat of creation magics. Perfection is ever built on the back of failure, however, and La Habrea suffered countless missteps during his experiments. Oh, this is something that La Habrea created. And he was hardly the only one. This Phoenix will be one of many attempts at the concept gone awry. Aye, far from evoking wonder, our Phoenix is a creature of fury and wrath, that seeks only to turn the world to ash. Thus it was confined within pandemonium. Development of the creature continued elsewhere, but as the moons turned, more and more researchers abandoned the project as an impossibility. Save for La Habrea in his words. When I received word that at long last La Habrea had succeeded where so many others had failed, I was nearly overcome. Pray tell, how did the waters of pandemonium celebrate their master's accomplishments? I don't believe we did. The research of the words of La Habrea has little consequence to our work here, save for those rare times it charges us with a new specimen. Truth be told, I don't remember anyone making notes of the occasion. But enough reminiscing. We must be ready to confront the Phoenix. While it's possible that it flew off to some other wing of pandemonium, we would make that assumption at our own peril. But to they'll need to bring Asphodelos' most unruly subject to heel. I certainly see no reason to delay. The Phoenix's power over flame will avail it far less in a barren corridor than elsewhere, so may well serve us to subdue it sooner rather than later. Yeah! I'm ready to fight things! Third fight of the entire raid series. Hey, by the way, get ready to fight the eternal, like, immortal bird that can't die. This is fight 3, by the way. Looking at a hallway like this, realizing how G-Po's heaven it is, realizing that people have probably recreated Simon's Smash Ultimate trailer in here as well. Bird! Hesperos! He's flying! What? And Hesperos is the one who's let them go. He's the keyword. He's absolutely the one who's let them all go. Hesperos is the one who let everything in Asphodelos out. Seems those behind this can alter the space around us at will. We face an uphill battle. Who did we literally just learn who looks like that? Who can manipulate the place to their will? It's us barrels. Possible. If those were creation magics at work, then that means... Let's confront that reality after we've conquered the enemy in front of us. Every drop of our focus shall be required if we are to inter the Phoenix. Because would it be pronounced? I would assume it would be pronounced Phoenix, not Phoenix, because it's F-O-I. It's like Poiton Oikos. That's like Poiton Oikos. The Poiton is P-O-I, so I assume it would be similar to Phoenix. This is one of the few creatures that has the same name in unsundered ancient times and current times. Most other things have like an Arrayus is a Spriggan kind of thing, but the Phoenix keeps a similar name. Which again, not to rely on the large implications to distract us from the fights ahead. The Phoenix's rage will be unbridled, but I trust you are prepared for the worst. Fight well, friends. Alright, Phoenix time! Phoenix. Having successfully subdued the Hippocampus, your group sets out to find Eric Thornius' fellow warders, presumed to be hiding in the deepest circles of Asphodelos. Standing under, however, is the Phoenix, a violent, failed iteration of the iconic immortal bird. This also halls warped by creation magics into an arid, desolate wasteland. Its perfect choice of battlefield, waiting anyone foolish enough to venture towards newfound domain. Fancy Andrew smelling a Phoenix. I just assume it would be pronounced differently. I'd assume you'd say it as Phoenix, not Phoenix. It's pronounced Barbara. Oh, sorry. I'm overthinking things. The world unsundered Asphodelos, the third circle! Ooh, badass music. Ha! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Look at us all ready for battle. God, it looks cool. Holy shit. Mythic creation! Barbara! Holy fuck that. Yo, it's got 3 heads! Oh, that looks so good. Oh, that looks so good. Oh, okay. Hey! Mine. Experimental fire plume. Oh, this really supposed to be a raid wide. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know if there was a tell on that I completely missed. I am main tanking. I'm gonna do this for a second. Oh, orbs. Oh, so okay, okay. So that was orbs around the outside. Oh, and then it goes into and then it goes into the middle. Okay. Scorched exaltation. Prick! I'm fucking main tanking. Fuck off. That's why we usually have Serena. I'm gonna pop both of them because I am at 3 volts. That's fine. Darkened fire. Oh, it has ads. Frightened fire. Oh! I'm going to fucking kill you. Fuck off, Yumi! Left Cinderwing, Oh. This is definitely the one I've been most confused by so far. Okay, is that doing a thing? Pouring burning rain. Sunbirds! Oh god. Oh, okay, we're gonna force carve. Wait. Come this way. Come over here. Come here! Oh my god, move. There we go. Okay, it's just AoE's like where they die, I guess. Dead rebirth. No, my rotation's completely butchered. I have no idea what's going on in this fight. Are they coming back? Right, Cinderwing. Fledgling Flight. Legit not sure if there's meant to be more of a tell to that than what I was looking at, or whether it's just... I got a Vuln at some point during that. Can we do this fight again? Can we do this fight again? I have not gotten any of the mechanics. I think I want another go around at this one. I've not understood any of the mechanics so far. This one's completely beaten me. This meeting in the middle. Oh, and then they explode a little bit. Okay. Also, I need one of you to go to tank for the next fight. One of you needs to go tank for the next fight. We're redoing that one. We're straight up doing that one immediately again. We're redoing that fight immediately. Immediate run back. I want to redo that fight. I feel like I got no understanding of that. I'm not doing any more fights unless one of you goes tank. Unless someone's willing to go. Whoever thought orange on orange was a good idea, I want you dead. I mean, half of that fight was me just dealing with trying to fucking main tank because our co-tank was an asshole. Half of that fight was just me trying to deal with an asshole co-tank. With that, the Phoenix is shackled once more. However, there is yet the matter of this arena. I can't say so no one else feels like it. I just don't want to have to deal with fucking a second tank who was just like, I'm obviously provoking here and trying to be like main tank because it's my first time. Fuck off and leave me alone, you shithead. So, I don't want to deal with that. This is why we usually have Serena. As you've told us, there's but one person, Asphodelos, with the ability to and authority to wield such magics. Though fortunately, it appears he has saved us the trouble of finding him. A contemptible display, as befits an inferior specimen. We beat the immortal bird. What are you talking about? Even so, I expected it would at least delay your advance. Imagine my surprise when I saw the chains of interment drag the Phoenix back to its cage. Either the bird is more of a failure than its creators care to admit, or you are no mean trespassers. I'll kill you. I had hoped our suspicions were misplaced, but alas. So, like, can I be on his side? Can I be on his team? Can I like face change and like side with him? He's making me out like a vampire because I want to suck your dick. Give it a Sparrows, why? Why have you brought such chaos to your beloved pandemonium? Pandemonium. Pitiless, impenetrable, and utterly steadfast. Unlike those charged with its keeping. Also, I'm a vampire now! I need his pussy so bad. What has possessed you? I don't understand! Oh, Erecthonios, must you pester me with these inane questions? Think for yourself. Surely you can master a theory or two with that dim wit of yours. Then again, you have never been one for insight. Why Master La Habrea suffers your mediocrity, I shall never understand. Why are you all dicks to Erecthonios? Fuck off. You may look like him, but you're not the Hesperos I know. Something has warped you too. From the inside out. The keyboard I knew had compassion for all those under his charge, be they be clad in robes or shackled in chains. Was all that a farce? Did you hide your contempt for us all these years? Those who are like content to merely glimpse the water's surface are doomed to be dragged into its depths. You prove my opinion of you with every word. My mind is clearer than it has ever been. Even now, seeing you feebly grasp for answers makes the bile rise in my throat. Such wasted potential! To be the son of Master La Habrea, yet no more skilled with magic than a newborn babe! You're fucking La Habrea's kid! Oh, you're here because of nepotism! But of course, it's always about La Habrea. When can I glam with him? I want his stuff. Silence! You're not worthy to utter his name! It's my dad, bro. Fuck off. For once be grateful to witness a feat beyond your meager abilities. Beyond your shadow reckoning. I have slipped to the surly bound of mortality. I have become one with your mythic creations. And rid myself of imperfections. I stand upon the threshold of godhood. As a hemitheos shall I serve Master La Habrea, ever faithful until the end of days. You still wanna... Your whole thing with this is you still wanna serve Master La Habrea? That's interment magic, that's a problem. And he shall require no other. Fucking cry! Elidibus with the bitch you thought? Hey, you know that thing that I said about how Elidibus can see magic and immediately understand how it works very well? Because that's what he's done with the Crystal Tower twice and also the entire Warrior of Light fight? Hey, guess what? Elidibus has seen the interment magic be used twice, so he now knows how to undo it. Are you so blinded by arrogance that you've lost sight of what it means to serve? Erecthonios is more capable than you could ever know. It was thanks to his instruction that I was able to master the art of interment. Both how to wield it, and how to break free of it. I'll just kill you. Like, I will just kill you. Manifest, let us quit this place. Whatever poison has corrupted Hesperos' mind, it is plain his power far eclipses our own. We must have time to gather our strength. Ah, fuck you, bitch! Yeah, to serve, are you looking at me right now? Weaklings though they may be, it takes a singular aptitude to master interment so quickly. To say nothing about swiftly that familiarly Lord of Phoenix. Regardless, their noble aims will be their undoing. Where they fritter away their strength and governing peace of Esmoteros, I continue my work. Even should they survive long enough to reach the heart of my domain, no trial awaits them but doom! I eagerly await your arrival, Erecthonios. even dollars of their uses. I grew a cross that need his pussy. Tier 2 vending outfit minus the flame wheel on the back. Flame wheel sounds silly. Eric Thanius, how you doing? Daddy issues? Please leave me be. Probably why you stood over here. Probably could have predicted that. My darker suspicions have been realized. We face the keyword of Asphodelos himself. More than that revelation, however, Eric Thanius worries me. He loved Hesperus for his compassion, but received not but scorn from whatever that keyword has become. He has had little since our return. I learned that the shock of recent events has proved to be a death knell for his resolve. Now the question is how to get the axe then. Has he been practicing? I need him pregnant. Oh, by the way, we're doing this. Can't stop me. Before we continue the story, this will take like a couple minutes. It'll only take a minute or two. It'll only take a minute or two. I want to find it. I want to know at least any of its mechanics. I need to zoom out my camera to max distance. I might need to turn names down for like party members, honestly. Making sure I'm on simple battle effects. Should I turn down net character names as well? Party members. I have surname already abbreviated. I already have that abbreviated. Fine, I decided on a weapon for this glam. So there are some glams where that is by far the hardest thing to decide. I definitely have that experience. We're only 2 hours in. We can break time for this. Oh, okay. We're just immediately going. Stop. Okay. We're just immediately going, I guess. Spicy hot wings. Experimental fire plume. Okay, so big ball of fire. So it's in the middle, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, big ball of fire, so it goes in the middle. Experimental fire. So experimental fire plume is watch the orbs. Okay, so yeah, so that means it's orbs around the outside. And then it still ends with a big one in the middle. And then there's still a big one in the middle. Okay. Scorched exaltation. Big explosions. Delaying my no, messing my one. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Darkened fire. So what was this? I saw this happen. What do the ads do? Oh, okay. I see. Okay. Oh, okay. So some people. Okay, that's why I didn't understand that mechanic at all. Because I didn't get targeted. Oh, okay. It targets people, and you gotta like. The right combination. Okay, the right. Okay. Some people are hit by light fire, and the light fire people have to disable the dark fire. Okay. Okay. Completely tripped my blasting zone. And so this is ads, right? Yeah, this is ads. I'm going to guess the idea is if these overlap, it like... I'm assuming this isn't just, given the size of them, it's not just, oh, it's going to be an AoE when they die. I imagine if they're overlapping enough, it causes extra problems. Because then the spark fledged appear, and and they'll just do an AoE attack. But surely it's more complicated than that, right? Surely? Dead Rebirth. I think Dead Rebirth is just the gauge attack. How long it takes you to kill the sunbirds. I think it's just hurting you based on how long it took to kill them. I don't think it's any actual mechanics there other than that. Okay, so these spawn in order, and the order is... Okay, so their order is just like AoEs going towards the boss. Like, it isn't more complicated than that. Okay. And then we just have spreads. Okay, okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely understanding this fight a hell of a lot more this time. Definitely understanding a hell of a lot more. Heart of Condemnation. Use Heart of Corundum. So bad at my rotation. Devouring Brands. So there's little things around you, but they're just doing attacks, are they? Oh, okay. So the Volney that I got there was just standing in the fires as it hits you. And then Searing Breeze, and that's just, yeah. Completely butchered my rotation. Level 90 has a lot of stuff. I'm trying to learn a way of doing Gunbreaker rotations where I can, like, do it consistently. Gunbreaker, fortunately, has a lot of, what's it called? It has a lot of different, it has a lot of flexibility in its rotation, fortunately, for Gunbreaker. You don't have to use it in a certain way. Like, you don't have to... Once you, like, in your burst window, as long as you use everything, it's fine. The only exception of, like, you have to use it in a certain order is, obviously, if you have cartridges left, don't use Bloodfest before it. I think one thing that I've really got to, like, focus on is, now that Double Down only costs 1 cartridge, try to enter 2-minute bursts with only 2 cartridges, because then I can spend 1 cartridge on Gnashing Fang, spend 1 cartridge on Double Down, and then I don't then need to do Burst Strike before I can use Bloodfest. Because that will happen at level 100 anyways. At level 100, you have the entire Lionheart combo, so you can't enter 2-minute burst with 3 cartridges. So you can do that on 2-minute burst. It's also a big part of my opener is just because, like, you have to use Bloodfest, like, before you can do half of your opener. Like, intentionally use Bloodfest super early before you even know Mercy on the very first one. Just certain little things that I'm trying to, like, because there's so much flexibility in Gunbreaker's rotation, I don't need to just go online and just be like, follow this guide. I can't double weave on Gunbreaker. At least most attacks. Most attacks on Gunbreaker, I can't double weave at best because of my ping. My ping doesn't, like, because I always used to do Gnashing Fang, and in the middle of my Gnashing Fang I do Blasting Zone, so they always, like, sync up together, but I always clip JCDs with that. I can't do that, so just trying to, like, come up with a way of just, like, how should I try to line up my 2-minute and 1-minute burst for Gunbreaker so I can avoid as little clipping as possible. Like, the only time I should be double weaving in my burst as Gunbreaker at this point should be if I need to, like, mit during burst, which is frequent. Skull around laps around me. I'm not healed around level 90 content, and by that I mean I haven't. So probably run laps around me yourself. Dark Flame Sword, people get AoE on, they have to use it, or they kill the Flame Sword, they do a bomb stack on something on everyone. Yeah, that's why I had no idea what happened the first time, because I didn't see, because I saw it was like, okay, Dark Flame, then I saw a Light Flame attack, and I'm just like, are you just like, and what I thought was happening was, it was attacking the abs that weren't killed with AoEs, but no, other people had to use the AoEs to kill them. Go to do relics so I can actually share my glams. Yeah, it's mainly a DPS mechanic, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things that aren't... Part of, like, It's part of the thing of going through fights the first time as tank, is that just there's a lot of mechanics that just don't target tanks. But yeah, I very much, I got lost at the beginning of the fight the first time we did it, the first time through, and trying to like mentally catch up with what I was missing meant I was missing the next thing. Second time through, yeah, that made way more sense to me. And also the fact that I wasn't have to worry about competing with a tank for main tank there. I'm pretty sure the other tank in the last one was either outgearing and very good rotation, because I was using provoke a lot, or they were also provoke spamming. One of the two. Who wards the warders? One specific bastard or DT extreme that I want to put in casual content so bad. I'm very excited to get to the point where I start doing extremes on content. I would like to do extremes on content. I think that's reasonable. I think it's reasonable to have like streams where I get, even if I go into this like PF with the 700 other randoms. From my understanding of extreme content, it is like me doing savages on stream is not really viable just because of the time commitment more than anything. I think I could eventually get good enough at the game to do savages if I threw myself at it enough. It's just trying to string that, and also the time zone I live in would just become very, very difficult. But I think extremes, absolutely. I'm looking forward to like doing high level content on stream as like a regular part of what we do. It's also part of the reason why I want to do Bosnia duels on stream at some point, because it's just like I want to do hard shit this game on stream. Thermos would offer what comfort he can to Eric Thonius. Much as I am loath to disturb Eric Thonius so soon after what just occurred, I'm afraid circumstances do not afford us the luxury of time. Perhaps it will do him well to speak about recent events concerning both the keyboard and his father. I'm at the point I should try doing extremes and savages, but I like putting it off. Like, the thing is, like, for me at this point, old extremes is I need enough people on stream to do that, which I'm not popular enough to do that. That's why on stream, on content extremes will be much simpler to do, because it'll still be active on PF. Even if I'm like a month or two late, if I put it up in PF, there's probably enough other people who are looking for it that I can do that. Might get to a point where it's like, yeah, so many people who are joining our PFs if we're a little bit... Like the two first extremes that drop with an expansion, because I'm going to obviously beat the expansion quite a long amount of time after that. It might get to the point where I'm doing extremes and everyone else is like starting to outgear and already memorize the fight, but you know. Same, I'd also want to do it with a blind static, and those are hard to come by. Well, that's part of why I wish I was a bit, like... I don't care about viewership in terms of it makes me feel good that I'm so successful because I've got so many viewers. But I do wish I had more viewers, that I had enough viewers to form a blind static to just work through, like, all the savages in the game. I kind of wish I had, like, enough viewers that I could do that. It's just like, alright, we're starting up a new static. It's a blind static of viewers who haven't done savages, and we're just gonna go from binding coils and go forward. That would be like my ideal way of doing savages, but obviously I struggled to get enough viewers in one stream to fill a party, let alone have a blind static in the party for people who are willing to do it. Certain things as a content creator that are just like, it's like, popularity doesn't make you better or worse or anything, but popularity can definitely let you do things that you can't do without being more popular. O12S Blind was an amazing experience. Took forever, but it's a treasured memory. Is Omega the only one that you've done as part with your blind static? I know you were going through the Omega raids with your static blinds. Is Omega the only one that you've done that for, or have you been doing, or has that same static or a different static been able to do other ones? Because that's what I would like. I would like the blind static to do that. But again, viewers. I think it would be better if it was viewers, because like I might be able to recruit people in game or on websites to do that. But if I get it for viewers and they know, you know, we're planning this around streams. We're going through Eden Tier 1 and then went on break for summer. Ah, okay. He seems reticent to say aught concerning La Habrea when the subject was broached. Ballas's relationship with his father is a fraught one. I should be back in a week, but the outlook's grim. The creation of the ward which surrounds Pandemonium was an astounding feat of magical prowess. A feat accomplished by none other than La Habrea. That both my father and I combined others in change is perhaps the only thing that we have in common. Ah, so it is true. I am La Habrea's son. Bereft of his talent for magics or his brilliant mind, but his son nonetheless. Surely this doesn't come entirely as a surprise to you. Nay. I had an inkling when you said you had practiced ethereal shackles since childhood. Assuming you haven't been employed here quite that long, that indicates some long-term connection with La Habrea. Is this meant to be... Okay, question, because I haven't done either version of the fight in so long, of the original La Habrea fight in ARR, or I've never done the La Habrea. La Habrea was fucking his... Brain. Thinking, what was I thinking? Brain. Wait, who was La Habrea fucking? I'm confused. You distracted me. I was trying to think. The solo fight. Solo fight. From the thing. ARR. Have they... Did the original version of that, which also, even when I had done it, before 6.1 came out. Athena chief keyword before him, he said she was his mom. Did he? I thought Athena was the mentor. I thought Athena was a mentor, not mom. Pretty sure he does a chain attack thing. That's what I'm thinking! Back in the solo fights. In ARR. Is this meant to be a callback of like, oh, La Habrea like does chain attacks on you? There is like one chain attack in Ascian Prime in Aetherochemical, in Alf. There's like one chain attack, but also he's like combined with Igiom at that point. And the chain attack's not a binding chain, it's the burning chain of like run away. There's no binding chain, but a binding chain of like a similar to a home game thing where you see like the chains where you go ah! That's like an Ascian thing that's happened like with both of the other Unsundered that we have fought. I'm so sorry, my brain is scrambled. I don't know what you're on about anymore, Crofts. I don't know what you're talking about anymore. It was La Habrea that taught me how to cast ethereal shackles, but that was it. My further education was overseen by the words of La Habrea, more specifically my mother, who was a researcher there. Oh, I think you spoiled this like 2 seconds. I think you spoiled this like 2 seconds before they said it. I think you spoiled it 2 seconds. Generic chain attack thing like Magnite does. Yeah, I know it's like a generic attack. Burning Chain was also in the vault. That is true, yeah. No, I'm just thinking, it's just like, did that, like, my thought process is more so, this tier, this came out in 6.01, right? Also, I'm typing up too tired to be trusted. You spoiled it by, like, 2 lines. You spoiled it by, like, 2 lines. And also, Elidibus already worked it out, so I was probably meant to work it out, too. I was probably meant to work it out, or, like, put 2 and 2 together. Slash timeout crafts 2 seconds. Yeah, you get timed out for as long as how long in advance you spoiled something. So you spoiled something 2 seconds in advance, you get timed out for 2 seconds. Again, Themis put it together, so I was probably meant to put it together, but I'm too busy thinking about the ARR fight. My thought process is more so, because in 6.01, this drops in 6.01, and they're just like, La Habrea is good at a lot of shit. One of his things is like binding magic. And that's like the one thing that Ericthonius has picked up. So my thought process is, because in 6.1, that's the Praetorium rework. And with that Praetorium rework, La Habrea is now a solo instanced fight at the end of ARR. Have they gone, we've now established a little bit of lore about La Habrea, let's in this solo instance. I've not done it. Maybe we should do it as part of 6.1. Maybe we should do that as part of 6.1. It did technically drop in 6.1. Maybe we should actually do the Ridditon, the new Ridditon solo fight and the new La Brea solo fight. They technically drop in 6.1, which is going to be soon for us, so we should probably do it then, as like part of a, hey, we're doing 6.1 content. But yeah, it just makes me wonder, is just like, have they redesigned it to be like, oh, we just established lore about La Brea with binding magic, let's put that into a solo fight. To just be like, hey, look, it connects. Because I don't know what old La Brea's mechanics were. I think he's yeah, that's kind of my thought process. It's just like, I was thinking, it's just like, when was the last time that I fought La Brea? Well, it was before 6.1 dropped. What was his mechanics? I think his mechanics were he got attacked and then he died because the damage values were so high that he died within 4 seconds. You did speak of Athena, Chief Keyword, before La Brea. She is your mother, yes? How astute. I can see now why you were chosen to lead this investigation. Yeah, see, yeah, Elidibus pieced it together. Elidibus pieced it together hearing is just like, you've been learning the magics of this place your entire life, your mentor was here, and she was the previous keyword, but it's probably your mom. So you are correct. La Brea was indeed fucking his boss. I feel like that just means that if you have a canon that Venara and Azim fuck, that just means that sleeping with your mentor slash boss slash your student slash your pupil slash your employee is just a thing that happens in ancient society a lot. So La Brea has a power imbalance thing. Interesting. You have the right of it. If it's the words of La Brea, wouldn't it be Athena sleeping with her boss? Well, because they said that Athena was the previous chief keyword of Pandemonium. Athena was the previous chief keyword, and then the new chief keyword is La Brea. So presumably La Brea was still working in Pandemonium before becoming the chief keyword, and the previous keyword would have been Athena. I assume he was keyword before getting appointed to La Brea. That also could happen. That also could, yeah. Because that would make sense because, like, to become a convocation member, you gotta be really high. Because also think about how Hermes is the chief overseer of Elpis before becoming Fandaniel. So that would make sense. The type of people who they would look to become convocation members are likely going to be running whatever they have anyways, because it's meant to be the best of the people of the star. So that's why they go for Hermes, because he's already the chief of Elpis. And then go to La Brea, like, back before he was La Brea, because he's the chief keyword of Pandemonium, kind of thing. That would make sense. You have the rights of it. Athena was my mother, and it was she who invited me to join her here. La Brea had nothing to do with it. Oh, so it's nepotism from the other direction. It's still nepotism, just not daddy issues. It's mommy issues. Got it. I see there is little love lost between you two. What I cannot see is why La Brea was appointed chief keyword when another was already in place. Was in place. My mother is no longer with us. Oh. Did she return to the star? Like, willingly? Or did she work here and get killed? And La Brea was all too eager to assume her responsibilities, with nary a moment spared to mourn her. What love do I owe him now when he offered not one drop of compassion then? Yes, I'm a woman. Yes, I engage in nepotism. Hashtag feminism. So how did Athena die? With the morning, because again, the whole thing of civilization here is that they return to the star when they choose to. But also, people can just be killed. And she was the chief keyword of fucked up science experiment hell dungeon. So, did something in Pandemonium kill her? And La Brea was just like, well, time to take my, I was about to say wife, but I'm just like, honestly, we don't even know. Death implies violent and or accident, yeah. I was about to say wife, but also the only thing that we don't actually know if La Brea and Athena were married. All that we know is that they had a kid. It could have been a one-night stand. Maybe it was a panda. The phrase is kind of an oxymoron, isn't it? Pandas moaning? They never have sex. Why would they be moaning? Ah, I see. She is no longer with us. An expression to convey the end of a life. I have known only the public face of La Brea. While he is lauded for his ability to maintain composure in the face of unnerving circumstances, I must admit that often he comes across as cold. Very different fucking La Brea to the one that we know. What if he hated his life? Hashtag patriarchy. Then as when she throws herself in front of Kratos to stop him from killing Zeus. This does look like a God of War PS2 level. Apologies, but can we speak of something else? Topic is an easy one for me to discuss. I like how everything that we're hearing about La Brea is like intentionally the exact opposite of the and from the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, the world shall tremble. Unleash Ultima! Brrr! I do appreciate that everything we're learning about La Brea is so deliberately juxtaposed to that. Light and corrupt buzzers looks like a Hades level. No, this looks like early 2000s gothic horror. So it has to look like a PS2. Hades is copying the level aesthetics of early 2000s PS2 games. It's like saying a new pixel art game comes out and going, "Oh my god, it looks like Shovel Knight." If anything is okay, yeah, you are. That is, yeah, you are correct on that one. The thing that this does aesthetically look the most like is actually Dante's Inferno. You are correct on that. Of course, there are more pressing matters at hand after all, namely how to deal with Hesperos. Can I suck his dick? How would I deal with him? Deal with him. We've yet to see other waters. Judging by what we know, we can surmise that Hesperos has confined them somewhere beyond our grasp. Don't cite the ancient text to me. And now that he's aware of our presence, he'll be preparing for our next encounter. We cannot expect to face him on equal footing. Quite the opposite, in fact. Every moment we spend chasing after creations is another moment Hesperos can contrive another advantage for himself. The wisest course would be to find him first and foremost. I'm okay beating him up. I'm sucking his dick. I don't care about the order, really. So that he's become one with the creations. Perhaps that means he is vulnerable to interment? Oh, hell yeah, lock him into time magic forever. He's a vampire. He's a vampire, and we're gonna freeze him into time magic. We're gonna walk up behind him after he's gotten a road roller, and we're gonna put our hand on his shoulder and tell him that we already stopped time and how it must feel like he's drowning. Yeah, let's go! In theory, that should be possible. However, is it enough merely to confine him after all he has done? I need to know why. I need to know what drove him to forsake everything he's worked for. Was it truly so that he could serve his master? To my mind, he's merely put La Brea's own work at risk and trade for some nebulous power. La Brea's chief keyword of pandemonium. How would throwing it into disarray win his favor? It doesn't make any sense. I share your curiosity. We must consider that our enemy has us at a disadvantage in every sense. What do you think? Should we seek to put him in fetters, or would it be too dangerous to allow him caught up? I know he claps lads every time he casts. If you found I can find him, I can always strike him down. I want answers too. Answers! Now that we've saved the world from the final days, they've started giving Minifist the really cutesy fist bump. I love it. Now that the end of the world... Well, to be fair, this story still might be about the end of the world. That was the whole thing with the crystal. The star lies in the balance of pandemonium. But, like, ever since we averted the final days, we've now started doing this. Daring as ever, I see. I know not which trials you have faced in your past, but to see you so certain is all the convincing I need. Very well. Let us try Ericthonios' plan. Thank you, Manifest. I believe I can shed some light on the nature of our foe. When Hesperos spoke with us, I noticed he bore the telltale fangs of the Bracholacas. Bracholacas. A beast which feeds off the aether of its prey. Likely that is the creation Hesperos merged his essence with. And we know all too well that he can change the environments around himself at will. The battle will not be an easy one, but I believe in our victory. I can see and hear the bats flying around us. Hey, do you like vampires? Because you're about to fight a fucking vampire. He's an actual vampire. Good God, I need it. Alright, how much are we ready to mine? How much are we ready to mine? We're going down to hell, basically. Asphodel Meadows was the Greek afterlife where regular people went, filled with asphodel, Delos flowers. But Hesperos possessed such a lust for power that he'd resort to this. Clearly I misjudged him. Nothing more to strike him down myself, but seeing you wipe that ugly grin off his face will taste just as sweet. He got himself a Hemetheos, claimed immortality. I know not how he discovered this dark art, but his actions do not bespeak a sound mind. Put it in party finder first. Let's put it in party finder first. Bracholacas were just Greek vampires, of course. Vampires have been pretty common in basically all of history. Raid Asphodel's the fourth circle. First time complete. First time completion. Going in mine. Going in mine. Let's beat up the stupid, sexy vampire. There we go. Go already. There we go. Midnight level science echo. There we go. And we're good. There we go. Is it there? Why is it hiding? God damn it. No, back to the mines. I don't remember those in the song. Stupid, sexy vampire. Anyone else online? There's a lot of people online. Who are some of these people? Who the fuck is PlayStation Premium? Some people have been changing. I swear to God, some people on my friends list have been changing their names, so I don't know who is who. Who the fuck is PlayStation Premium? Who are you? Who are you? I don't know who you are. Okay. Okay. Balti Evoy. I don't know who Balti Evoy. Oh no, I know who Balti Evoy is. I ran. My online friend list is in the party. Balti Evoy, I think I ran into them doing Chocobo racing. Perpetua Petra, I think they joined us for Extremes way in the past. Namona, Anemone. Oh yeah, another data set, so I can't do it. But okay, who's River Walt? Borrowing left the Golmore jungle in search of adventure. I don't know who you are. I don't know why you're on my friends list. And who's Tiffy Twisty? Go to bed. Who are these people? Say an enemy 3 times. No. No. Who are these people? I don't know. Who the fuck is half of my friends lists? Who the fuck are most of these people? You call out an FC chat. None of them will answer me. No, they're all doing things. No one in the FC outside of like doing maps once has ever joined in anything that I do here. I'll be honest, the FC is like really bad at joining in to do combat stuff. FC used to be super willing to join in for like roulettes for dailies to get experience. And now most of them have found stuff that isn't combat to do in the game, so most of them don't do combat a lot. There's like maybe a couple of people who are like actually in combat in like a thing. And everyone else is just doing whatever. Ba-bum-bum-bum. Come on, someone join us. Come on, someone join us. We'll be your friends. How long do we wait before we give up and just go in not mid-eye level? I really want to do a mid-eye level, but this is why having a delay today was a really bad idea. But I'm console last night, I couldn't really help myself. I'm just opening a blue sky now. Come on. We did this like for every tier of Eden and it worked. Every tier of Eden we were able to do this and it worked. But I also don't remember how long we were waiting for those. Some of those were like midweek streams. They were super later in the day though. I'm pretty sure, and it still worked. Do people not like Pandemonium Reds? People not like Pandemonium Reds? I'm gonna go on TikTok for a bit. Ready? Check me when need me. At some point, we'll have to give up and just try to and just a DF instead of PF it. At some point. At some point. People love Pandemonium, then why is no one joining? I'm selling my blue zircon bracelets. That blue zircon bracelet of vending, I'm pretty sure that came from like an MSQ or an Aether Quest like treasure coffer to gear you up. Why the fuck did it sell for 85,000? Why the fuck did that sell for 85,000 gil? No one's joining. Ba-da-ba-ba. Shadowy cooked. Do we give up? Do we give up? I'm thinking we might have to give up. I don't think it's gonna work. I'll try my best for the future raid ones to be earlier. Both so more people can actually join. And also so we get to floor 4. Or 8 or 12. Faster. I don't think it's gonna work. Hey! Holy shit, yo! Let's go! Hello! Hello, we got 2 joining at once. Let's go! Let's go! And we're full up on healers now. So now we just need 2 DPS. Hello! Fruit of red wine. Here we go here. Oh, hell yeah! Hell yeah! We've got Ilbud with us. Let's go. And we've got Hiljalund. Yo! It started! Yo, we got another bunny girl. Hello. Alright, one more. Flora Fluminaire. I can't look at party members. There we go. Adventurer Blade. Oh, hell yeah, an Aura. Orion. Not many of those amongst the people that we know. Flora Fluminare. Fluminare. Avid for science. Here's me with Minifest just being like, for Eosia, for Basia, for Doma, for Alamigo, for Atheros, and here's Flora for science. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, one more. Come on, we got 3 super rapidly there. We got 3 super rapid there. I guess this would also be an advantage of being able to like do stuff more on content. Like we won't have like we'll be close enough to mid-eye. You won't be at exactly mid-eye level, but like people won't be over geared at the very least. Like if we manage to do a raid tier within a week of it dropping, like people will still, if people have like geared extensively from the previous patch, we won't be going in mid-eye level, but people won't be going in over geared. So you don't have to worry. That'll also be an advantage in going there. I think my thought process is, like, for me, for times that I play, for me, patches drop on a Tuesday. Like, so for a major patch, it would be, major patch drops on a, oh, low battery. Let me change before we start then. Is that a major patch for me would drop on a Tuesday, well, every patch, because they all drop basically the same days. But a major patch would drop for me on a Tuesday. And then so for me on a Sunday is when I do the MSQ. And so we still get it week 1, so there's not like a ton of people who have like mastered the fights or like massively geared. I would probably do like a post-work stream the very next day on my Monday. Of, at bare minimum, it's the raid section of that stream. There might be, because again, once we're caught up, it might be like multiple streams going to like a sort of YouTube video kind of thing. So it might be a case of, we just do like a 3-4 hour stream as a post-work stream for the raid tier, and then maybe that weekend, and maybe that weekend it'll be a bigger, like, the rest of the patch thing, if it's big. But because that would mean it would obviously make it harder in terms of like getting enough people. Like how well will things fill up because I'm playing it later in the day. But it won't be like it won't be super late, and also it'll still be week 1. It'll still be week 1 of a new patch. So that's kind of my thought process is that. Because if I waited the normal amount of time, then it would be close to 2 weeks after a raid drops before we do any of it. No, way too much. Let me know. Talk to people in the party if it party fills. I'm gonna go to the bathroom while we wait. I'm realizing I need to go to the bathroom. I might as well do that now while we're literally waiting for the party to fill. I'll be back in a second. Hopefully it fills while I'm gone. And we're back! Because party recruitment. Hello! We're manifested. Hello! Averroll went big money, big money, big money, and then immediately got to join. Hell yeah, let's go. Alright, ready, check. We have a ready check. We're gonna fight the super sexy vampire. Oh no, is Pi not here? Pi, no! Pi! Gonna add him on Twitch chat. Add. There we go. There we go. Pi! See, Pi's usually here and always ready to do the fights, just, you know, isn't actively here because Pi so frequently has things on at the same time as these streams. I kind of want to just do this and see if you join. I might just do this and see if you join. Perpetrator of the chaos in us Fidelis revealed to be none other than Skiwood Hesperos, once known for his kindness to both warders and captives alike. He now appears before you as an amalgamation of mythic beast and man, a Emet-Selch. Drunk with devotion to Laha Prayer and dripping venom from Ericthonius. I should do that, yes. As well as his keeper may be too fearsome. May too be a fearsome creation. Bop, bop, there we go. Activate mine. There we go. I will do this and see what happens. Oh, good. I thought I turned on. No, okay, no echo. I guess no echoes on by default. I guess raids have no echo by default then? No, silence echo's still there, just enter the picture. Yeah, Pi is here. Pi is here. What's up, my vampire? I am a vampire. I want to suck your ether. Music 100. I have it up on my end. I'll turn it up on your ends. Spikes. But enough talk. How about you? Himitheos. Asperos. Oh, I'm hearing some vibes on here. Ooh, vocals! I heard the word pervert. Yo! I've awaited this moment. Witness the full measure of Hemitheos' power! Elegant evisceration. Yo, the music! There's but one master in us, Podemos! Oh, setting the scene. Electricity. He's also my name, Panax. Will the electricity explode? Oh, it's okay. So it's drawing electricity into the middle. Okay. Oh God, that is a real fucking proximity. Wow. Music is badass as hell. Oh, I fucked up the previous one apparently. Setting the scene. Water, that's gonna be a knockback with the Pinax, I imagine. Wild's guess that's a knockback. Hey! Dude hurts him in Hellskewer. Evil line AoE. Badass as hell. Animation. Tells pretty. Ooh, I don't have any big ones. Camouflage. Ow. You insist upon this folly, you must be. Oh shit. Okay. These don't actually hurt, right? No, they don't. No, okay, okay, so now you gotta like watch which one it goes first. Okay, lightning was a proximity. A real fucking proximity. Okay. Okay, now we have poison? I'm gonna assume a okay, spread. Okay, yeah, acid poison. And then we're gonna have a knockback. I've drifted blasting some Hellskewer. I can go in with 3 cartridges on one man first. That I can do. Blood drink. He's got vampire shit, yo! Balone coils, your ether turns, and my child let me undone! Oh no, okay, so no, okay, don't wait. Oh, no one is over here. Okay, I was about to say it's Halicarnassus. It's the opposite of Halicarnassus. Don't have a tank in there. Don't have a healer. Okay. Decolation. I assume blood references are going to be abound here. Scurry vermin, and my blade finds your belly. So. Easterly shifts. Okay. I'm seeing a star. Oh, okay. Okay, so you go there and the east is which way you face after. Okay. This comes with no mere affectation, I assure you. So now he does a shot. Oh, I'm going to shoot. Oh, it's a knockback. Okay. So cloud. Okay, so yeah. See, easily shift over here. Okay. Okay. Because he's also holds up like he was holding up the cloak in different directions. Blood Drake. So brutal as one of those. Millennium bursts. Oh. Oh god! Fucking. I immediately took one that wasn't for tanks. Oh god, I'll get that. I just went to one that was there and then immediately was like, oh, it's all for tanks. I'm like, okay, well, I'm dead. A random base using it first. Have something now? we now have a lava one. So what's the order? Prize all the blood droid because they hurt like shit. Which is fine, excellent. Spread markers! Spread market for acid. I apologize for how bad I'm getting near the middle. And then just hell skills. Hurting like hell. Oh shit, we're about to do one. Not back. I missed the Pinax. Oh, okay, also don't step through the middles. Okay. Is the stack the final? Yes, it is. And then proximities. Oh, fucking Christ. Oh, the proximities. That is the most real proximity I've seen in this entire game. That is wild as shit. That is absolutely nutty. All right. Speculation. Fire tank is completely thrown off anyways. Blood Drake! This music fucking slaps so hard. Blender bursts. Watch for ones that aren't that. Oh! Oh, they all tether! They tether to the. Oh! Oh, that's a really fun mechanic. That's a really fun mechanic. That's such a fun mechanic. They tether to the person they can't hear, and then you gotta like roll to it. That's cool. So everyone has to like take someone else's, and you can't take certain people's. That's really fun. Holy shit. Yeah, this fight fucking slaps. This fight fucking slaps. The differences between the scenes, the fact that all the scenes, like, you can kind of work out what they're going to be based on the element. It's not like pure memorization. Having to see which order they're going in with the combination of, like, the shifts of the transformations. This is a really fun raid. This is a really fun one. That's definitely up there. Bat out of hell! I'll be going when the morning comes. Hell yeah. Oh, down. I need his Phoenix so bad. I think that's pretty high up there just for like raids in this game so far. That one's really fun. There's just a lot of mechanics there that are just like really fun to like, again, fun to put together and just like mentally work out what's going on. What's our unique thing that we get? Nosferatu? Nothing in the gentleman Liam. Perhaps bloodthirsty. Hey, I got a Nosferatu. I don't need those. I got a... Wait, actually, wait. I didn't talk to them. I didn't talk to them. Really need to seal him away. Eric? Oh! Oh! Of course, it's those Feratus. Sparrows. Why? Yeah, incredible fight. Absolutely incredible fight. I died once because those are some of those proximity AoEs. I feel like the only proximity AoEs that I've seen that are more real is fucking Red Shocktober. Those proximity AoEs are absolutely comparable. Also, if you take too many orbs, you get incurable doom. Oh, so it really has to be everyone in the party kind of changes over. Okay. I took 2 at one point, and I think I was fine. But so you really do need the entire party to handle that mechanic together. Okay. That's a lot of incredibly fun mechanics. Again, that's more so what I look for in fights in this game. It's easier to make a mechanic more fun, the harder it is, up to a certain level of difficulty. But even if it's not the hardest thing in the world, what I care about most for a fight is just that it's fun. Like, even if a mechanic's not the hardest thing to solve, if the process of solving it or the process of mentally working out how to solve it is fun in the moment, even if it's not hard to do, even if, like, you've seen it a number of times, as long as it's fun to do, I don't care. And that's what, like, 3 out of 4 of these fights in this tier are. Eric Thonius at the beginning is really easy. But I also now, because of, like, the way that Hesperos is talking to him, and because of the way that Eric Thonius, like, doesn't have the aptitude that his father does for magics and everything, I'm now legitimately wondering if the Eric Thonius fight is meant to be easy, because the whole point is that he's not strong. I don't know if, like, when you have a limited number of raids that you're introducing, whether spending one of those fights in a tier on we made it easy as a joke, because this character's meant to suck in combat, is worth it. But that might actually be the reason. He has he only has 2 mechanics. He has literally 2 mechanics. And those 2 mechanics are half room cleave on the side that he very obviously telegraphs, and be careful of, like, don't step on the color that he's glowing. Considering what a steep difficulty curve is 1 from 2. Yeah, I did the first one and I was worried. I'm just like, is this going to be an, like, Endwalker dungeon boss situation of all of these fights are pretty simple? And no. None of them are brutally hard, but, like, again, all of them, like, 2, 3, and 4, none of them are like, holy shit, this is the hardest thing I've done on, like, even a first attempt. But all of them are fun to do, even if they aren't the hardest things, and that's what I care about. Coincidentally, P1 was the best way to farm tomes for a while. Now, Themis, will you end this here? Look up Boss Man in the time magic. Fools. I will not be put in chains! I mean, Elidibus was able to break the chains because he knew how to do the magic. I'm not surprised it goes the other way around. To think that I would fall before one such as you. Perhaps I should have treated you as more than a mere nuisance. Sorry, I completely forgot. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'll fix it. Despite your victory, you shall never have the knowledge you seek. The secrets of my transformation, the secrets of my deception. They shall return to the star with me! Uh-oh. You are wasting your breath, Hesperos. We have the upper hand now, surely you can see that. Yes, my repertoire is not exhausted yet, however. Although I have failed, my end shall be on my terms. I remain loyal to my very best. Come what may, I die with dignity. No, you're so sexy! Don't kill yourself! No! A complete and utter waste of boy pussy! No! How did your ambition lead you so astray, Hesperos? You were better than that. Your star shone more brightly than any other in Pandemonium. You had La Habrea's respect, his trust. What did you seek? You would forsake all that and sully your legacy besides. He became so blinded by his own desires that he lost sight of his duty. In the end, he lost everything, and his plans lie in tatters. I failed to see any dignity in that. Even so, I would have liked to know why he chose this path. Hesperos' infatuation with your father was his undoing. Perhaps he was jealous that fate had chosen you and not him to be La Habrea's son. So terrible did this jealousy become that he sought for potent power that La Habrea would be unable to ignore. No, I think it's just the fact that La Habrea is like, fuck the woman, is confirmed, like, maybe not into dudes. And Hesperos is just like, well, I can't fuck him unless I get more powerful. And then he'll have to fuck me, even if he's not in the dudes. How does the pursuit for respect warms one's heart so? How does infatuation with one person turn into contempt for everyone else? Never heard of such a thing. It happens, but it doesn't mean it's right. I like how it's just like based on so many characters that we've seen. It's just like, hey, I wonder if this is calling back other characters that were around La Habrea, like Livia and Riderton back in ARR. That's why they were in the Aisha scope. Still awaits for them to be the boss fights and that. Doesn't fix it, but still. I see. I mean, I cannot but find it vexing. Perhaps that signifies naught but my own capacity for bitterness. I don't understand what it is to have a beacon to follow in dark times. A person you trust to guide you true. How is it to desperately wish their light would fall upon you again? Eric Thonius, I think what we need more than anything in terms of like trying to fix Pandemonium is get you some fucking therapy, my guy. But we have spent enough time assuming the intentions of the departed. There are the living to consider. Let's find the other waters and round up the remaining creations forthwith. Of that, at least, we can be certain. I believe I can be of help in that matter. The influence of Hesperos' magic is fading throughout Asphodelos. Now is the perfect opportunity to seize control of the facilities and restore things to their original state. Seize control? Can you really do that? Well, yeah. He saw Hesperos do it, which means he now can. This is Elidibus we're talking about. What is this presence? Arcthonios. What lies beyond that threshold? That's the passage which connects Asphodelos to Abyssos. Why? Be on your guard, you two. Now that Asphodelos is free of obstructions, I can more easily sense disturbance in the lower levels. Something stirs in Abyssos. It's not just Asperos. It's not just Asperos. A warning sigil? How? Let us return to the gates for now. Which are to a prize situation from there. Needless to say, our investigation is far from over. Trying to wonder, like, is La Habrea already insane? Or are all of these people, like, doing this for La Habrea, and La Habrea is like, no. But maybe seeing all of these people do this stuff in the name of La Habrea, and he doesn't want them to do that, is part of what, like, sends him down the path of this is why he goes insane in the future. You see, Eric, we have 3 more patches to go through. Just when I thought how work to be done. Did this tragedy unfold all throughout Pandemonium? How many, like, levels of Pandemonium exist? Does it happen to be 3? On God, I'm not gonna try to write his full name. Eric Thernios. Eric Thernios. Erect Boner. Can't think of anything funny for the last part of that. Dross. There we go. His full name to me is Eureka Jane. Oh, Erica Jane. Although we have defeated Hesperos, it appears we have but scratched the surface of Pandemonium's troubles. My head is still swimming with questions. Could this mean that Hesperos wasn't actually behind this? It is a stark possibility. The root of this crisis may lie somewhere much deeper than even Abyssos. When we first encountered you said the memories of your escape were vague and your senses were muddled. I believe this is more than the result of a panicked mind. You were made to feel this way by a powerful magical influence. It is possible the same magic could have poisoned Hesperos' heart, twisting his affection for La Habrea into a burning obsession. Then, in his altered state, he was made an offer of power he could not refuse. So Eric Thernios thinks he's, like, weak and bad, so therefore the magic makes him just be like, I'm going to run away because I can't do anything. Whereas for Hesperos, it's like, I love La Habrea too. I need La Habrea's cock in me right now. Ah! Understandable. That's a joke for me and me alone. I thought you were just making up names again. Like you called someone earlier Barbara or something. Wait. Are you suggesting that someone else turned Hesperos into that thing? If so, it stands to reason that they wouldn't stop at him. Indeed. A mysterious mastermind does not lack for subjects for his experiments. Former potential hemathier. If we're saying this true, they're my colleagues. They're doomed to share the same fate as Hesperos. No, Beverly Hills. Do not lose heart yet, Eric Thernios. Hesperos challenged us alone, and that tells me that the process of creation was a long and taxing one. If he was the first Hemathios, then the rest of the waters are likely still alive. However, much as I'd like to hasten deeper into Pandemonium, the way forward is sealed off. We must focus our efforts on finding a way through. With creation still having free reign of Asphodelos, that won't be easy. On the contrary, Hayats retain control of these circles, and thus can wield interment magic within their halls as well, at will. The creatures will pose no threat to us. Just like that? Now someone else from returning order to Asphodelos. Just so. I require your expertise to keep the peace after the subjects have been returned to their confinement, however. You are Asphodelos' sole remaining warder, after all. Truth be told, I didn't expect this investigation to become so involved. Of course, I'll have to resolve matters here without resorting to outside help, but... Do you mean to send a report to La Habrea? At this point, it's hard to say if we can even trust La Habrea. What if La Habrea is partially responsible for this? It's the reason that Vanar didn't go to the convocation for the final day shit, because of fucking Fandania. Tis too soon to say. Let us first find a way into Abyssos. It would be best to withhold our judgment until we've ascertained the whereabouts of the other warders and the identity of the party responsible for their disappearance. Agreed. Even so, if it means saving even a single life within Pandemonium, then I'm not above asking La Habrea for help. Should it come to that. Recent discoveries certainly paint Esperos' actions in a new light. The number of unknown elements in this investigation grows, and we must proceed forward with the utmost caution. To that end, Ericthonius and I shall remain here for the time being. Much as I enjoy your company, I do not believe I shall be needing protection so long as we remain in Asphodelos. Okay. You should take the time to rest. Surely you are weary, and there may be more battles ahead of us. Themis' burden may grow heavier in your absence, but he's shown that he's more than capable to bear it. Still, I'd up wherever so I'm able. All we've achieved so far has been thanks to you two, and I mean to repay the debt I owe. I don't know what use I can be outside of placating the creatures, but I'll find a way. Nonsense, you owe us nothing. It was thanks to your knowledge of the magics which govern this place that we were able to come this far. Otherwise, we'd likely succumb to the Hippocampus' assault. Each of us has arrived at this dire pass by separate paths, but it's only by combining our respective expertise that we'll reach the end of it and see Pandemonium saved. It is so nice to like, because we have Emmett, right? We have Emmett before, you know, 1,000 lives. And he's still a surly bitch, and he's still a constant complainer. But he is someone who does care about trying to, like, make things better and stuff like that. It's just, you know, he still bitches about everything. And it's very easy to see how he becomes who he does. The Elidibus that we know in the future is so warped because of the whole primal Heart of Zodiac thing, that the Elidibus that we know in the future, it's a lot easier to understand why that is so different to the Elidibus that we know here. Because this Elidibus here rules. I guess this, because of the... Like, because for Emmett, they're obviously different because, you know, the Emmett in the Unsundered world isn't like, I want to commit several genocides, ah! But you can very much see it's like how he becomes one, goes from one to the other. The main thing with them is that, like, with them, as you can see, in terms of becoming Elidibus and being the Elidibus that we know in the future, is commitment to duty. That's the main thing. Every single time Elidibus starts talking about how we're going to deal with plans here and how we're going to solve stuff here, it's always in regards to how does he do his duty kind of stuff. So there is always that. I love how so far the only engines are met either in Little Potato Sacks or Cunty Vampire Supreme. Thank you, Thomas. Sparrow's words seem to affect me more than I realized. Together we'll come this far, and together we'll reach the end. Pre-final days Elidibus seemed pretty chill given the convocation didn't much strife, just hanging out with his friends. Yeah. Yeah, he's hanging out with the convocation, he's a neutral party for it, but like that neutral party isn't like the people of the star divided. At fleeting moments, but not this time. Not this time. I have no doubts we will. Even so, let us allow manifest harvest. Besides, you have someone awaiting a report on your progress, yes? I dare say your story will be much more than they ever imagined. You think I'm reporting to Azza? No, I'm reporting to Claudian. Elidibus did essentially lose his personality to Zodiac. Well, he lost his personality to Zodiac, and then he lost his personality to the people who then worship Zodiac. In terms of the overwhelming concept of salvation. Ah, so you don't serve the convocation. Suppose I need to worry about you going behind our backs to curry favor with La Habroya. My friend would be very curious to hear what had occurred here. I fear that I left pandemonium. The walls protecting would quickly deteriorate. I shows I'm understanding some of my duties in the meantime. Causing several consecutive apocalypses will also change a person, yeah. Wrong way. Wrong way, I'm going this way. Not what I was expecting the raid tier to be here, I'm gonna be quite honest. I wasn't expecting, like, the raid for Endwalker to be giant evil Castlevania castle filled with spooky monsters and scary monsters and spooky crate, whatever. Bowie reference. But it's awesome. But it's awesome. No, we're going to Azim. Just gonna talk to yourself for a bit. Song is called Hymns Ventilianis. Hicks Ventilianis, by the way. That's Latin. Something lions. But I don't know what Hicks Vent is in Latin. Shockingly, I can't speak Latin. Here be lions. Okay. I should be able to work that out because I'm pretty sure here be dragons is also sometimes written in Latin for that. I probably should know work that out. Leonis, I'm just like, this is Latin and lion is probably Leonis because Lear. Oh, he be lions is in lyrics. Was that part of the chorus? I also heard the word pervert at some point. Oh, by the way, hey, the right ticket! He-Be Dragons, what they wrote at the edge of no maps, I believe. Yeah, that's what they write He-Be Dragons at the edge of no maps. It's just, I feel like I've seen He-Be Dragons written in Latin, so it's like Hicks Ven, whatever Latin is for dragons. I think I've seen that before in something. Surprisingly horny song. You say surprising as if it's not a song about a vampire. The horniest of all monsters. Rusano! First according inside me with the Cron, the Aetheros Signatures each and Crystalline Raising also orders. As well as this, I'm on to begin such an enormous and monumental assignment. Hicks Ven Draconis. So I feel like I've seen that. Hicks Ven Draconis. I feel like I've seen that. At the Professor's behest, we have kept reports on recent events in Vegas we can manage. And we should do otherwise. Not much of note has transpired here as of late. Oh, right. Right, sorry, I don't need to be dressed in Elpis gear anymore, do I? Sorry, I'm back in the present. I need to be in Elpis gear. Welcome, Manifest. Back from the past and the worst for wear, I see. So what'd you find? Oh dear God, so much. Once again, I have gone on to the past and I have to come back and explain a lot of details. I don't have to tell him that I fucked someone this time, but that's only because he killed himself before I had the chance. So there is evil afoot in Pandemonium, an already ominous place. I must say, mythic beasts and missing waters, truly we are fortunate to see you return to us in one piece. It appears the voice manifest heard from the crystal spoke the truth. As for who left it behind and why, those are yet questions to be answered. Indeed, it could be someone who lived among the ancients, or it could be someone trying to avert tragedy from the future. Much remains shrouded in mystery. Yet, ill by ill we shall unveil that mystery. With the help of Manifest, of course. By her actions was the fabric of the past reshaped, yet she returns to us the same present she left. That should only mean one thing. That her intervention in Pandemonium's crisis is but one of the countless building blocks of history upon which our present has been built. No, that's not how time travel works! I could change the past and come back, and I'd come back to the same one because I could just create an alternate timeline. It's so consistent in this world that no one knows what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to time travel. People are consistently wrong about it, and I love it. As every character in this game says, time travel should work this way, and every instance of time travel that exists in the game says, no, shut the fuck up. Oh, 8th Emerald Calamity timeline thinks they're going to be erased from existence when they send Graha back. No! What are you talking about? You hear that? That's me ignoring the time travel. Well, is this? It's the thing that I think it's why time travel is, like, so fine in 14. Because Final Fantasy XIV doesn't bog itself down with, but what about the paradoxes of time travel? It never does that. Final Fantasy XIV's version of time travel is, well, what is time travel in this world? Is it always a closed loop? Can you create divergent timelines? Can you change the history of one timeline and change it into something else? And the answer is, it depends on what you do. It depends on how you do it. Any of those are possible. It just, you know, it depends on how you do it. Like, is time travel always guaranteed to be a perfect, a closed loop? No. Aetherable timeline. Is it possible to go back in time and change the outcome of a timeline by altering events? Yes. Aetherable timeline. into our current one that averts it. Okay, so that means that closed loops don't exist. No, closed loops do exist. That's us with Elpis the first time. That's us with Alexander at all. They are yes-anding time travel. It's why it works so well. You don't have to get bogged down by, like, the plot holes or the paradoxes or how does this work? Because the result is always just, yeah, it depends on what you do. The result of time travel is dependent on what you did during that time travel and how events played out. There is no set in stone form of how time travel has to work. So it doesn't create any paradoxes or anything like that because it only depends on what happens during the time travel. It's awesome. It's awesome. It makes me really wonder why more, like, so much media that has time travel is always grappling with the question of how do we avoid our time travel paradoxes? How do we over-explain things in our lore to avoid the time travel paradoxes? How do we make it so that the time travel makes sense and everything like that? Take the Final Fantasy XIV approach. Whatever happens is what fucking happens. There is no set in stone, like, rules to it. Just, it depends on what you do, like everything else. It's so good. It's the best. I've never seen media handle time travel this effectively by just saying, shut up, stop trying to, like, pigeonhole a certain form of time travel on this world. It depends on your actions. Dig in, pull back the skin, see what's inside you, the sickness that drives you, beating black demoniac. Hot, sexy, and evil. Also the only song to have bread deep as a lyric. I heard, I think, perverted and evil. Manifest shocked, because that's not how time travel works. I mean, like, this is a closed loop. I would like to say that this is a closed loop. We know that what we're dealing with right now with Pandemonium is a closed loop. It is. Because Elidibus saw us. Elidibus remembers seeing us. Elidibus, like, the whole reason we go to Elpis in the first place is because Elidibus remembered us, seeing us there. So this is a closed loop. What we're about to do is a closed loop. It is. It doesn't have to be. Every time we've gone to Elpis, it happens to be a closed loop, but that's not because time travel is required to be one. It's just because, like, because even Elidibus, like, when he sends us onto the past, is just like, you can't change the past. Not because it's impossible to change the past, but because even if you do change the past, the time travel will bring you back to this timeline, regardless of whether you do it. If you change the past, it may not result in the same present that you have, so what you learn from it may not be useful, so it may not be advantageous to do it anyways. But yeah. This raid came right out before the Great Twitter Gentrification and subsequent Blue Sky Exodus, because a lot of the memes and art for it are now lost media. Yeah, it sucks, yeah. One of those things where it's really hard to find a lot of, like, good shit that was back on Twitter. Because even though, like, yeah, Twitter exists, there's a lot of people who, understandably so, like, nuked their entire accounts when they went to Blue Sky. I can understand why, because, you know, there are things where you can just, like, hey, search up someone's entire profile on Twitter and dox them, or, hey, everything they've ever posted, like, use it for AI training. So I totally get why people do it. I just, you know, it sucks. There's no telling what consequences would arise if we stopped pursuing this matter now. Whatever plots unraveling within Pandemonium, we must not let it reach its conclusion. While those creatures should escape, what ripples would carry forth to the future? The Mire carved upon the world of the ancients, and their despair will leave an indelible mark upon history's pages. that despair would only feed the terrible beast that arose during the final days. The first final days already had a drastic effect on the eons that followed. If the scars it left were made even deeper, then we risk losing our present entirely. That won't happen, but also no one has any proof that it doesn't. The thing is, changing the past, unraveling a future timeline, is not how time travel works in this universe. It's been explicitly established that's not how it works. However, because of the very nature of it, no one's been able to actually know that. The only people who are aware that changing the past doesn't alter the present is the people who are still in the 8th Umbral timeline. And for obvious reasons, they can't tell us they still exist. So this is like, I understand why they think this. Every character has thought this. Graha thought this when he was like going to avert it. Urianger was just like, you're aware that you're going to disappear when that happens, right? Like, the only evidence that we have of changing timelines doesn't change, like, existence of the future, it just creates a new timeline, is the fact that Graha's still around us. And that can be explained by, well, Graha was the thing that changed time in the first place, so maybe he grounded himself into this timeline, or his own personal timeline, so he doesn't get erased, because he was the thing that went back anyway. So, does that apply to everything else, because he was the one who traveled? Like, we know that what he's saying is wrong, definitively in-universe lore-wise, but it is also, in-universe, they have no way of knowing this and confirming it. So it's like, it's a legitimate worry that they would have. Like, it isn't, this isn't what would happen, but it's a legitimate worry that it's understandable why in-universe they would have this worry. Whereas the idea of, like, closed loops is how time travel always works. We've definitively already proven that's wrong because Shadowbringers happens and, you know, we were there for it. Whatever the cost, our connection with the future of Elpis must be preserved. I know I've asked much of you already, but can I count on you to continue your work in Pandemonium? Of course. Your tireless efforts are much appreciated. If it is all we can do to ease your burden, you need only say the word. Speaking of which, why return the crystal into our keeping? While we cannot accompany you to the past, perhaps something can be gained by researching it further. Yeah, now that I'm not going to, like, where it came from, you can, like, research it. Chances as splendid is the day we met. We shall begin work right away, but I cannot promise any meaningful results for some time. And as matters in Elpis seem to be in a similar state, I must ask that you rest. I mean, my immediate assumption is that this crystal was put into the Ethereal Sea by Elidibus himself. My immediate guess, in terms of what would make sense, is that this crystal was put into the Ethereal Sea by Elidibus. He's the one who did it. I base that on the fact that there's not a ton of people who are aware of Pandemonium. It looks like a convocation crystal, and he was... I mean, it's a memory crystal. Memory crystals in general look like that, it seems. And the convocation ones have the stars on them. But maybe that's why it doesn't have the stars on it, because he's doing this under the premise of the guise of Themis, not Elidibus. But also it's the fact that, like, holding out the crystal interacted with the portal that Elidibus himself powered, and, like, reopened it. But before that, allow me to make an introduction. So research moves into its critical stage. I found it only suitable to recruit another assistant. Mylene is an expert in armaments from throughout history, be they from far-flung past or made into the most modern forges. Should you find aught of interest in your adventures, bring it in and she'll be glad to offer her services. This is how we get our red gear. And let's find out what happened, eventually. This is our vendor, by the way, because there's not one in the past. When I have researchers in numerous fields, I would love to get their hands on artifacts from bygone eras. I would give you goods in return that should aid you in your trials. Furthermore, if you wish to peruse the records of events you have reported here, then Gigi has been taking faithful and thorough notes. She is at your complete disposal. Yeah. Yeah. I sense all the mud upon something monumental. Something that was worth all else I've accomplished in my many years of research. I can think of no greater honor, nor reassurance. How long for monster exit your system? I want the terrorists to come up after my sleep. For me, a couple hours. There's also something else that I'm thinking. There is also another thought process that I have. But it's one that I don't like, so I'm not engaging with it. I also do have another theory about something in this storyline. Based on characters that I'm looking at on the screen right now. It's just, if that's true, I don't like the reasoning for it, so therefore I don't want to pretend it's real. Don't worry, I am thinking it. I just think it's silly if that's the case. It's already something I've bitched about. Thinking what? In terms of a possible connection between characters in the past and the present of this storyline. Because of visual similarities. A reasoning that is stupid. A reasoning that is stupid. Because it doesn't make sense that people in the past should look like people in the present in that regard. People already do that with their Asm thing because of the whole line of Hythlodaeus and Emmet saying it looks strikingly similar to Asm, but that's because they're talking about the soul, because they are the best at seeing soul, and at that point that's the only way they can discern you, and also literally no one else recognizes you looking like Asm face-wise, especially people who absolutely should recognize what Asm's face looks like, aka Vanar, or even Emmet himself. So if this is the explanation, to be fair, they could turn around and give it a bigger, important explanation. Maybe this guy looks similar to him as well for more specific reasons. They could do that, or they could just say no. And it's just like, yeah, it doesn't really make sense, but we don't know how better to show it, so we're just going to use the visual similarity shortcut, even though lore-wise that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that they should look visually similar. But we're going to use that as our shortcut to get across that point, because we don't know how to do it better. We shall not rest until we unlock the mysteries of this crystal. And you'll be first to know when we do. Because, like, biology still exists, is the thing. Biology still exists, and also Ardbird exists. Clearly, the best one to get is, spell speed. Like, Arbor exists. No, they don't have to look similar. Tenzan exists. No, they don't have to look similar. Shush. Rusanao! Oh, you're a triple triad. Oh, you're always here, aren't you? I think... Are you always here? It's saying triple triad, but, like, I guess I've already fought him? Where's my triple triad NPC list? Rusanow's on the list. Oh, okay. Okay. He is a triple triad, yeah. Okay, so they, I've literally never checked this in advance, but it's like, yes, he is triple triad, but you have to wait until you beat the entire raid series, yeah. I've never actually seen this before of it says, by the way, this person does become triple triad, but finish the storyline. For a Mountain Sort through. Mountain says the game once my work is concluded. I've never seen that. Okay. Okay. Because I might say, surely he'd only unlock once we do everything. Because I can see him on the list. Rusanow's there. And it says 6.4, aka the final tier. Oh, the final frontier. Space. Manifest! Allow me to thank you personally for your contribution to our research. Your stories of the ancient traditions have planted the seeds of a great many theories, and I cannot wait for them to flourish. Recent tales of Asphodelos. Overcount. I assume this looks savage. Who wants to do savage with me? Who wants to unsync a savage real quick? I think that's definitely going to be possible. Professor Colony has asked me to write detailed records of your investigations. I don't mind saying for a while. Also, you tell me more of your adventures into the past. When did I start with that mysterious crystal, seemingly containing a message declaring crisis in this pandemonium? Of course, Professor Claudian will eventually make a report, but we're deficient on concrete facts at present. And I suppose a comprehensive catalogue of beasts you encountered in the Asphodelos circles will be a fine starting point. Yes, I require every gory detail, every hair raising description. Errors now. MGG, I brought the volumes you asked for, but you guys certain will need just this just to research the crystals. Some of these, habitats of aquatic life forms and myths of folklore of the phoenix, for example, seem to have little bearing on the subject. In fact, many of these terms seem to relate to the creatures of pandemonium Minethus spoke of. Surely we have better things to do with our time? One of us already encountered and subdued them, so what use could further insight offer? On the contrary, Roos, and now we understand, and our duty as academics, not to take every opportunity to learn more of these subjects. To view the creatures of bygone times through the lens of modern science is a dream so few have a chance to achieve. Well, of course, I don't have any personal interest in the matter. As I thought. Well, there are enough relevant volumes for me to fulfill your request this once. If you wish to set your appetite for knowledge again, might you do so on your own time? Turn off the console, I've taken the melatonin. Alrighty! It'll be fine, we can totally do this. What fight do you need to do? Please tell me it's Ericthonius. What fight? It's not gonna be. What fight do you need to do to get pants? What fight is pants? I'm assuming pants isn't gonna be first tier. And I'm assuming it won't be last tier, because last tier is body and weapon. It's Phoenix. I don't know what the savage mechanics are, so it doesn't actually help. P3S is pants. Pants! I need pants. I don't think I need any other raid gear from any of these, but I want my pants. I want pants for this for Scholar. Shall we proceed? Tell me everything you remember, and please spend on a single detail. I don't easily frighten you, maybe I should. That's how your battle with this transformed water, Ericthonius, was it? So I would just like to hear of the keyword and the nature of his metamorphosis. Okay. So Ericthonius, he had a tell of he's gonna spin his chain on one side, and that told you that it was a half room cleave. This is the extent of the Ericthonius mechanics. Good. Thank you for this priceless information. Well, I'm disappointed I couldn't behold your foes with my own eyes. The stories are giving me more than enough to write sufficiently thorough descriptions. Perhaps to show some good basic theories concerning the growth and behavior of these creatures. But to give out a little catalog some flavor, wouldn't you agree? It's one of the things I love about this game. Sometimes it's a little silly. Sometimes it gets a little silly. But I feel like enough of the time they explain it away well that, like, I appreciate it. Everything needs a canon explanation, including why do savage fights exist. Savage fights aren't canon, but there needs to be some explanation of how do you even do them. And the idea is you imagine them after some particular recounting of them made them sound more ridiculous than what they actually were. We can start with, have it! Aquatic life forms in our time have been observed to grow in size that are always magnitude larger than their larval forms. In fact, it may not be so preposterous to posit that the hippocampus you encountered was merely the larval form of such a much more massive, and dare I say, horrific entity. Now, don't look at me like I'm some mad magus. Breakthroughs have been precipitated even by even wilder theories than that. As Professor always says, mustn't let logic stand in the way of brilliance. Until proven one way or another, every hypothesis is a valid one. There's something quite like the ambrosia of inspiration. Are we making records or creating fairy tales? You don't even know the life cycle of when these things were. As long as I make a note in the margins of my records indicating that a theory is unproven, we can let our imaginations run wild. Science. Yes, I said our. You needn't be a research to have an idea that it will leave its mark for generations. Refers to duality and discord. I mean... Inside you, there are two wolves. One is sexily tying up Hesperos with chains around his neck. The other is Hesperos dying in a glue trap. Oh grim. Oh grim. I feel like half of the time that I see someone posting an amazing tweet or blue sky post for Final Fantasy XIV, I swear half of the time it's grim. I swear it's grim half of the time. Grim talented at being very funny. And I also see Circle Pit now has kicks from Leonis. Themis and Eric. Awesome jail, great job. I'll leave in a moment after posting the worst thing known to man for 3 AM reasons. Fucking... You calling him Eric is actually some of the game is doing too with awesome jail, great job. Fucking hell. Koji! Koji! Don't point out that I think Koji was lead localizer for this. SpongeBob, stop playing. Oh. Sorry. Oh. SpongeBob, me boy! Stop playing with me, pussy lips, or you're fired! There you go. There you go. You get the impression as well. You get the impression as well. So reservation creation is a plant seeds to grow theories and we can't wait for them to flourish. Alright, okay, what? Firecrafts. Cursed as hell. What are we going for? What? Do I need to be a tank? Do I need to be a tank to be able to take a lot of hits? Or is it better for me to just go full on, what can I dish out the most damage with as fast as I can? Yes, Ninja's my highest eye level. No, I'm going to be able to dish out damage with that as fast as other things. I dish out damage faster with, like, Reaper or a slightly lower eye level Viper. I don't think Viper's actually massive burst. It has a burst, but it doesn't have any, like, buffs for its burst. I'm just gonna go Reaper, we'll see what happens. I got summon us like a brain off burst. That is reasonable. What if we both? Oh, I'll go Reaper. I was about to say, what if we both go summon it, and then I realized that they have they both have a party buff, but they don't actually affect each other. Like, you can't stack them. I don't think you can. I don't think you can stack party buffs if they're the same job. I haven't done this before, so it'll be fun. Let's see how it goes. There we go. There we go. Unsync. Alright, so let's just see our damage output as 2 people. This isn't gonna be good damage because I'm pretty sure even in Shadowbringers we needed like 3 people. This may be something that is just not really feasible without like a full party. This may not be feasible without most of a party, but we'll see how it goes. But we'll see how it goes anyways. Yeah, buff summons seems like have the same name. Time weapon for me out of 5 summoners, and we had to do it in sequence. To be fair, I'm pretty sure, like, I'm now thinking about it, it's like my party buff as a Reaper is like a 3% buff. As a summoner, I'm pretty sure you get a 20%. I just have intro. Let's see how fast we die. How many mechanics do we need to do? Again, this might be something I don't do on stream and I just get the pants at some point. Just give him cutscene, you can't stop me. This isn't the real fight. So I'm gonna jump in. And then I gotta do this. I might as well do that. Actually, do Arcane Circle first, because then I can get to Entrad faster. Alright, ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Bam! Oh, shouldn't off that shit. So probably not possible with 2. Probably not possible with 2. Did I die because that was a tank mechanic or did I fail the mechanic? Because you lived, but you'd have higher eye level than I do. You have more health. I'm curious. Oh, fuck. I fucked that up already. I don't even want to play it. Yeah, that feels like a tank mechanic. That feels like it's meant to be a tank mechanic. Because that is just killing. It's just, yeah, that feels like it's gonna target tanks. Okay, but what if I go tank then? What if I go tank? Again, I'm not like fully geared out. Like I have some Neo Kingdom. Like I'm like half of my gear is still like freaking actual level 90 gear. This might be a thing where I just try to PF it at some point, just being like, I want a lot of people to help me get a pair of pants. I'm glad I don't need much beyond this. I just want one pair of pants. All right, let's see how this goes instead. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, do a thing. Scorch, exaltation. Yeah, that's a huge difference. That feels like it targets tanks. That feels like it targets tanks then, because I just like completely no-sold it. Left Cinderwing. You also hit me with the damage down, but again, dodgeable damage down? Darkened Fire. So will you target me with the thing? Yeah, okay. That was a mechanic that I failed. So that was a mechanic that I failed. Okay. Yeah, there was a mechanic that I failed there. I'm gonna have a quick Google. I'm having a quick Google. I'm having a quick Google. Because that was very much like, yeah. Yeah, Heart of Condemnation, yeah, it's straight up it's saying it's tank busters. That's like actual tank busters. Experimental fire plumes. Oh, so the experimental fire plume. Okay, no, okay. So the damage down that I got was just the experimental fire plume. It just hit me as the Cinderwing went out. Okay, so Darkened Fire gives either all DPS or all tanks Darkened Fire drop on their location. And they start casting Darkened Blaze, deals mass damage to the party and will most likely cause a wipe. At the same time, Burst will begin casting Brighten Fire, making players 1 to 8 with marking players 1 to 8 with point blank AoEs. But they must position themselves in order next to the ads to debuff the ads to make them vulnerable to attack. Once the AoE is going off. Oh! Okay. So unlike in normal where you just do the Brightened Fire on the Darkened Fire and it kills it, the Brightened Fire just makes the Darkened Blaze vulnerable. And then you have to attack it. Super quickly it seems, because I got hit by the first one and exploded very rapidly after the fact. And then it also immediately does Heart of Condemnation, which is another tank buster. Yeah, you need a few tanks for this at least, it seems. Because a lot of it is just tank busters. It would seem. And also, you need to do most of the mechanics just because it does die pretty... That's happening where it's like, you'd probably need a full party of 8. A full, like, if you wanted to do it and be able to cheese it, a full party of 8. Like, just a couple of people. I mean, again, when we did Shadowbringers on Sync Savages, we needed at least, like, 3 people for some of them. So, that is not something that is really going to be happening today on stream. That's not really a thing that'll happen today as part of the stream, unfortunately. So there is that, which is sad, but it's fine. So here's the question. I have an Nosferatu. Here's the question. The next thing on the list is treasure maps. Oh hey, P3S Unsynced Fight Breakdown. It's a 7-minute video, even for unsynced. This is unsynced, and you still, and there are still fucking markers and everything. Jesus. Jesus. $725 eye level on average, still in a party of 8. Might be a while before I get my pants. I do think ability able to like duo tank E4S only Dark console again. I need like 20 or 30 levels above before it's easy, and P12 is its own health. Again, I'm pretty sure in terms of gear, this is the only bit of gear that I want from any of the Endwalker raids. It's just a singular pair of pants. It's a singular pair of pants. I like seeing someone in this party. I like this party that you've got, that you've linked me here, where you have someone called Severely Acoustic and another person that says Low-Key Acoustic. Very good party. Very good party that you've got there. Actually, you know what I can do? I can show you what the glam is. And I can probably find something similar to it. It's just out of things that I've tried, it's this. Look, this is my Scholar Glam. This is my Scholar Glam, thanks to finishing Endwalker. I get this coat now. So for this, the hat, the body, the hands, and the boots, this is everything I want. The only thing I need left for this is pants. So if I go to Asphodelos Mythos, and I go to Disciple of Magic, if I go down to the pants, it's not like a massive change. It's pants. It's just these pants look, when I do this, the pants look nice. They just work well with the glam. But it also does just look like suit pants. It is basically just suit pants, realistically. So I probably could, like, if I really struggled to get this, I could just wear a different pair of suit pants and that eventually would work. It's just, I've tried a lot of other suit pants and a lot of them still look good. It's just this one does look the best. This one is just the one that suits, like, the outfit, the whole glam the most. It is definitely the better one. One of those things that makes her boobs look bigger than what they actually are. What are the weapons here? Jesus. Yo, the catalyst is the fucking interment magic. Holy shit, that's awesome. Okay, I gotta say the weapons are pretty sexy, not gonna lie. I don't know if I've seen these weapons before, they're pretty fucking sexy. Wait, I think I've seen a Dark Knight weapon. I bet I know the Dark Knight weapon. I think the Dark Knight... Looking at the aesthetics of this, I think I know the Dark Knight weapon. The entire crystal disappears on top. Warrior, Dark Knight Samurai wants so many good ones. It's the type of thing where it's like, they're good. I don't know if they'd suit any of my glams. Which is always like a big question. I'm just like, how well will they suit the glams that I have? Oh, there's very tiny little wristlets there. See, a lot of people use them as pseudo-near weapons. That I totally get. Look at my shiny gun. Look at my very shiny gun. Tough arms. I mean, that's pretty. There's definitely pretty stuff here. Again, it's just a case of would any of this be useful for Minifest? Probably not. That's the one. That's the one. I've seen people rock this. There's the Dark Knight sword where when you pull it out, it finishes the sword with the glow. Yeah, this one I've seen people rock this, yeah. The moment I saw these next to the others, I was like, oh, I bet I know the Dark Knight one. Yeah, yeah. The broken slab of concrete that fills in with the magic runes to fill out the rest of the sword is really strong. It's really strong. Warrior, yeah, Warrior, I think I've seen this. Yeah, yeah, that's the hammer. Yeah, yeah, Asphodelos hammer, yeah. I've seen people rock this. I didn't realize this was a raid weapon. But I have seen people rock this as well. Because it's one of the few hammer options that Warrior actually gets, but yeah. I can definitely see the idea of like where people use this as near stuff. Especially with like the runes that are around the sides. They absolutely give off the vibe of some of the letters from like Drakengard/Near. Especially when it gets dyed golds. I think that's why I don't because I feel like a lot of the times that I've seen the Dark Knight sword, it stays the color. Whereas I feel like I've seen a lot of people dye this. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people dye this hammer. Well, not a lot, but when I've seen this hammer, it's usually dyed. There's also, like, it's hard to see because of the angle that we get here. But, like, there is something that appears inside the cage in the middle there when you pull it out. I just can't angle the camera to actually show that in this menu. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people use this undyed, but the hammer I've seen definitely dyed. One of those things where it's like, yeah, a lot of gunbreaker weapons end up looking like... if they don't look like machines, they end up looking boring. Unfortunately. Oh, that's badass as hell. Oh, that's badass as fuck. Holy shit, that is a really good scythe. That's a real good scythe. Not a massive fan of the trident. The fact that you wrap around your arm so much. Kind of wild on that. This one is very obvious of like, yeah, people use this for near. That one I definitely see where that comes from. Magic shield. That's pretty. I like pretty stuff here. That's like a flowy thing that's actually useful for tanks. Definitely pretty stuff. It's just like, it's not Minifest aesthetic. But if I had a character that had different aesthetics, I'd be running a couple of these things. Although the gloves are nice. I do like the gloves. Like even for Minifest. I don't know what glamour would go with, but I do like it. War skirts, breach it. That's not. These are no longer matching the picture. Excuse me. Ooh, they're pretty. They're real pretty. And they dye black quite nice. That could totally... Ooh. I don't think for any of my current tanks, but if they add more tanks in the future, I gotta remember these boots exist. I gotta add these boots in case they're good for a tank in the future. Won't go with any of my current ones, but it's just boots for tank are really hard to get like with a Minifest aesthetic. Because so many of them look like Solar Reds or Sabatons or like really big bulky armor things. It's very hard to just get like knee-high boots that look like they're made out of non-metal materials for tanks especially. There's a very limited number of them in the game that are good. So this will be one where a future tank, especially with the frilling at the top, because the frilling is just like always a Minifest aesthetic because pirates. Yeah, that'll be a good thing to keep in mind in the future. Give me more garment trays so I can put some of these in there, please. And then just plain old shoes. Good gear. Good gear. Good gear. I want the pants. I don't know if I'll ever get the pants. But if I don't get the pants, I can change it to something else. Oh, big stretch. So here's the question. And by question, I mean problem. I have a problem. The other thing we were going to do today was going to be treasure dungeons. But because I've started so late today, and it's already gotten so late, do we have enough people around to do treasure dungeons? Do we have enough people to do treasure dungeon? Because raid is 6.01 and then treasure dungeon is 6.05. Do we have enough people, or is this the type of thing of, do I say we do a treasure dungeon stream midweek and like try to do that and then it's combine that? Would that be better? Because there's also sightseeing. Because part of me is just like, do we just ask, like, put it in the Discord of like, hey, for a post-work stream, what day during the week? Could do it midweek so more people can, like, get the loot. That's kind of my, yeah. Because it's also, like, you get money for it. And also, just, like, it'd be faster. If we want to do several maps, it'd be faster with just more people. So part of my thought process is, like, put it in the Discord. Hey, for a, like, post-work stream that starts at roughly this time, what day are you free to do some treasure dungeons? And then we do treasure dungeons that day. And then just, like, do, like, 2 hours or so. An hour or two of, like, treasure dungeons. And then I just do sightseeing then. And then I just put that all together. Again, me starting late today really fucked things around, but there's no way I could have started earlier. I was so exhausted, and honestly, I still am. So, that's part of my thought process. This is kind of my thought process that I'm having at the moment. That we wait to get a group of people to do a big, more active thing. And also some, like, forewarning. Usually, it's like, for stuff like treasure dungeons, or like, if we're doing blue mage and we, like, want to run dungeons, it's usually the type of thing that we ask ahead of time. And, like, we knew we were doing treasure dungeons today, but it was more so we knew we were doing raids today. And people showed up for that, and then I started really late. So, even if people said, oh yeah, I'll do treasure dungeons today, I would have been late, and then people would have gone, oh, I'm too tired to do treasure dungeons now. So, unfortunately, we've run into that issue. But, so yeah. I think, it'll pause YouTube VOD heads. Phoenix is the P4S map. Mount. Of course, oh yeah, absolutely, it's gonna be the Mount. I'm not surprised by that. Which also makes me want it, but also Savage farming for mounts, one expansion out of date is not exactly viable. But yeah, this summoning bell will hold a bunch of maps for us to do for doing maps. VOD heads will cut to a couple of seconds from now where we'll get some more people and we'll do some treasure maps. Twitch heads will be back in a couple of days. Maybe tomorrow I'll ask. I'll put it in there. I will put it into the Discord and we will ask and we'll get a bunch of people to do. It's like everything to do before 6.1 at this point is only maps and sightseeing. So we'll just like do those as like a midweek stream and we'll just combine it together. So we'll be back with those things. Yeah. And we are back. It's 2 days later. And honestly, because I got held up at work, we're at basically the exact same time in the afternoon as we were when we ended the last stream after the Pandemonium raids to do, and we said we won't do treasure chest today because it's too late in the day and people aren't around. And then I ended up getting held up at work, and it's basically the same time anyways. Awesome. But there's 2 people here. Because Cross hasn't had to stay awake for several hours before to catch the rest of it. Crofts is just waking up. And Deku is also here. No one else is here. But we also have Party Finder, and also, even if we don't have Party Finder, we've got 3 people, which will still be, like, significantly faster than 2. And then our teacher has a treasure box that she is poking. No, not Carolina. She's not the one with the maps. Targa is. Targa has maps, I believe. I believe Targa's the one with maps. Don't worry about how much of a mess my inventory is. It's fine. I presume it's potentially special. I'm gonna guess these are in order. Because again, there's a difference with Endwalker, with the treasure maps for our treasure dungeons. In previous expansions, well, in Heavenswood there's only one treasure dungeon, one map for it. In Stormblood and Heavenswood, there are two separate dungeons in Stormblood and Shadowbringers, there are two separate dungeons, but the same map go to both of them, and you get a random chance. In Endwalker, they've switched it around to, there is a particular map that takes you to a particular dungeon, allows you to focus which dungeon you want to do more. So one of them was added in 6.05, I think, and I'm going to assume it's the potentially special ones. These are the ones that I have fucking 60 of. This is why I assume, well, also I assume it's in order, but this one, for the conceivably special, this was for the second one, and I had a lot less time to grind mock tomes for this one, whereas this one, I have fucking 60 of them. We will probably not do 60 maps today. In fact, we definitely won't, because we won't have time to do that. I would say, like, 10 might be a reasonable goal, and even then, 10 might be too much. I don't know. Even then, 10 might be pushing it. I don't know. Also, just staying next to the Charlian Bell on summer day. I've seen a lot of people come up. Look, there's a male Ellison character. So I rarely see those these days. What do we keep getting kicked out at the first step? Then we could knock him out really quickly. Be less interesting in other ways, but you know, it'd be alright. I will invite to party. Actually, Crafts is having breakfast, so Crafts isn't here. I will invite to party. Are there other? No, that's no, Party Finder. The people are doing Sigmascape and Copied Factory. There's no treasure dungeons going on at the moment. Okay. Fuck it, let's see how two of them go. Fuck it. Actually, I should probably, in case we do Party Finder, it's on my PS5 right now. Meet us in Fadner. We're also gonna find where these are, which I've not done maps in these areas, so I don't know the typical spot. So we're gonna find where these areas are as well. A lot of topography in Fadner looks very similar to each other. I assume it's somewhere in the Shroud of the Samgar, because it looks like these little circle things. We're looking for one circle with two little circles next to it. Although the other one's a slightly bigger circle. So it wouldn't be one of these ones. It looks slightly bigger than that. So maybe it is over here. Could be one of the, like, these size ones. You found it before I did. It's not even on your screen. Oh yeah, there it is. There it is. So the great work. I'm also gonna use one of these. I have my Aetherite passes on. I have the cheap ones, but I can also just make it cheaper with that. Okay. To the great work. Where's the great work? I'm in the wrong thing for it. There it is. Great work. There it is. I love using tickets. Well, in case there's ones that where it is like a little bit of cost, I can still use the other one. I also have 190 of the like discount ones. I have plenty of time on that as well. So, I was about to say in terms of gear and how via the free Charlian teleport. I have an Aetherite ticket. I don't remember where that building is. I don't remember where that building is to get to Yedlamud. I don't remember. Whee! So good that we can fly now. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, being able to fly, it is awesome. Avaril! Avaril, there we go. There we go. There we go. We'll do one where it's just like squad. And we'll see how quick and or not quick this goes. And if it goes slowly, then we'll put up in Party Finder. We won't wait for Party Finder. We'll like start getting to the next map and see if people join. I was gonna say about our gearing in terms of killing all this stuff, and then I realized that the dungeon itself is sync, so it doesn't matter. I have no idea what the eye level sync is of treasure dungeons, or if it does that. I logged out here. Worked out well. Bros! I fought one of you yesterday in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. That makes sense. I'm very used to doing my dungeons without needing to make sense. Faded brands! Faded brands! How infrequently I get to use faded brands. And by that I mean because stuff that I'm killing in the overworld usually dies the Lionheart combo. Anyways. So even these enemies are taking a decent amount of time. They're not like... It's not like a million years. But it is a decent amount of time. Boom! Boom! Hell yeah. Everything explodes and everything dies! Yay, we did it! Where's the chest? There we go! Oh, everyone else obtained everything. I got nothing out of it. Okay, I see. Okay, I see. I got absolutely nothing. I got poetics. My way or the hyper way. Here we go. Oh, yo. Yo, it's bunnies. Oh, it's a Loperit. Well, okay. It's Loperit themed as like a fucking theme park. The Excitatron 6000. Hell yeah. Starting on the double crafting materials and material. This is cute, this is adorable. Is this, oh, everyone, oh my god. I'm now realizing no one else does treasure dungeons because holy shit, everyone got the achievement for entering here for the first time right now. Okay, aesthetically, this is amazing for a treasure dungeon. After countless years of research, it was determined that 89.7% of mankind craves wildly delights in the thrill of battle, and is prone to irrational penchant for leaving its fate to chance. Naturally, it will be no mean feat to please such fickle beings, but the Loperits are ever eager to astonish and amaze. You may rest assured the distraction is to die for! Oh my god, we're actually like on a roulette wheel. The floor. Oh my god, it's kindergarten. Oh my god, you are so right. It is the fucking foam pads that you put together. And if you're a cool kid, you can put them 90 degrees next to each other and then still like connect. You can like make cubes. If you're a cool kid. This is amazing. Holy shit. Whoa, yo! Yo! Can I get that as a mount? Like, Jesus Christ. Can I actually just have... Is that like a rare mountain here? I want to do that. I want to do that. Okay, yeah, so this is our doors one. Fashion accessory? Ah, okay. Okay. I think I've seen people wear that, yeah. Exciting hunter! Boom. Double downs! But I now don't have faded brains. I now don't have faded brains. Exciting iron claws! Yay! Murder claws! Let's go! Stance? True. True. I turned it on outside and then I'm not used enough to sync content for tanking. Like where you constantly sync and unsync and sync and unsync. So much of my tanking in recent times has been modular, where you're just permanently synced. And then if I'm doing stuff like this outside, like if I'm doing stuff like roulettes or raids or anything like that, outside of like doing it on stream recently, I've mainly been playing like healer and stuff. I've been enjoying healer quite a lot. In my own time. I've been playing Sage and Scholar quite a lot. 31 fire clusters, that's decent. Alrighty, left. Stage door. Yay, shite materia. Is anyone ever excited to get materia drops? I guess on content they sell for like at least a cage on the market board. At the beginning of an expansion. No, come on, not the first one. It's our first time here! Secret disco party! Wow! Wow! Okay, okay. Loporits, I hate you. How dare you, Loporits? I still meld for some reason. I meld gear sometimes for like for this. I'm just constantly changing my gear and I keep forgetting to remeld my gear when I change gear. That's the issue that I run into. Because I'm frequently changing gear because I'm getting better gear from my retainers. How did you put one out in Ultima Thule? How did you put one out in Ultima Thule? Hey, look, this island here has a purpose! This island serves a purpose! Let's go! Alright, Ultima Thule. Hey, throw a ticket. That's what I said, not to bother melding until max level. Well, I'm at max level, like... I'm at max level, but it's also like... Say my retainers have got, like... I went to the bird of the air. It's more so a case of, say that I have, like, Neo Kingdom gear equipped. And then one of my retainers bring me some Quetzali gear. It's still level 100. But then it's like, oh, okay, I'm replacing my Neo Kingdom gear with the Quetzali gear. And then I keep forgetting to remeld it after I do that. But I hear you. Oh. Put another recorder. God, I love this scene so much. Maybe we have 7.4 crafted set to come out, then it's finished forever. The Chi Fate mount finally. I've not seen anything for like Super Fates here. Like in PF, I've not seen people popping them, which is upsetting me. But then also to get 7.4, I'm gonna have to spend a couple million on it. Want to see it? I'm curious to see. Show me your Chi Fate mount. Hey, it's the level I've seen people in this. I'm on TV. I'm so glad we have speech bubbles now. Speech bubbles are so good. Hell yeah, level checker. Something's been teased since fucking Storm. I saw your treasure chest, Artesia, and I went to open it. Territorial other. Why is it not? There he is. Why are you not locking on? Oh Jesus! Territorial Brobiniacs. Being in massive combat like this while listening to this music does feel funny. Because this zone doesn't actually stop the music in combat. I think fates might interrupt it, or certain fates might interrupt the thing, but normal combat against normal enemies doesn't. I recognize this model from Buzz here. It's probably in the game before that. I feel like it might also be in Palace of the Dead. I have no idea. Hagnos Cloth. What can we craft with that? Fucking, there we go. What can we craft with Hagnos? Oh, it's the Salon service stuff. Yeah, people like wearing that. People like wearing that. I'm not gonna make good use of any of the stuff that I get for materials, so. Yeah. I do love that this is so aesthetically different to previous treasure dungeons. I do really like this. I also like that you can see the dungeon. Like, it looks like it's not just, oh, you go down floors and you're doing that. Like, you can actually see where we're trying to get to. Like, because you can see the other, like, you can see the next doors over there. You can actually see it all connected. There's a really nice way of, like, making treasure dungeons feel different. Like, obviously, mechanically, it's treasure dungeons. But, like, I appreciate the vibes. Changing it. I appreciate it. Because I really like treasure dungeons. I actually really like treasure dungeons. Doing treasure dungeons with like the FC is like a weekly activity. That's the type of thing that treasure dungeons are like so perfect for. They are so perfect for just like an activity you do every now and then with an in-game group of like, because even like, oh, you've got your like your raid static, but your raid static wants to hang out one day that's like not a raid day, and it's like, oh, let's do dungeons instead or something like that. It's the type of thing where it's like they're just sharing it with people that like you're talking to. Because I imagine also stream content. I imagine there'd be streamers where it's like, today's entire stream is just seeing what we get out of this. Lightning clusters. Yeah, how much these surges bid us? I'm getting nothing. You're getting cracked anther clusters. Now you can choose which one you get. Now you can choose which material you get. Yeah, just like the seeing of, oh, what items are we getting for like crafting shit. And also just obviously this. The thrill of like, yeah, we got to the final four, let's go. Come on, seriously? I would say that today's goal... Wow, really? 2 first floors in a row? Are you kidding? I would say that today's goal should be get to the final floor once, but fucking... This is a door one. These usually have like fucking 7 or so floors to them, I believe. God damn it. So I hope what you're all ready for is when I'm current. When I'm on content, so I have time to dig around. Hey, we're staying in Ultima Thule. Looks like we're going right over here. There we go. What I'm looking forward to is when we're on content and we're current, and I just have several streams that are just dedicated to the Hidden Canals 20 clear. That's what I'm looking forward to. When we have streams where the entire stream is just doing Stormblood dungeons to try and get the thief maps, to try and get the 20 clears of that. We somehow, in our like specifically dedicated treasure dungeon stream, we somehow already have our first clear. We already have our first clear at this point, which worked out, which was like the fact that we managed to get that. So he's still putting every Higgs on so far apart, I forgot. I just like flying around here because I like the vibes. It's one of the areas where I hardly teleport if I'm going around because I just take in vibes. It does feel a little weird that, you know, we have the music playing here while we're doing this. But I'm okay. It was a discussion on the Discord. I believe it was Trash. Who Trash was saying that they found it a bit weird that the music's just always here. Of like, Closing the Distance is so heavily tied to the moment of going through Ultimate Thule for the first time that it's a little weird that it always plays. Labyrinthos doesn't permanently have its like get hyped ready for the Ragnarok music playing permanently now. And my counter of like why I like that the music always plays here now is that Closing the Distance for me, thematically what it is for Ultima Thule is that our journey through Ultima Thule is like tangentially changing how Ultima Thule functions and what it is. There are other zones where like big things happening as we go through the zone. Ultima Thule, yay, Shy Or. Ultima Thule's the one zone where our journey through the zone actively, radically changes the sheer nature of what it's like. So to me, like that, it's the whole thing that Emmett was saying, that it's just like the Elpis blooms appearing is proof that Ultima Thule is now different. Ultima Thule is no longer a realm of despair, but is instead a realm of hope. It has become something different because of our journey through it. And for me, that's what Closing the Distance, still playing in Ultima Thule after all this time, is like kind of saying. And will it make it a little silly to hear the song as many times as you would? fighters each time you go back there. Maybe they're like, also it's close from the distance. It's a really good song, I don't really care. Were they leaping at you and exploding on you? Also, Artesia, I'm now wondering, do we need you as a healer? I guess, I can't actually say that now, can I? We haven't gotten to the leader floors yet. I was about to say, because it's just like, I'm barely using mitigations and you're barely using heals. Like, I am a level 90 tank, I've got Arctic Rundum, I've got Auroras, I've got like so many bits. But then I think about it, these are the beginning things that might get really hard at the end. We don't want to get to the final floor. Yay! Piety materia. The best materia in the game. We don't want to get to the final floor and die because you want a healer. Please, come on. Come on. What? Please. Open for fuck's sakes. Yay! We're allowed to progress! Yay! Yeah, this is really cool that you're actually like physically going through one big open space. This is really cool. That's like, you have, for fuck's sakes was the magic word. Yeah, the fact that you can physically see where you're going through and see the end goal as opposed to just, you're just like going layers down further and further and further, or like going up, I guess technically with the lead mega ones, and just like taking elevators up to things. It does help it like stand out as something different. Again, it isn't, but it's one thing I would say I would like it, but I also like, I don't know how you do it in terms of having differently designed like treasure dungeons as we go through expansions. Because like we had the standard start with the Aquapolis and Heaven's Wood, and then Stormblood gave us the roulette ones. And I don't know if we've had any different ones since then. I don't know if we've had any different styles since then. Oh, I was about to say, was Lee Meg the one that introduced gambling? Whatever the actual two in Lee Meg are called, I can't remember. Okay. Come on. Hey! Yeah, did Ooze Nair or I think it was Lee Gear. Stormblood was the first gambling one. So even Stormblood didn't introduce that. Ooh, we're going real far on this one. Yo! Yo, we're going real far. This adds a lot. It's mechanically the same, but the fact that it's like a visual thing that you're progressing through for the theme park helps a lot. It helps a lot. I also like how you can like, these look like fucking, Pachinko's the wrong word. What's the other type of pachinko machine? Well, like the coin, like it's pachinko, but it's like with the discs. So where like it plonks down. Yeah, the coin pushing ones. Yeah, that's what these look like. It's one of the coin pushing machines. I remember that because these coin pushing machines. There's like a there's a game show on Australian TV that is just people playing one of them. Yeah, I don't know how much mechanically you could do different to like make different treasure dungeons differentiate from each other and make it like meaningful. I don't like, obviously combat wise they're all gonna like stay pretty similar. Like, my thought process is, what if you had one that's like Lost Woods style? Where the goal is like, you're gonna dump all my crap once this ends, understandable. Where it's like, there's no, like, there's wrong doors, but the wrong doors just take you to like a dead end where you gotta fight enemies. And so you've got to work your way through a maze instead of just like, wrong door, right door, wrong door, right door. And it's just like both doors will take you somewhere, but it might be a dead end where you got to fight things. Hey, secret disco party. And then you got to like instead come back through where you were and then try to navigate the maze. Like, you know, just do something for like a different idea. Just in terms of like having a treasure dungeon that like functions a little differently in terms of how you progress it. Like, obviously, the whole point of treasure dungeons is they're luck-based, so you'd have to have some form of limiting factor to it. Maybe some dead ends will kick you out. Maybe some dead ends have, like, super hard things to fight. Maybe you've got, like, a certain amount of keys to open, so if you open, like, too many wrong doors, you won't have enough keys to get to the ending, even if you end up, like, finding a more accurate way or something. I don't know. But just, like, you know. It's the type of content where you only need, like, a very small change to, like, make it have a big impact. Again, like, this one is having the change of visually the area is something you can physically see that you're progressing through. And also, it's a giant theme park as opposed to a lost ancient ruin. And that alone is, like, making me excited to go through here, even if mechanically it's the same as the Acropolis. Yeah, the enemies are definitely getting tougher. Enemies are definitely getting tougher as they're going on. I mean, there's, like, some combat things that are different. I think it's also in, like, some of the other ones where it's like, oh, the enemies will appear and you gotta kill them in the right order. So, hey! Gambler's Law activates, alright. Is anything here worth anything? Blue Zircon's, like, the only thing that's special. What does Blue Zircons give us? What does Blue Zircon anything worthwhile? I'm gonna try the luck just so we get more cash. But also ice clusters. Try luck. 4. Blue Zircon generic crafted item. Oh, awesome. Come on, Leopardits. Also, the cards are pretty. Yay! There we go. Yay! Well, I forgot to answer that one. There we go. So we got a little more perks and everything. Yay! Gambling. Yeah, it doesn't need massive differences to change it. It's like slight little things. It's one of those things where I wonder where it's just like, I understand why we get new ones in every expansion. How long can you keep introducing? Oh, come on, Secret Disco Party. Come on. Yay! Secret Disco Party! How many times can you, like... Oh, this expansion has... Final Chamber? Oh, it's only 5? Yo! Yo! Look at my skirt now! Yo, we made it to the castle! Let's go! Let's go! Lucky Sphinx! Oh, look at all the treasures everywhere. Okay, I didn't think that'd only be 5. Yeah, there was only 5. Hell yeah, we already... Okay, well, there we go. You're an ugly golden motherfucker. Die, Sphinx! Bye-bye, words find riches or ruin. The choice is yours. Ice Wind's Twister. Ooh! Actual, like, mechanics. Actual mechanics. You're getting fancy with us. Lightning Bolt. Are they baited? Nope, well, they were, but they weren't like baited chasing ones. They're just targeting us. Attack! You know, now that there's a Sphinx here, what about what stumbles and flails? The Burned Man. Riddle of Flame. I'm gonna go out for that one. Oh, Pyretic. Oh, Pyretic. Oh, Pyretic. Oh, Pyretic. Oh, Pyretic. What? Please, my reach. The Doomed Man. Icewind Twister. Oh, okay. But see, now there's things here. What about a treasure dungeon that's riddle based? What stands alone? The Dead Oak. I got binded like as that went off. What stands together? Walls turns to ash.
That's like cryptic puzzle tells on it. I like that. Blockbuster. Yeah, what about treasure dungeon that's riddles? You gotta like solve riddles. I mean, I guess you get to the point where the riddles are the same. So you'd know the answer, so you'd guarantee you get to the end. That's one of the things that, like, the treasure dungeons, for them to work the way that they do, they need a luck-based thing. So making, like, how do you make luck-based things feel different? A dungeon that requires you to read and know stuff would never work. Milk those ways! Yo, let's go! I forgot to Calios. Milk. Oh, this is martial artist stuff. This is martial art. This shit was going for a lot when it first went on the market, what I know. I will not milk those ways. Milk those ways. How much? We got 100,000 gil from that. Hell yeah! Easy clears. Easy clears. Third dungeon. Third dungeon. Hell yeah. G-pose, baby. Yeah. Oh, I got one of those too. Where is it? Yeah! Oh, I know how you can do a riddle one where it's like, not just, oh, you know the answers and you do the thing. You know that game that is like in the train station? Where you walk through like the corridor of the train station and there's a guy that's walking past and you gotta work out, oh, is there something different on this floor? Or is something like gone wrong, or something glitched out, or is everything fine? And if something's wrong, you gotta walk back, and if something's right, you walk forward. And you gotta like do like, you could have something like that. Whereas like you gotta look at the environment around you and try to like work out. That's it, exit A. Again, I don't know how you do something like that and still make it luck-based to get through. Because if you make it so it's like, you know the answer and therefore you make it through, then it loses the luck element, and then eventually people would just work out optimally do it, and then every single time you did it, you'd clear it all the way, and then it would become then it would break the game's economy by being so easy to make money from it. So I know there's that. But you know, just like spitballing ideas of like how to change it up and like make it this, because like this is cool. This functions the same way Aquapolis does. But the aesthetics make it like you're trying to get to the big golden castle at the end and you can see it in the distance the entire time, you know. It adds a little extra. It adds a nice little something on top of everything. Just little things. We did it! We're so good at treasure dungeons. That's that streamer luck kicking in. That's that streamer luck kicking in. Back to Fathoner! Oh, well, I can recognize that. That's the bridge. That's going to be easier to find. There we go. There we go. Okay, I really need to sell some of this. Yeah. Yeah, understandable. How many power have I gotten from this? I'm already at... I will accept the teleport runs or not. Because I can also turn some poetics gear in here. I'm realizing I am at the end of an expansion. I can actually turn in poetics gear. Who's the poetics trader here? I always get a Sharlian. I always get a Sharlian for the poetics trader. Somewhere here. Time zone exchange. What do I need? Because I realized, oh, I'm at the end of an expansion. Because I'm just now rocking with whatever my retainers bring me. A lot of it is Dawn Trail like hunt gear because of Neo Kingdom and Quetzali. But that's based on random chance. I'm actually rocking a lot of Lunar Envoy or worse gear. I can replace that with Credendum. So I have a couple things to get. Yeah, I have, Monk Weapon, Viper Weapon, Picto Weapon, and Scholar Weapon. Go for the Picto Weapon. I know it's the one that's the lowest eye level out of everything that I currently have. Quetzali's Homestone still, I believe. By the time I get to Dawn Trail, it'll become hunt time. it'll become hunt currency. By the time I get there. Augmented... What is this weapon? Augmented Dragon? I don't even think I've seen this. Oh, wow, okay. I've not seen these. I've actually not seen these monk punches. Okay. That is intense. Holy shit. Okay. Wow. Wow, I've not actually seen that. I love the Knight's Wolf. I was gonna put this on PvP gear because it's like a flag on there, but now I'm no longer a Dragoon for PvP. Some of these things look pretty cool, actually. Oh, this is the one that people like. This is the one that people really like. I saw the artist reaction to them getting in the game. They were super happy. Yeah, because all of this is competition gear. Yeah, this is the Black Mage one that people love. Which obviously I get why, because holy shit, that is so cool. This is an amazing concept for a Black Mage weapon. It absolutely fucks. Yeah, there's a lot of really cool things there. The Wrath Grinder is a classic. Ever since this has been put into the game, I've seen a lot of people rock it, obviously. Cerberus thing looks really pretty. I imagine, like, the Cerberus thing to me feels like what would Squall use if he wasn't like a PS1 on a PS1. The Avatar's scythe actually looks like the, like, it's a scythe that actually looks like the Void Scent. Hingan Shigans. Ooh, that's pretty. A lot of katanas in this game are pretty. Shinobi knives. Wow! They're like massive cleaver knives. Oh, and they've got the fucking pedals as they go. That's cute. Zwill crossblades. Oh, and they got the moons for there. Bluebird's Nest. I love this one. I fucking love this one. It's not Manifest aesthetic, but the fucking birdhouse quiver with the several bluebirds like on the fucking quiver on there, and then you actually have one that's on the top that moves. Fucking holy shit. Byron Pinto slid from the design contest. Vittorio de Povo. Oh wow, okay. I like how these ones, despite being just home weapons, have a lot of glow effects to them, and how much it shows that like a lot of these glow effects are so much better than what actually gets put in as glow effects for relic weapons in this game. Oh, they're like knives. Okay. Jesus. Okay. Okay. Renaissance bro. Oh, that's actually really pretty. I don't think I've actually seen this one. It's actually really pretty. It's actually really pretty. But I'm buying that. I'm buying that. My Picto weapon is still like the... Oh yeah, Bunny Crescent! There's also this one. It's the bunny on the moon, look! Bunny on the moon for White Mage. These are so good. These are so fucking good. And Stargazer, what gives you like the actual planet. Red Mage 1 is the only one that I don't like. Yeah, Red Mage 1 is, yeah. It's bizarre. Do I want this for my Picto? I don't think I do, but I do like it a lot. I'm a little confused by these. So this leans into the thing I was saying about Sage weapons the other day. In terms of, I don't know if it was on the stream. Or if it was on Discord, I can't remember where. But I was talking about Sage weapons in terms of... Sage weapons are designed in terms of how they look on your back, not how they look drawn. Because with these drawn, it's a little confusing. But Sage weapons are always are so frequently designed around how they look on your back. And on your back, it's a shitload of pixie wings. On your back, it's a shitload of pixie wings. Because Sage is also unique in its weapons in that it has 3 different ways you can sheath it on your back. Either, like, in a circle, in lines, or, like, parallel angles next to each other. Just because the whole idea of the weapons is how they look on your back, not how they're drawn like this, because once they're like this and moving around in patterns, they all look the same. If you zoom in, they're glittery. Oh, that's really pretty. Oh, that's real pretty. Okay, I didn't realize that. Wow. Wow, okay, that's real pretty. It is amazing how many of these are like so good, are as good as they are. I feel like this happens frequently when video games be like, hey, we're going to do... Hey, you've got the weapon. I feel like this happens a lot when games do, like, player-submitted weapons, and they're going to be put into the game. And they're so frequently some of the favorite among the entire fanbase. Because I think about it for Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter's also done that recently. Monster Hunter has put in weapons that have become the favorite for the entire fan base. Rocket-powered greatsword was a fan-made weapon. And now rocket-powered greatsword is like one of the most well-beloved weapons in the entire series. Like, it's not like, don't take what I'm saying as it shows that the devs are bad at the game and the fans really know the best ways to make weapons. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the devs of a game can kind of get locked into similar ideas or anything when they're working on the same thing and making so many. But when you go to when you give the fan base the option to make them, there's obviously going to be a lot that aren't anywhere near as good when you have all the fans do it. But then when you open it to the fans, you've got thousands upon thousands of different types of creativity. So that's like going through all of the different types of creativity that can exist in the fan base. You can end up finding a lot of stuff that is just like, yeah, this one person is like the only person who's going to come up with this type of weapon and like execute the concept as well as they are. They just happen to not be someone who works on the game kind of thing. There's also, to an extent, when it's fan-made weapons for a design contest, the need to fit with the rest of the aesthetic of the game, or the need to be reasonable, also gets, like, pushed to the side a little bit more. Like, again, Monster Hunter weapons are usually just, like, you know, Monster Hunter weapons. Rocket-powered greatsword is something very different. But that being said, the rocket-powered greatsword is still very much designed to, like, make sense in terms of, yes, it does make sense to actually use this. Like, how do you have a greatsword that's rocket-powered and you can actually, like, see the mechanisms and how it does everything? Which is a big part of the reason why it's one of my favorites for a weapon design. I like how I can feed the treasure box. I like how I can do the handover emote for that, and still does the feed animation you do for other minions. It have a mouth, and what that mouth do is eat. Does anyone else get uncomfortable in this game when they go to Fadner and they have to kill elephants, like right next to Archosaurus? Does anyone else feel uncomfortable when it's just like, no, these are the ones, no, these are animals, you're not. Don't worry, I'm not gonna come after you next, these ones are animals. Because I feel really awkward. I feel like I'm off to the side, like doing a Fate event that's like, oh no! The Gajas are like running rampant and they need to be stopped. And the Archosaurus are just seeing me like do that. Think Hrothgar feel weird killing tigers and lions? Hrothgars are a little more visually like different. There's a bit more of a difference. It's like Makotes with curls. Makotes don't look quite like curls. Archosaurus look the most like Gajas. It's mainly just a difference between quadrupedal and bipedal. So it feels a little worse. Alright, Cybertron 6000! Whee! Hell yeah, wings. Look at my skirt now! It's the beginning of Super Mario 3D Worlds, when they're on the glass pipe and Peach is first. Exciting bug! Oh my god, even this game's playing Silk Song. Whee! I don't have the explosions. I have baited Brand outside of the dungeon, not in the dungeon. Double down! Whee! Yeah. Yeah, activate no mercy after double down. That's how I was taught to go and break my rotation. I was taught by Thancred. He was too drunk and depressed at the time to teach me how to do it properly. It was pre-shattering, so don't worry about it. He's better now. Yo, the spinner roots! We haven't seen these since fucking Azus Law, I think. Yo, they're back! Let's go! Alright, what do we get? 36 fire clusters. Alright, it is no longer on me. I got us through the first one. I'm not getting like any of the materials. I got us through the first one. It is now up to someone else to decide. Let me move this over here so I don't forget, by the way. Are any of these good? I hope you're hungry for nothing! Where are we going? This way? Alright. Go on, babe. Give us something. Slay Queen, etc. Yay! Wasn't even a fake out on that one. I'm a leftist. We need to go left. Why do you... See, now you're looking at my skirt. Why do you think I went left the entire time the first time? And it worked. Always knew that there was some people in my FC where I couldn't trust when every single time we went to a treasure dungeon they chose right. I'm not being serious. If somehow someone from my FC is watching now, I'm not being serious. Yo, the Mandragoras, they are back! The Mandragoras are back, let's go! Egg! Kill the egg! Garlic! You're telling me a garlic to this bread! Tomato! Queen! Queen shit! Standard the AoE! A promising treasure coffer is discovered upon defeating the exciting queen! Yay! Yeah! Oh, we didn't even finish getting all the rabbit bots. Oh shit, Artesia's dead. Oh shit, I did not realize you died. Okay, let me, oh god, okay. Oh god, okay. Will you come back after we clear this? We definitely need a healer. We definitely need a healer. Oh god. Yay! Nice. Promising, and all we got was fucking crystals. So promising, we got crystals. There we go. I mean, at least I won't have to worry. I don't have Phoenix Downs. Oh, can we use Phoenix Downs? Yeah? Yo, we can use Phoenix Downs! Yeah, let's go! Phoenix down! I bought a shitload! So, and I have them on my hotbar, let's go! Yeah! Let's go! Avaril! Avaril! You decide this entire dungeon now. I decide the last one. Oh. Where's she going? I can't work it out. Alright. Stage right. Oh! Secret disco party? Secret disco party? Secret disco party! Let's go! We're just gonna get the 20 clears achievement today, it turns out. We're gonna get the 20 clears today. Whee! This place is so fucking cool. This is so good. I like the idea that this is what the Loperates have been up to, since they no longer need to worry about the Exodus. What did the Loperates decide to do now that the Exodus is no longer happening? An immediately gambling-themed bunny theme park. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Exciting trimmers. Exciting trimmers! That's a great time to tell you that this episode is brought to you by Manspace. I love seeing my favorite YouTubers take sponsorships from Manspace. The main thing I want when I'm in the middle of watching someone's video about like a silly episode from a cartoon many years ago, that like someone millennial is like trying to explain to me like why it doesn't make sense. The main thing I want to think about during that process of watching that video is the person who's talking to me and how clean shaven their balls are. That's mainly what I want to think about. There we go. I'm really getting nothing, but I'm getting money and poetics and crystals. You are actually getting crafting materials. I'm not. Can't believe I missed the raid stream. Gotta catch this one at least. Ifra, welcome! The raid episode will be up on YouTube at some point. I said like you were watching Nostalgia Critic. I was trying to think of someone who would be sponsored by Manscaped, and I'm just like, I feel like someone from Channel also would be sponsored by Manscaped. Ifra, do you happen to be on Crystal/Diabolos at this time, / able to play the video game? We're doing treasure dungeons if you want to see some treasure, if you want to join some. I can jump in. Hell yeah, you can join the next round. Let's go. We're in need of big fat deeps. We have 1 DPS. Secret disco party? No! Well, I guess you can join in really quick. You can join us really quickly then. Do my inventory first. Yeah, we've had to do that already. Like, as a party. We've already had to go, alright, I'm buying stuff with poetics. Alright, I'm dumping inventory. That's already happened, so don't worry. My pool so far is pretty dog shit, I'm not gonna lie. I have nothing useful. I have nothing rare. I'm mainly getting poetic so I can friggin' finish my Cardendum, pardon me, gearing. That's the main thing I'm getting from this. I figured relics, when do relics start? When do I actually start doing the relics that I use poetics for? Not that I need many. But, so I can have my 2,000 saved when we get to the first time I do them. What patch is it? Is there any that, I don't think, because either next patch or one after. I can't remember. 3.5? That seems really far away. 3.5? Have it on my map gathering for the day. What map are you mainly farming? Oh, I have the Tomestone ones. I have 55 more Tomestone maps. These are guaranteed portal. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, we're doing this one. It's I don't know the original name of it. This is Excitatron, because the idea is that we're doing everything in patch order. So we're doing the first raid tier. The first raid tier is 6.01, and then this treasure dungeon was introduced in 6.05. So the idea is that this is 6.05, and then the next stream we do this weekend will be 6.1, Newfound Adventure. So yeah, we're still doing treasure dungeons as like part of our patch order release. It's just because these are Endwalker, hello Hippo. because these are Endwalker dungeons, they've been on Timestone shops. 6.25, forgot how no. Is that the wheels? Right along. Is that the wheels making that sound? They're made out of wood, so I don't know what the issue is, but there's something with those wheels that don't sound healthy. But I appreciate that you do have a cart being pulled along by Mudang here. Chat, I made the reference. I made the Mudang reference. The axle's wonky, I fear. Did I open my map? I think I didn't even look at where I went. Too bad it's free space. I'm jumping over! Hell yeah. Alright, Labyrinthos. Hey, it's right there. We're going to Labyrinthos. If you need to know where we go, we're journeying to Charlene to strike a bargain with the woman who shares your gift. I didn't use Aetherites again. There we go. So, yeah, as long as I have my Poetics safe for when we do 6.25, I can spend my Poetics now on just, like, finishing actually gearing for Endwalker. I don't need... I can upgrade from Lunar Envoy to Credendum. Everything at this stage is, Lunar Envoy or better. It was like that before I beat 6.0. It's just, you know, now that we've finished 6.0, I can actually be like, oh yeah, if it's Lunar Envoy, I can actually update it to Credendum. So then all of my gear across all of my jobs will be Credendum, Neo Kingdom, or Kasali. Except for like stuff like this, because I don't have attached to a glam plate, so I have to do whatever. So I just bought random shit on the market board. If it was level 90 or higher, I just bought whatever was the cheapest. So it's why I've got like a level 100 Gunblade, 98, 94, 92, 90, 94. I just like... For this job, I just like, to make it for like this glam, because again, it's not attached to a glam plate, I was just like, whatever between like Rena Skeeter and like frickin' Ceremonial, or whatever it's called, whatever is the cheapest out of all of those for each of these is what I'm gonna buy. And that just so ended up happening to be whatever I've currently got on me. But as you can see here, it's like Credendum, Kasali, Neo Kingdom, Credendum, like... The gearing process has been very different now that I've gotten retainers. I love the staff do not check the name. Ooh, menacing as hell. I do like it. I do like it. There we go. Everybody party. There we go. That is pretty. That is pretty. That is purdy. I do like it. Okay, not manifest aesthetic, but considering like what you're rocking as a robe, it absolutely suits like your aesthetic. So if I do get usage, I do have that. It's just like I do have that, but oh, it's not automatic. I have it to confirm. Yeah, I have it to set to confirm above a certain amount. I don't know why. I should have it to automatic, but I don't like using stuff automatically. I will always want to confirm person, even if I sometimes. I'm worried about running out. I'm worried about running out. Even though I've got 400, I've been going through them pretty quickly. Now that I have Endwalker zones, doing my dailies, I'm constantly going between the edge of the universe to the moon, and then to continents that are like the furthest distance away from the moon possible. So I'm running through them pretty quickly. And if I can get glove for this game, I like the cuff, so I don't want anything above the wrist. There's a lot of fingerless gloves in this game, but yeah, finding ones that you want to match. The cuffs on that are really nice. Ifra! What's up? What's up? You have pink glasses on. Your glasses are pink. They bring out your eyes. Oh, okay, I guess I'm not allowed to look at them anymore. Bird. So what are we doing? You have a backpack on your back. So no, you have a suitcase on your back. How'd you get a suitcase on your back? How'd this happen? What top is that? What top? Oh, this is ceremonial. I didn't know. Wait, no, this is Picto Monsters Bolero. Oh, okay, I've not actually seen, like, Manifest in level 100 Picto gear. I've not really looked at it. I saw it, like, in the job trial. I'm just like, I don't really care for it. Oh, Picto has, like, a fucking palette, or, like, a case of, like, paint or some shit on their back. Oh. Well, the way Aura rings look under those glasses, they're shiny. As I said, they bring out your eyes, because they glow your eyes even stronger. Caster City. Not me. I'm a gun breaker. I cast gun. I was about to ask the stupid question of when do we get caster tank, and then I realized paladin already exists. There literally is a caster tank. It's called paladin, and I don't like it. No. Now that I'm in Endwalker, now that I have high level duties, I like paladin. It's just if I ever play paladin, I don't want to be synced below level 70. I can tolerate Gunbreaker at 50. I cannot tolerate Paladin at 68. That's the primary difference. That's the main thing. Yay! We uncovered it all. Exciting leather. What's this used for? Oh, this is Lawless Enforcer. This is the top that Lawless Enforcer top is the top that I use for, what's it called? Hildebrand. There we go. My button was working for a second. Buttons. Does anyone even use tenacity? Does anyone use anything that isn't crit or direct hit? Oh wait, some people use spell speed. Sometimes spell speed. I don't think we'd actually go in until everyone rolls. Did I roll? Did I roll? I rolled. Black Mage, yeah, spell speed, yeah. I can think of one thing that uses spell speed. Don't think I've ever melded tenacity. I have melded a crit, and that's it. I tried... Hey, we got level 2. I've tried using skill speed on Gunbreaker. I don't like it. I used to use them as sources exclusive summoner because you'd be able to fit 2 summons into your burst. That I can understand, yeah. Taking really early in a tier for tenacity. Okay. A very specific time for it. Yeah, I had skill speed Gunbreaker for a while. I've turned away from skill speed Gunbreaker. Primarily because my ping is too high to double weave anything if my with skill speed. Remember that got any interest I had in Summoner? Dagons! That's the Dagon difference. Expensive. Same with Piety, we only want when you're learning ability to get rid of it for more damage. Now, even Piety I struggle to believe that. No one uses Piety. Mooses! Goobus! Back in the days of Paradise... when we had fucked up experimental torture dungeons filled with stuff that could kill everyone, people loved getting attacked by the Cubers. We had a perfect society and everyone lived perfectly. And our society was better than yours because we only ever worked for the betterment of the star. Emma, what's that behind you? It looks like it says... This way to fucked up torture dungeon of the horrors. Don't worry about it. There's nothing down there. There's nothing in that pathway that says torture dungeon of horrors. There's nothing down there. Don't worry about it. Alright, I'm not choosing chocolate and exciting. I already did the winner. Pandemonium isn't real, it's a myth. Ifra, you're choosing now. Averil chose last time and she got lost, and Artisha wants to always be able to jump into the cutscenes. Pandemonium's not real, it can't hurt you. Yunsa, welcome. We are dungeoning our treasures. We're inside the Loperitz gambling theme park, and it's awesome, and I love it. I pray I've not failed you. Don't worry, literally the first 2 today I failed on floor 1. My luck is either perfect or the worst it can be. The first 2 that we did today, the first door locked on us for both of them. The third one, we cleared the final floor. It's the only way it ever goes for me. It's either perfect or the worst it can be. Have you done the raids? We did that on the weekend, yes. We did the first tier of raids on the weekends. Which means I have a new man crush thanks to a certain Dracula remake. Ageless creatures, perverted and evil. Oh, boil burners, boil busters, whatever they're called. The things that do the circles. The things that are Tataru's kettles. Those things. So this is gonna go up on YouTube as... So this is also partially experimenting for how we're gonna do patches in the future. Unintentionally. But... Ooh, Hackness cloth. We got that again. I see they even counted wild freaks. Isn't it shrieks? I thought the right thing that I saw said that. Rolled a cube 5, hell yeah. How did I rolled like a 20. How did I get that? I will keep that separately. I will keep that separate. I don't know if I'll ever need this grade 5 bit outcast. It says freaks and nobody will tell me otherwise. 7? Everyone rolled terribly. Alright, Ifra, you're up. Yeah, in the future. No, the official rule exists freaks, damn it. Because in the future we might have moments like this because of things won't be released of we do part of a patch and then like across multiple streams. Hey! Across multiple streams they get combined into like one episode on YouTube just because the things haven't come out. So really we delayed doing the raids and this today because these were part of separate patches. Raids were 6.01, this is 6.05. So us streaming that on different days and then combining it into a single YouTube episode is practice for when we're current on content. Yeah! Nailed it. I nailed it. Let's go. Whee! Look at these. I love the weepers. I love the little weepers. Did we count the 5 minutes we tried Savage? We did try Savage. We did try Savage. It didn't go well. It might be a while before I get my Asphodelos pants. Unless we also want to try that on stream one day with more than 2 people. There is an easy unsync guide that Deku linked. And if we just do the easy unsync. Ooh! The FFXIV hat. This was actually good, so I'm not going to try luck. This was actually good and like worth money, so we don't want to lose it. There we go. It is not. Down on 6.1. That will be this weekend. Newfound adventure. I rolled a 6. Numbers are great. The numbers are awesome. These numbers are so sexy. Yes, I realized because I was putting onto the schedule and was like, what's the name of 6.1? And then I saw it was called Newfound Adventure. And so it means that this patch is actually doing something unique for a patch where the first quest is the name of the patch. Because I noticed that it says on my like next MSQ, it says Newfound Adventure. So 6.1 is actually the like because normally it's the final quest of a patch that's got the same name, but the 6.1, I guess because it's Newfound Adventure, it's the beginning. The patch is named after that. Ifra! One person chooses for an entire floor attempts. This is how it works. Until you keep trying until you fail. That's how it works. Because then we always get to blame the few. Yeah, 6.1 is Saturday, Sunday for me. Also Sunday for me. Also Sunday for me. You found adventures of relaxing vacation. That's what I said on Discord earlier today. I'm just like, yo, let's go! Let's go! We only got one more door after this. Let's go! I'm quite excited for the patches for Endwalker, just because it really could be fucking anything. Because normally the patches conclude one thing, start building up to the next thing, and even what the next thing you're building up to is usually hinted at some point. It could be literally anything at this point. There's absolute, like, the closest we have a hint is Emmet telling us about stuff that we have still to do. The closest hint we have to what this weekend and the other patches will entail is Emmet just being like, Yo, there's like so many exciting places and so many things of content to do. Do you, I know this might be the end of the story, but you should stay subbed because there's still so much content to do in the future. Don't leave just yet, there's so much to do still. You're gonna be able to have so much fun in this game in the future. Please remain subbed. Queen! Queen, there we go. Yay! 10,000 gil, 81 ice clusters. I'm getting quite a lot of crafting material from this. I will say that. I am getting quite a lot of crafting crystals. Oh, other things spawned. I didn't realize. I didn't realize other things had spawned. My bad. I didn't realize they spawned. I was too busy focused on the fruits and the veggies. Ta-da! That's my job. Resplendent feather. What's this? Mount item? 97? Token for a mount. Oh, is it you get multiple and you get a mount for it? Yay! They are tradable, I noticed. So you can just buy it eventually. So get enough of these and you turn it in. 3 for a mount. Okay, well, nice. I have one. Nice. I have one towards the mount. Hell yeah. Well, a couple 100,000 on the market board. Cheaper than I expected, honestly. Cheaper than I expected, really. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Come on. Come on. Secret disco party. No, so close. Ah, so close. Boo. Boo and also earns. Ah. Almost made it. Ah, so close. Boo and earns. Oh, neck crack. But hey, I got a thing that working towards a mount. I'll take that. I'll take that. Alright, where are we heading next? Labyrinthos! We're staying in here. One of these circles. It's gonna be one of these ones. It's gonna be this one right here. There we go. Quick! Teleport to Aporia! Ow, 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 my toes. Ow, my toes. Ow, my toes. My toesies and my woesies! Ow! Ow, they're feeling stiff. Ow, actually, it's my entire feet that are actually hurting. Ow, my heels are exploding too. Owie! Ow! Owie! All of my foot are reset. Ow. Ow. Pig! Just say the pig flying. Pig! Something eating your foot itself. My feet are very damaged. I have very, 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 very bad feet. I have incredibly awful feet in so many ways. Bam! Go on, attack! There we go, there we go. I keep thinking I don't need to lock on for, the Lionheart combo because I'm so used to using it for AoE for stuff like treasure dungeons, like for treasure maps. And then I'm just like, oh, but it's one of those things where it's like it hits things around. Yeah, the last couple of weeks it has been pretty rough on my feet. Combination of what I've been doing at work and the fact that I've like gone out for concerts in both weeks. Not really had any chance of like where my feet have rested for a long time, and there's been a lot of days when my feet have been pushed extra hard. So my feet are always bad, and they are doing particularly awful right now. Oh, Machinist! Avril is now Machinist. I noticed she was wearing a top with a scarf on. I'm just like, what? I wish that was a mount. I wish that was a mount, not an accessory. I like the idea of just growing wings and flying. That sounds cool. Ow! I hiccuped and it hurt. I hiccuped and I didn't open my throat properly, so I didn't hiccup. Yo! Golden supporters and rainbow golems, oh my! Die! Yeah! I'm getting so many fucking clusters. Let's go! Let's go! I see some gatherer Guerdon materials in there. Hell yeah. They're making they're turning the damn golems gay. You've heard of gay frogs, but now get ready for gay rocks. Whee! Whee! It's gonna be so exciting when I do streams to get achievements, and we just do like every weekend we are trying to get the Hidden Canals achievement until we finish. Malage Copopsis. Pajama stuff. Pajama stuff. That'd be 51. You got a cube of moon gel? Gel from the moon. Alright, we're going this way. We're at a gay rocks in the Eden Road. That is true. The rocks are the rocks are gay. Eden Raid shows up behind. Always have been. Yo! Not even cock teasing on that one. Let's go. Whee! Hyper stage. I feel like there are some people who would do treasure dungeons here just the Jeepos. This is Jeepo's paradise, and I imagine there's definitely people who are here to be like, we need to clear up to the final tier of the treasure dungeon. Why do you like some crafting materials you want? Are you like working on some money? Need some like crafting crystals? No, I need to G-pose in front of the golden rabbits. I mean, I get it. I get it. Again, you should only ever use double down outside of No Mercy. Double down already does so much damage. It doesn't need to be buffed any stronger. You should use that No Mercy to buff your other attacks that are a bit weaker, so they're a bit stronger, so they can try to catch up to No Mercy's to double down's damage. That's how it works. It already does so much. Why do you need it to do more? Your rolls have been so bad, Amaril. Amaril has had the worst rolls I've ever fucking seen. Yo! Once again, no teasing? No teasing at all? Just fully in? Way past the tip? God damn, Treasure Dungeon. Whee! Look at us flying. Yeah. Yeah. I need a missile jamming mode so bad. I need that missile jamming mode. Exciting Wanderer! That's just another name for the Warrior of Light. Golden supporter! There we go. 45,000 gil, hell yeah. I wonder how much more money you'd make from all of these if you started selling off all of the crafting crystals. If you sold off all the crafting crystals, I bet the amount of money you'd make from doing this would jump up quite a lot. I mean, I'm already at like close to 300k from today so far. Because I started at 24,444,000 or 440 something thousand. But like, what are my crystals at? Yeah, some of these crystals I'm out to getting up there. You're right, I should sell the crystals I don't use. But I had to get more money. I haven't played Picto probably in a while. I forgot how much I enjoyed the rotation. I haven't done every time I've like gone Picto into roulettes, I so rarely get any high level duties. I have no idea what Picto was like in anything that's decently high. I don't think I've ever been put into I don't think I've ever been put into a roulette with Picto where I've had like access to anything stronger than like Holy and White. Even then, I think I've only gotten Holy and White once or twice. Picto's unreasonably fun. I think something that helps Picto so much is the fact that it just like does feel very different to other jobs. The entire painting system does help it feel so different to other jobs. These moments where it's just like you can pre-plan when to use like your big cast time. So you can have that moment of just like, oh, I want to like this moment, like this is going to be some downtime. I'm going to pre-cast a big thing here to get ready. As long as you do that pre-casting like sometime before. I'll spend the 900 gil. I'm getting a lot of money out of this anyways. Yeah, there's a lot of aspects to Picto that like it is a very distinct and unique job. When I pre-cast. It's kind of funny that we got Picto and Viper in the same expansion. Where Picto is a caster that feels so different to other casters because of the whole painting system. And it makes it feel so different to everything else. And the way that, like, things lead one into another on that. And then you have Viper, which Viper is one of the most... This feels like a bunch of other jobs combined together. Now, don't get me wrong. I really like Viper. Because a lot of things that Viper combines are what I like about other jobs. It has Enshroud from Reaper. I like Enshroud. It has Continuation from Gunbreaker, and I really like Continuation on Gunbreaker. Viper's easier monk, and that's why I love it. See, the thing is, I never even got to experience it. I never got to experience it, and it makes me really sad. Is that I feel like I would love Viper so much more with Noxious Nash. I really think not having Noxious Nash is really disappointing for Viper. The fact that that move lost, the fact that Noxious Nash lasted a month. Yo! Yo, on the treasure chest drop. 8. There, well, someone else enjoy that. Someone else enjoy that. That was an 8 for me. Hey! Hey! There's your luck. Your luck is used for the wings. Let's go. Yeah, it's just without Noxious Nash, Viper is literally only press the glowy buttons. It is actually nothing else. And those glowy buttons are fun to press. I do like the gameplay loop of how Viper works. Oh, like the intentional difference of like certain attacks where you double weave. I like the idea of like using your like rattling coils at the right time so you don't overstack them, but also so you use it when you actually do move away so you don't like lose uptime on it and everything like that. I like those elements to it. It's just when it comes to its most basic rotation, it is quite literally nothing but press the glowy buttons. And it's just Noxious Nash lasted for a month on the easiest melee in the game before they got rid of it, and I don't understand why they turned around and got rid of it so fucking quickly. I don't know why they turned around and decided, oh, actually, Noxious Nash was bad. Let's get rid of it so fucking rapidly. Again, it didn't last a month. It didn't make it to the first Savage tier of the expansion. It's so fucking ridiculous. Alright, well, back to me. I'm going this. Oops, nope. And the thing is, it's just like, Noxious Nash is literally just F's design, but easier to use, because it's the starting combo. It's not a separate button you have to press. You do it as part of your normal combos. Palm log! I didn't get a palm log. I'm getting crafting materials. Actually, I do actually, my stack is building up a little bit. Hey look, I got the raw zircons. I got the raw zircons. But yeah, it's just... If Viper had Noxious Nash, I'd like it so much more. Because I'd have at least something to think about doing the rotation. it needs something that you've got to like actually think about and decide what to do. A lot of other jobs might have moments where they play themselves, but there's still some elements, even in the most simple of jobs, of deciding what to do. Like, even Summoner, the simplest of the other simple job that exists. There's still some decision factor to be made there. And that comes from Ifrit. Do you want to use Ifrit now? Or, or use it later because it has the longer cast times? Like, do you want to try and use something else now that's super rapid and fast so you can keep moving? Or is now the right time to use Ifrit so you can commit to, like, the 2 casts that it has? It's not much, but it's literally something. Deciding what order to do your cast, like, your summons in is at least something. I mean, I assume for 2-minute burst there's, like, a quote-unquote... Actually, no, for 2-minute... I was about to say, for 2-minute burst is the correct option. For 2-minute burst, the correct option is fucking Phoenix Super Harmon, never mind. But yeah, it's just... Because on Viper, it's a 3-step combo, and it's like, the middle step can be, like, you've got to press the right middle step to get to the right final step. But on the final step, you've got to worry about positionals. So every time you get to the 3rd step, you worry about positionals. Make it so when you do the 1st step, you got to think about, do you want to do more damage, or do you want to reapply the... Alrighty then. Alright then. Let's go again! Run back, baby! Salty run back! Because that's just the thing that's disappointing. It's just like, just give you nothing. I think is at this point, it's been like, Noxious Nash lasted for a month. It's been over a year since they got rid of it. So I don't think it's ever coming back. And it fucking sucks. This is the reason why I rarely play melee DPS. Well, fortunately, Viper has like a baked in when you should use it. It's very easy for Viper to know the right time to use True North. Just because you can line up several positionals in a row and just be like, use it, make it easy. Viper's one of the jobs where you can actually have 3 positional attacks land within True North. I think Dragoon also does that. Where you can have 3 positional attacks line up in 1 True North usage. So it's like a very obvious, using it here is like pretty good. But yeah, it's just, I hope at some point during Dawn Trail or at some point in Earth Song or whatever the next expansion is going to be called. I said Starbound and Earth Song. That's the 2 I'm going for 8.0. I hope at some point during that they just give Viper a little more. Just something to think about. Realistically, I'd like what I would actually say is just give it Noxious Nash back. The people who complained about Noxious Nash being too hard, fucking ignore them. Don't listen to them. But also stop listening to the players. As much as you do, is just a general critique I have of the 14 development team in general. One of my biggest critiques of the 14 team is that they listen to the player base too much. And I think they need to stop. I think a number of the issues that 14 has been having from a gameplay perspective is them listening to the players too much and trying to appease people who can't be appeased, or trying to appease people by what they say they want, when realistically that's not what they want, because gamers are so incredibly frequently wrong about what they want. Gamers will say, I don't like this, and they're right that they don't like it, and then they'll say, I don't like it because of this. It should be this instead. And most of the time they're wrong about that. I'm not immune to this, by the way. Don't think that I think I'm smarter than gamers because I give critiques on what I think of, like, what I prefer or what I like or anything in video games. I'm talking shit. I'm trying to entertain. Hey! But yeah, overall, I'd say one of, like, so many of the issues. Putting away his gelatin stashes the moon gel. No wonder Urianger wasn't able to make any good things. The only gelatin that he had was made out of rocks. But yeah, Yoshi P, everyone else at CPU 3. If you would like to make the game better, stop listening to the players and doing what they ask, and instead have your own vision and stick to it. Gay rocks! Murder the gay rocks! Plane cracker? Jesus. I mean, that is what that model uses. I just wasn't expecting it. Like, oh, players complain about Bosnia. Relic is too hard and grindy. Endwalker comes out with a relic that's barely a relic, so you just used tomes to get it. Oh, this sucks and it's bad. Oh, it's too hard to like sync up burst windows. Can we have it so it's easy to sync up burst windows? Okay, 2-minute meta gets introduced. Oh my god, job homogenization. Why do all the jobs feel the same? Game's too hard. Alright, we'll make the game easier and Endwalker. Oh my god, now the game is boring. Oh my god, now it's like I have nothing interesting to do because like combat's too easy. Really? Man, we really had that one good run. And then we had a second run that was like almost to the end. But what if this next map is also in the exact same spot? I really want Dark Knight to play differently from Warrior. See, to me, those are so different. Kojo's a bit hard today. To me, Warrior and Dark Knight play very different. To me, they feel like radically different. But I also feel like I'm someone who's kind of immune to the idea of job homogenization, them feeling different. Because to me, like, people say that, oh, jobs are too similar in the game and there's like too many similarities between so many things. And I'm just like, for me, so much of the game feels like, there's only a couple of jobs that I'd say actually don't feel the same. Most jobs feel to me very, very different to each other. Now, you know what I will say? You know the two jobs that I do say feel too similar to each other and I wish they were a bit more different? Sage and Scholar. It's mainly that. It's Sage and Scholar. They're the two where I'm just like, it's really hard to ignore how those are the same job. That one's much harder to ignore. The main difference is that you don't have a cast time to put on shields with Sage. Which is why you see everyone play Sage and no one plays Scholar, but still. But also Scholar has recitation, so the trade-off. To me, the mere presence cast bars for shields is a huge barrier to enter for Scholar. Yeah, the cast bar for the shield is a bit, yeah. Whispers. Yeah, that is a big part of that. Because I notice if I'm going through a dungeon or if I'm going through like an alliance raid as Scholar, it's so annoying to put on the shields before the next pull starts because the people will just run forward and not stop and give me enough time to put on the shields. Whereas at least if I'm as Sage, I can put on the shield without having to worry about it while we're moving. So I do run into that. Spider Brand. See, the thing is, people complain about job homogenization. I don't know how many people are actually serious about it. In terms of, like, I don't like that jobs feel similar. Because anytime they introduce something to try and make jobs more different to each other, people complain. We have now made a change where Gunbreaker and Dark Knight no longer do damage with their gap closers, which means slightly less use of for damage in your burst, but it also means you can freely move with Gunbreaker and Dark Knight without worrying about wasting damage to use in burst. There is now a difference, even if it's minor, between Warrior and Paladin and Dark Knight and Gunbreaker in terms of how they have maneuverability on the field, because two of the jobs can now move a lot more on the field without having to worry about wasting damage. Whereas the other ones have a bit more damage they can dish out during a burst if they save it. So if you can effectively save your movement and don't need to rely on your movement tools, you can get extra damage out of it. So it's an optimization technique. Like, hey, look, a difference between some of the jobs. And people fucking still, to this day, complain that Gunbreaker and Dark Knight don't do damage on their gap closers. Like, it is a minor difference. It is not a big deal. It's a little bit one. It does change how you use gap closers on them. You would now have to not worry ever about gap closers on Dark Knight and Gunbreaker, so they're way more maneuverable. But also, you're rewarded on Warrior and Paladin for not relying on them and doing more smart movement. There is a difference between them now. And people are still bitching, just being like, oh my god, put the damage back on them. And it's just like, motherfucker, if you can't handle the difference in some jobs doing damage on a gap closer and others not, you can't handle them removing the 2-minute meta. You can't handle it. If no damage on a gap closer is too extreme of a difference between jobs, then no, you want the 2-minute meta. You want job homogenization. Otherwise, you wouldn't be bitching about this. That being said, the people who complain about Dark Knight losing the plunge animation, that's fair. Losing the animation, and it's just like, I don't even care about the damage aspect to it. I just care about the animation of plunge. That's fine. You're wrong. Shadow Stride looks cooler than plunge, but like, you can have the opinion that it's just like, I don't care about the damage, I just want the animation back. That's fine. Shadow Stride looks cooler. But, like, you know. You do a flash stab! You do an anime flash stab! Complain about trajectory! That being said, I also didn't like the look of Rough Divide either, so it's like... I'm not a massive fan of the look of trajectory for Gunbreaker, but I also wasn't a massive fan of the look of Rough Divide either, so I'm just losing on both of them too. So, you know. None of Gunbreaker's movement options look like freaking Rise Gunlance holding the Gunlance behind it and blasting a rocket to move forward. So I'm always going to complain that it doesn't look cool enough. So there's that. Skills honestly one of my least favorite jobs to me. It feels like the skills don't feel like they synchronize with each other well. I would kill for Gunlance Blast Dash on Gunbreaker. I like if we can mod the game. If we're allowed to mod the game, but we can't show it to people, so I want to make a mod to have Gunlance Blast Dash on Gunbreaker for its gap closer. It's already my favorite job, but it would be my favorite job with that. See, you say you don't like Scholar because the things don't synchronize. Wow, really? These have been terrible. We had one good run and one decent run, and the rest have been dog shit. The fact that Scholar has a lot of skills that are somewhat at odds with each other is why I like Scholar. To me, that makes sense for the identity of Scholar. Scholar has to choose what to do. Scholar doesn't just have access to its whole kit and can just do its whole kit at any given time. Scholar has to choose the right thing for the right situation, and that's what I like about it. It's specifically because it has things that work against each other. That means you have to make decisions. That is like why I like Scholar. I like that you have to choose between like, do you want the fairy out for Embrace or do you want to use Dissipation to get your extra Aether stacks? Do you want to like put someone on the Fey Chain and like just let them be topped up, or do you want to like be able to use your other fairy abilities kind of like that? But like, it's why I wish Energy Drain was more effective for Scholar. It's why I wish Energy Drain was like actually something worth using. Because at the moment, Energy Drain is just, it's kind of a rewards, it's more of a reward system of just like, hey, so you don't waste Aetherflow stacks, do a tiny bit of extra damage if you don't need these stacks by the time Aetherflow comes back up. Whereas, what I would prefer Aetherflow stacks to be with Energy Drain is a preactive decision. That if you use an Energy Drain to get rid of your Aetherflow stacks, do it during your burst, and you actually get quite a lot of damage out of it. But now you have to wait until you get Aether Flow back to be able to actually use any of your Aether Flow stacks. Do you want to burn all of your Aether Flow stacks early on for energy drain to line it up with a burst window so you can get even more damage out of it and it's actually super worth it to do it? Or the way that it is, or do you want to like save those stacks and possibly get less damage if you do it later? Scholar better than Sage because you don't actually have to keep casting that actually heal the tank buff every time you do a dungeon or fate. yeah, I guess like Scholar does have heal stance on it, kind of, because of Cardia. So there is that. What do you think it feels like to fly through the glowing light flowing through Zodiac's hole? I bet it feels like one hell of a trip. It's a trip that feels amazing for the first second and then gets overwhelming very quickly. Also, I see that Averil is constantly changing jobs. Averil is now Viper. Averil is now a Viper, and just based on what she looks like, I think she's wearing a Palaka top. Which is correct, because Viper with the Palaka top looks fucking amazing. But all Palaka gear looks incredible. Palaka gear looks incredible. You just have to be willing to go through the emotional trauma that is Vanasparty. No, I don't mean the emotional trauma of Vanasparty being like a torturous dungeon to go through because of the horrors that happen. I mean Vanasparty being a 20-minute dungeon instead of 15-minute. Yeah, I was right. You are wearing Palaka. I was right. I was right. Here's another gripe about Skull. They have skill called Energy Drain that's the same name as Arcanus and Summer's Energy Drain has a completely different effect. It's also Palaka swords. These are the same swords I use for Viper as well. I use these exact swords for Viper as well. The Palaka Saber things, yeah. Yeah, Palaka gear in general looks fucking amazing. Sabers are cunty and we need more of them. There are way too few Sabers in general, but especially for Viper. Viper feels like it's made for... Oh, really? Are you serious? How have we gotten two? Are these this common or... Ifra, let's go! Alright, we're just gonna keep going until all four of us have the wings. Yes, maybe energy drain should be called something different, especially as Scholar is not draining energy doing it. Scholar is attacking with it. My way, the hyperweight dead. The portraits, no! No! No, you got DMV'd. No. Are people down for more treasure dungeons after this? I don't know when to stop. I like treasure dungeons a lot, and I'm just willing to do them forever. Look, I remembered it before the enemies fall this time. Because I'm worried that I'm just like keep doing these and I'm not like asking anyone. For like 2 to 3 more hours, maybe. Oh, okay. A lot of hours. Oh, I saw 2 or 3. I'm like 2 or 3 more maps. I'm not doing anything. Sorry, I'm cat jamming too much. I'm standing in the air with. It is a little different with this, where we don't even, like, because of the way the maps work in Endwalker, we're not even getting, like, the different types of dungeons. It's a little funny. I mean, if you want to do different dungeons, just get the different map. It's also just because I've got like a shitload of tome ones. There's nothing super useful in here, so I might as well try the lot. Okay, it's a 4, so we're going high. Could at least given Scholar Trait automatically changes energy drain into a different skill. Boo! I'm sorry, we got nothing. I'm sorry, we get nothing. Good day to you, sir. Whose turn is it? I've lost track. I've lost track of whose turn it is to actually open doors. I guess it's our teachers. Yeah, I just want energy drain to do enough damage that it's like actually considering like, do you want to burn all of your energy drains in a burst window and then be like stuck for the next minute without any of your energy drain resources and you're gonna rely on your other resources like variabilities and stuff. I want it to be an actual interesting decision that you have to make. As opposed to currently where... Wow. Wow. As opposed to where it currently is, where energy drain is not a skill. I meant right. Ducky never picking again. How many times have we been kicked out on the first floor? We've done 10 of these dungeons at the moment because we've got the achievement. We've done 10 and I think we've been kicked out on the first floor 3 or 4 times. I don't think it's how odds work. Akion! This is where I'm gonna burn all my Aetheryte tickets. This is where I burn all of my Aetheryte tickets on frickin' Endwalker treasure dungeon maps because they're all so far apart from each other. Because Endwalker zones are the most far apart zones out of any expansion. Because you're not working through one area and going to each zone in the different area. It's just across the entire fucking world and beyond and beyond beyond. At least the other treasure dungeon will all be in one zone. I'm now realizing, yeah, Elpis. Is the other treasure dungeon literally only Elpis? Love Endwalker travel costs. Yeah, the only zone we haven't been to is Elpis. So is the entire other treasure dungeon in Helpis? I mean, at least that makes it cheaper. At least that makes it cheaper. For travel. I feel bad killing these trolls after we saw that one cute one in the Aether quests. I feel bad that we gotta kill all the others. Actually, I'm realizing what our limit of treasure dungeons has to be. I do have to also do sightseeing today. I do have to also do sightseeing today. I forgot about that. So focused on this, I forgot. Oh yeah. So okay, Shackles said they suck, true. Do we think an estimate of 2 hours for sightseeing makes sense? If it's like 40 odd, 3 minutes per, that's like 2 hours. No, the portrait! No! Not the portrait! Look, I'm getting better with my tank stance though. I'm not forgetting. I'm getting better with tank stance. I'm now tank stancing before we even move to the first area. Look, I'm starting to remember. I'm starting to remember how to be a main tank in this game. I'm getting there. Okay. 3 hours into stream VOD. Actually. No, we can do that. Yeah. I know my cutoff time. I know my cutoff time at Treasure Dungeon, so we have time to actually do sightseeing. It is currently 5:03 p.m. Once it hits 6 p.m., we do one more attempt after the current one. There it is. That's the plan. Currently 5:03. If we're in a dungeon at when it hits 6, then we do one more map after that one. There we go. I've worked it out. Because if it's going to take roughly 2 hours, then that means I'm going to finish at like 8 p.m. to stream. Which is going to be late, but I ended up starting an hour late today because I got held up at work by an hour. And this is the knock-on effect. I'm getting no materials. I'm getting nothing. I'm getting... Look at the bullshit that I've got. Actually, I got that one mount feather, so I do have that. I do have that. Remind me to grab a drink after this dungeon. In 2 hours, and I only had a small can. I've not filled up any of my water bottles for quite some days now, and it's getting really bad. The problem is that I have a lot of bottles of water. And normally I'd refill them, like I drink 1 or 2 that day, and then I refill that 1 or 2. But the problem is broken windows. Because I'm very rapidly running into the issue of, because I've got so many bottles that I have, if I don't refill my bottles of water one day, then by the end of the next day, there's like 3 or 4 bottles. And because there's more of them, I'm less likely to do it. But then if I don't do it again that day, then the next day there's going to be like 4 to 6 bottles, which means I'm even less likely to refill them because it's so many more. And then that rapidly escalates to the situation that I've got now where I haven't refilled any of my bottles of water for like a week because there's 9 of them sitting there and I don't have any left. I'm running into an issue here. I got materia and an alkahest. Lovely. Lovely. See, the real solution is if I can't refill, like, if I don't have the energy to, like, after a stream or, like, after a concert, to refill 9 bottles of water, what I should do is refill 2. Refilling 2 is easy. I have 2 hands. Secret disco party. Boo! Secret disco party. Fucking Christ. This has been like 5 or 6 in a row that have been so shit. But yeah, what I should do is if I don't have the ability to refill 9 bottles of water in one day, what I instead do is that day refill 2. And if I only drink 1 per day, but every day I refill 2, I will eventually, over the course of like a week, I'll have them all refilled again. And then I can have the 1 or 2 a day still, and then just refill those each day. The problem is that I have very low energy when I'm not streaming. I exhaust myself on stream. Okay, while I grab a drink, I'm gonna pop a map, and you have to work out where it is, based on what you see on screen. Someone else can flag it. Look, find it! Well, I find liquid to consume. Ow. Ow, I forgot my thighs were burning. Ow. 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 Chat, I'm in pain. Oh, that is nice and cold. That is nice and cold. Ow. Ow. Yeah, see, water bottle meta. I'm working it out. I'm working out my water bottle meta. Ow! Ow! Ow. Ow. My thighs are chafed to hell because it was very hot and sweaty at work today. Ow. Ow. It was very hot and sweaty at work today, so my thighs are really badly chafed. And I sat right on the chair, in a way, with a hard plastic, dug right into one of the spots where it's chafed really bad. Ow! Ow! Oh god. Oh fuck, that really hurts, actually. That was actually really bad. That was really bad, actually. Oh fuck, that hurts so much. There we go. Get the mud. Get the mud. All my throat tickets are going. Ow, fuck. Oh, God. Ow. 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 Fuck. Oh, God, it hurts so much. I'm trying to, like, move into a position where it's, like, not pressing on it, and I can't work out how to do that now. Ah, God. Ow. Sitting still for a while, it was fine. And now that I've moved, I can't move back into a position where it's not hurting. Oh, fuck. Ow. Ow. It was really hot at work today. I dehydrated a lot. I went through several bottles of drink while I was at work today. Because it was just it was so fucking hot. Probably TMI, but like my shorts that I was wearing were like genuinely like soaked. Like, the entire thing. Like, a lot of my shirt was, too. But it's just, like generally just, like, dripping sweat down my entire arms the entire day. It was real fucking bad. Pretty sure just all of the ventilation and air conditioning in the entire center died. It actually froze a little bit. I put these into the cold freezer section of my fridge before the stream. And the other one was cold, and this one's actually got, like, some slight chilled, like, frozen bits in it. I don't have a proper freezer in my fridge. What I have in my fridge, which is Game Mode More Veils, you have the 3 and you will like it. my fridge doesn't have a proper freezer in it because I've got, like, just a little bar fridge for my room.
But what it's got in the top is a metal tray. Just like in the top corner, it's a metal tray that's stuck to the roof. And there's a cold pump that connects to the metal. So what it does is that it makes all of the metal cold. Like it attaches to the back of the metal tray, and that's really cold. And because it's metal, it can conduct cold. So the entire metal like cupboard at the top is just really cold. It does like it's cold enough that it will frost over slightly. So you've got to like pat it down with like a wet towel to get rid of like the ice buildup. But then I also don't do that and leave the ice in there so it gets even colder. As long as it doesn't get too big. So it's not a proper freezer, but it's like a cold metal tray that is cold enough that it can frost a little bit of ice to it. But it turns out if you put a metal can in there... Like, it's still very... It's not like frozen, but it's like a slushy. It's like a slushy texture for like half of it in here. It's really nice. I'm trying to figure out a good flowery headpiece to speak the man so vanilla isn't dyeable and matches the color palette I want is hard. It is dyeable or matches color. Did you see the new flower stuff? Isn't there like new flowers in basically every major patch? I swear there are new hair corsages in every single fucking patch of the game. I swear every single fucking patch gets new flower corsages. Rainbow Champa corsage. Wow, okay. Okay. Oh, I know some people who would love that. I know some people who would absolutely fucking love that. Melody and my FC would absolutely fucking adore this. It's me, I'm some people. I can do something with that. There we go. Lots of different colors because flowers, yeah. Yunsa, I'm Final Fantasy brained. I looked over to what you wrote, and my brain's first reading of that said Midgardsormr vibes, and I was about to ask, what does a crown of flowers have anything to do with Midgardsormr? I'm looking through corsages later. We're going back to Costa City. To be fair, they're really similar words. Oh, there it is. I love treasure hunts so much. I love treasure hunts so much in this game. Again, it's just like, I find treasure hunts are just like such a perfect... chill, relax content to do with like people in this game. There's a lot of parts to this game that I do really enjoy that are the type of content that I feel like I don't get that many chances to actually play. Part of it just being like, I don't want to do it on stream because I'm always working on something else. Some of it just being, it's hard for me to do when I'm not on stream just because like of player counts of when I'm there. And some of it just being like, I like what it is. The commitment it requires to do it makes it a lot harder. Well, that's deep dungeons. I like deep dungeons. Every time I've gone through deep dungeons in this, I've really enjoyed the actual experience of going through the deep dungeon. It's more so just doing it outside of that. Deep dungeons are a lot of commitment. Even doing like one set of 10 floors is a fairly decent amount of commitment. And just the way that you need like the same party synced up, like it's the type of thing where it's really hard to do it with randoms because, well, put a deep dungeon in PF. I dare to see how many people do it unless you're specifically saying level 51 to 60, Palace of the Dead, 8th of full farming. A deep dungeon that feels like such a chore. It's everything around deep dungeon. Like the gameplay I like of deep dungeons, it's the strictness of how you have to do them that I don't. It's why basically like the only chance I've really had to do them is being on stream, because you need the same party to like go through it. You have like save files for it.
So it's not really something I can just go into PF and just be like, hey, I need to work on the next 10 floors. Does anyone else need to work on the next 10 floors? And they go, oh yeah, sure. It needs to be like, okay, well, I want to go from like 50 to like 51 to 100 of like Palace of the Dead. I need a group of people who are willing to do that with me. That's basically like only on. So it's very specific to do that. It's like so it makes it hard to like 101 to 200. Well, we're not gonna like. I'd need people. I'd have to do that on stream. Like getting people to do that off stream. I think it's like I could join specific discords that like focus on deep dungeoning maybe to do that. If there was like a deep dungeon discord, maybe I could do that and find people. I don't think I've chosen for a while. But like that would be like more of a stream thing, and at this point it's just like we've got so many other things to do that like going past where the story finishes is something that we don't need to do. Like the story finished for Heaven on High at like 30, so we don't need to go past that. Story finished at 100 for Palace of the Dead, so we don't need to go past that. I mean, even just going past that requires 8 people farm. Even just going past like, oh, we want to do 101 to 200 of Palace of the Dead. Okay, has everyone done the prerequisite Aether Pool farming that you need to do for it? Which fortunately, literally in the most recent patch of 7.31, they made it easier because now Aether Pool is +5 every time you get it instead of +1 for Palace of the Dead. Do you think this floor secretes microplastics? Plastics in bite-sized form. When I was at the concert last Saturday, there was someone in front of us in line, and they were wearing a shirt about microplastics. It was like, microplastics, they're fun to eat, or something like that. They're wearing some shit like that. And I mean, and not to get into it, not to just like praise it like it should, but it's just like, in terms of, I enjoy the gameplay and I enjoy when the gameplay's a bit higher, but the specificity of how hard it is to organize content around other people and how many people in this game don't actually do like any content in this fucking game. In terms of like, what's a piece of content in this game that has a high difficulty, that has like a decently high enough difficulty bar that it's always fun to do because it's not brainless and it's not mindless, that has like mastery to it that you can strive for a even higher standard of it if you want to. Secret Disco Party, but is also really easy to like do solo, but also really easy to do with a group of people, and you don't even need to really organize it with a group of people. You just show up and do it with the group of people who happen to be there. I wonder if there's a piece of content in this game that perfectly vibes with being able to do content with other people super casually, that you don't need to pre-organize it in a party finder or anything like that. Just people rock up and they do it. And even if you do need to party finder, it's a simple process because you just need to be like, party finder, okay, we're now doing the thing that's for. Oh yeah, it's Bosnia. It's Bosnia. Bosnia's the best content in this game because right, it's Bosnia. That's why Bosnia's the best content in this game. Because it is both harder than any normal content in this game. It is harder than any normal content in this game, so it's really fun and exhilarating to do. Gunspotter! While also just being like, not so complicated to do, that you can easily just be like, well, the fact that you can do the Dalriada or Castron Blackus with randoms in the zone is so fucking good. The fact that those like instances just fucking like, this is like comparing it to like Bardessian Arsenal. I really like Bardessian Arsenal as content once you get into it. What are we getting here? Is this just, it's Overtaurus. We're just trying our luck. 4! It's always a fucking 4. Come on. Yo, let's go! Double or nothing, let's go again. Oh, hell yeah, it's an 8. Oh, wait, that is a 9. Oh, was the other one? Or is this, it's a 9 again? Wait, if that's a 9, we're guaranteed to get it on low, right? I don't think there is a 10. Let's go! Let's go! We're rich. We're breaking out the bandits this time. Let's go. Hell yeah. Yeah. Baldessian Arsenal is really fun. I really like doing Baldessian Arsenal. The actual content of Baldessian Arsenal, once you get into it, is really fun. It's a really good instance. It's one of my favorite duties in the game. The mob pools are unlike anything else in the game, and they're really fun. You can go in different builds. The actual boss fights themselves are fun, and the level of, like, intensity behind a lot of it is fun, while still being... If you know what you're doing, you can do it. It's not like savage level difficulty of just, like, requires absolute perfection from everyone, but it's a lot more than in normal stuff. Secret Disco Party! But getting into Baldessian Arsenal fucking sucks. That shit sucks so bad. Oh my god, it's so bad. So the fact that Bosnia just lets you do Dalriada and Castrum Blackus of just being like, yeah, do enough like CEs and it pops, and also even if you don't, it'll just pop eventually, and just queue in with randoms and I'll go for it. And like, it's not as hard as Baldessian Arsenal, but like, it's harder than like normal any other alliance raid basically, and it has enough unique things to do in it that it's like Castrum Blackus changes every time you do it because you go top or bottom, so there's actual different shit to do in it each time. While also like a drama like has different mechanics every time you do it, and then there's the whole fucking hostages section to save, and that itself is just like completely unique content that nothing else in the fucking game has, and it's awesome as shit. And then even Dalriada has like the difference between like fighting Side of War at the beginning and then the others. It doesn't have as much difference as like the later sections, but like it's even got like the laser hallways and like that shit's cool. But it's like it's so like it's harder than any other alliance raid really, except for maybe the near ones, while also still being like totally possible for just like people to randomly queue into. And the 52. While also just being a random queue-in that you don't have to rely on like making sure people kill the right fucking notorious monster and then go to the teleporters and wait a certain amount of time to get into it like Baldessian Arsenal. Bosnia is perfect. Which is why it started getting really concerning when Bosnia 2 stopped being called Bosnia 2 and everyone started calling it Eureka 3. Started getting really concerning when that started happening. Forgot what I rolled. I rolled a 52. Started getting really concerning when it came out. Yo, you got a feather. Bosnia 2 finally came out in Dawn Trail. And then when it came out, people stopped calling it Bosnia 2. And people started calling it Eureka 3. And now I'm worried. I like Eureka. I much prefer Bosnia. And the main thing that would fix Eureka is doing it on content so it's actually more populated. By the time I get to Eureka 3, that will no longer be the case. Oh, come on! Not one away from the end again! No! The similarities to Eureka made me go, oh, I'm not doing this shit, and I'll tell you everything you need to know. Also, but the difference is that I did Eureka. The difference is that I still did Eureka. I still enjoyed Eureka enough getting it to a certain point that I still did it. Eureka is one of those things where the moment that I like actually leveled up, I was enjoying it a hell of a lot more. I'd rather saw my legs up. I enjoyed Eureka. The leveling process of Eureka is what I didn't like. I mean, thank you for putting the map right next to where we're going. The leveling process of Eureka is the worst aspect of it. I'm gonna broken glass instead because it's not underground. With floss, steak and stone. Yeah, the worst part for Eureka for me was the leveling process, and especially in Pagos. That was the part that frustrated me. But once I got to a point in Eureka where I was like max level for every zone, and then it was just join in trains with people to hunt notorious monsters. That part I really like. I really like that as the parts of Eureka that I like are that part. To be fair, I also would like the leveling process in Eureka if it scaled better for solo. Cause it doesn't. Because when I was leveling in Eureka with other people, which was primarily Animos and Hydatos, I wonder if someone's doing MSQ. Saw someone walking up this path, hiding behind a tree. I wonder if they're doing MSQ. I need to shut the fuck up. I'm gonna go on a tangent. But yeah, I'm curious how, in like what aspects, obviously don't need to know now, but I'm curious what aspects of Eureka 3 are going to be more similar. Because it's the end game loop that I find fun. The end game loop of Eureka I like. Getting into Baldessian Arsenal. I like what Baldessian Arsenal is. Getting into it kinda sucks. People have worked it out to a science now, but even that science is an annoying science to perform. Like, yeah, people have worked out how to get into Baldessian Arsenal consistently now. It doesn't stop the fact that the actual process of doing it is still annoying. Like, having done multiple runs of it now in the with the helplines, like, I'm so much more aware now of, like, how to do the process of, like, how we're doing it, but it's still a pain in the ass. Having to be like, okay, we're each in these specific parties and we need to bring up a separate map because in each party we've designated these portals to these people to make sure everyone actually gets into the portal at the right time. So you gotta bring up the separate map and, like, work out which area is your group and then work out in your group which number you are so you can go to this. Because if you don't do it that way and you've got too many people, not everyone's gonna get a portal and some people will be left behind, and that sucks. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. It is so fucking ridiculous. There's also the thing that I've said before of Baldessian Arsenal. It's really fun and is a really fun thing. It makes no fucking sense that it's at the end of fucking Eureka. Eureka is one of the most brain-off contents in the entire game because it is nothing but the most basic-ass fates in the game, where the one final boss at the end of every zone is the equivalent of maybe a dungeon boss, where it's like Castrum Lacus and Dalriada being at the end of Bosnia. That makes a lot of sense because, like, those feel like natural evolutions of how hard Bosnia actually is. Like, Bosnia critical engagements and some skirmishes in Bosnia are actually hard. And some of them are, like, way harder than, like, I'd put a lot of them are, like, above the average rate, especially for the scenes. They're actually, like, decently hard content and have got, like, a lot of unique mechanics for some of them. So the fact that going into Dalriada or Castrum is also that, is at the same level of difficulty, makes a lot of sense. And also the process of getting into it also makes a lot of sense. If you kill enough mobs, you'll spawn a skirmish. Do skirmishes and you'll spawn critical engagements. When a critical engagement spawns, you sign up for it and you queue into it. And guess how you get into Dalriada or Castrum? You do enough CEs to make it spawn, and then you queue into it. You access them the same way you access anything else in Bosnia. You don't have to do what you do. Red Mage fun. Red Mage is really fun. You don't have to, like, what you have to do to enter Baldessian Arsenal is unlike anything else you have to do in Eureka. The difficulty level of Baldessian Arsenal is unlike anything else in Eureka. It's so mismatched for what, like, I like it. I like what it is once you're in there. Where it is in the game, what it's after, what you have to do to access it is so absurd compared to what else it is. Like, if everything else in Eureka was as much of a puzzle to do as what getting into Baldessian Arsenal was, then I could kind of understand it, because then at least it's prepping people to do that. But, like, farm basic mobs to make bigger mob that's still really easy to kill to appear. To whatever the fuck that portal shit is. Makes it sound like that's such a weird escalation. It's so bizarre. Again, it's these things that make me concerned of why is Eureka 3 and not Bosnia 2. Another golden supporter! Let's go! He supports my golden. Also, after this dungeon, I will have to take a bathroom break. After this dungeon, I will take a bathroom break. I'm getting so focused into the dungeons that I keep forgetting I need to go to the bathroom. And then I get to a point where I remember, and I'm just like, oh, okay, after the treasure dungeon. And then we're doing treasure dungeon, then I forget. But now I'm saying it out loud, so remind you to remind me. After this, I need to pee. Piss again. Here's what I'm really curious about in terms of stuff that's going to be way more soon. What the fuck is Island Sanctuary? I know it exists and I know it's solo.
I know the Island Sanctuary is solo progression and a solo instance entirely. Seriously? Oh my god. So it's gonna be so different to fucking Ishgard. Piss, go piss, girl. Wait, before I pee, you can solve my next map for me. Go piss, girl. This is the longest loading screen I experience in this game. I'm on PS5. All loading zone instances are really fucking fast, except for exiting a treasure dungeon. For some reason, that's the longest load I have. I'm gonna go pee. All of you decipher my map, and we'll work out where to go in Mario Lamentorum. I shall return. Yeah. Appealing sounds to come back to. Someone is somewhere around here making awful, gross, disgusting sounds. Is it you? Who's making those sounds? Yeah, Averil did a PS2. Deku's done a PS3. We have nearly reached the power of the PS5. It is one of the things about the game being an MMO that is kind of funny. Of just like, they have these moments of like, wait, where, and actually, where are we going? I didn't actually buy that on the map. I was going to where other people were. I think I was flying. It was fun to sitting here with the occasional squelching. I didn't realize I left it with the squelching though. I was saying words. Oh yeah, but yeah, just like the nature of this being an MMO, right? It is fun how you just run into these moments with this being an MMO. L2! Where it's like, yeah, you go to the moon because of this like story moment, and it's like this holy shit moment. You go to the edge of the universe, you go back into the past. But also because it's an MMO, we now just go back and chill there whenever we want. Oh, a little far over. Though they try to come up with descriptions of like they've come up with reasons in the lore of just like, why can we go back to the moon? Well, actually, other characters start going to the moon because there's just a teleporter there that now just always exists. Going to Ultima Thule, quantum physics. Going to Elpis, the crystal allows you to reactivate Elidibus's portal, I guess. But it is fun that we can just like go back to these places now. Well, the nature of it being an MMO, we can't just leave any of these zones to just be like, oh yeah, we did this zone for the story, but now it's dead and we'll never come back here. No, it's an MMO. We put a lot of effort and resources into the zones. So fuck it, there's a society quest now in Ultima Thule. Fuck it, there'll be society quest in Ultima Thule for a cafe. How do we make use of the edge of existence after like the story is done? And I don't say any of this disparagingly. I say it awesomely. It's a big, it's part of why I love it so much. It's just like no other expansion has had this level of absurdity of where you go in it, even remotely close to what Endwalker does. Well, the most that you have is the first at all existing in Shadowbringers. But even then, it's just like, yeah, you going back and forth is established very, very early. And like, how do you do it? The same way you did it before. Like, it's not any different. Hey, the portrait's fixed. Well, it's ready made down. But for Endwalker, they're just like, yeah, you've got the moon, the past, the edge of existence. Oh. Because even, like, the other absurd areas that we've had in the previous ones, like, yeah, Azys Law is, like, an insane escalation for Heaven to have just, like, this is the last zone, this giant, like, Alagon flagship, but, like, what's the lore explanation of, like, well, how do you go back to Azys Law once your, like, the story's done? Fly there. You flew there before. It had a shield on it, but you got rid of it. And also, like, yeah, the Guardians are chasing you the first time. They're no longer chasing you. So getting to Azys Law now is just a matter of flying. Like, it's not that hard. Shadowbringers, sorry, Stormblood doesn't really have any over-the-top, like,
the Lox isn't the same as Azis, Lara, the Tempest, or the Bull. And even then, like, I guess the Tempest is the closest one. Because the idea that the air bubble is just now permanently there is a little silly. The fact that the air bubble is permanently... Oh, look at the wrong side. I thought I could look at the other side and cheat, but unfortunately I can't cheat at these bunny tarot cards. Yeah, the fact that the air bubble is just permanently down in the Tempest to let us go down there, I guess is like a little bit of that. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. Well, my luck is apparently shit, so I'm not choosing the door. My luck is dog shit. I can't choose the door. But then you get to Endwalker, and it's just like the moon, the edge of existence, and the past. Half of the zones in Endwalker are absurd escalations of norms. Endwalker, you will forever be peak. We're discussing in the Discord. A lot of us, it seems a lot of my community does seem to actually straight up say they like Endwalker more than Shadowbringers. The overall community definitely seems to be a Shadowbringers beats Endwalker thing. Though how much of that at this point is just the community permanently glazes Shadowbringers to disparage everything that isn't Shadowbringers. It does feel like we're at a point in the community where it's just like, Shadowbringers is good. But a lot of people think that Shadowbringers is only good because it's not like the rest of that bullshit that's in the game. Like, they talk about how good Shadowbringers is only to like, put down the other expansions, so I don't know. Mandragoras! They're back. But yeah, overall, the consensus definitely seems to be that Shadowbringers is #1. And yeah, you get to my community, and it's most of my viewers, it seems, who puts did 3 dice? No, yeah. Who put Endwalker over there. Like, cause I believe in terms of people who have like I've heard say it. It's like I'm pretty sure Crafts, Deku, Densha, Trash. I think all of them, all of you have confirmed that you're like, yeah, Endwalker bit. Oh, sorry, you're forgetting other enemies spawn around that by this. I think I've heard all of you confirm that you like Endwalker more than Shadowbringers. And I, like, for me, yeah, I put Shadowbringers, I put Endwalker above Shadowbringers as well. I also do that. I also go, and I really am at a point where it's just like my order of expansions really is just reverse order that came down. Like, highest to lowest for me is just Endwalker, Shadowbringers, Stormblood, Heavensward, Realm Reborn. It really is that simple for me. Though if you're including patches, Heavensward and Stormblood swap. Patches for Heavensward are really, really, really good. I've been on the Endwalker Glaze train since birth. I've seen Endwalker in a premonition while I was in the incubator. I think, again, I've said this, like, I was talking about this when it came to, like, FF7 Rebirth yesterday. I think a big thing for a lot of people of why they don't consider Endwalker as highly as someone like me or most of my viewers do is I feel like a lot of people refuse to look at the stories in this game or in stories in general from a thematic perspective. A lot of people seem to only care about either store should advance the lore and the world building, or story should only advance character arcs. And it can do those things, and I honestly think this game does both of those things pretty fucking well. But for me, the #1 thing I care about when it comes to stories is themes. Like, for me, the thing that I'll take away from a game more than anything else is themes. Like, for me, character arcs, world building, lore, all of that. For me, all of that is like secondary to themes. I care the most about how Scarlet Mokograss. I'm sure that's very, very useful. And so I like Endwalker a lot because I like thematically what it does a lot. It's something I resonate with, and also Endwalker is obsessed with themes and dedicates its entire playtime basically to being like making sure everything is thematically progressing, like what Endwalker is about. Because I'll see some people with takes on Endwalker, because we're talking about that on Discord, just like people having insane fucking takes on Endwalker and just stuff like that. And it seems like we just go left. It's always like if you just stick to being a leftist, everything works out in life. But yeah, just seeing some people's takes on Endwalker of just like what they would prefer or what they want from it or why they don't like it. A lot of it to me does come to you're refusing to like engage with this game on a thematic level. The big one that like I saw recently was just people were saying that Endwalker should have been an expansion entirely about Golem holds. Or well, maybe not Endwalker should have been all about Golem holds, but there should have been a separate expansion that was nothing but Golem holds. And I just completely and utterly fundamentally disagree with the concept. Golem molds being almost a footnote in Endwalker and like being mostly dealt with by the time you even arrive there, for me is the perfect thematic conclusion for what Golem molds is. You can't have a story that involves going to Golem molds and doing it better. But like in terms of just like routing out the enemy and dismantling the Empire with everything like that. No. The best way they could have handled Golem molds is the way that they did it. Come on. Last floor, come on. Give us one last finish. Secret disco party? Seriously? Come on! Come on! Boo! And earned. But yeah, people who say that that's how throwing things at this game. People who say they want a full Golem mold expansion are wrong, and if you think you want a full Golem mold expansion, you're wrong. And if you say no, I do truly want a full Golem mold expansion, you're wrong about what you think. I'm sorry, but if you genuinely truly think I wish Golem mold's got a full expansion that was about beating the Empire, of going through 6 zones of Golem molds that was about toppling the Empire. If you think that's what you want, you don't know what you think. Because no, you don't want that. You don't want that. If you got it, you would have hated it. If you did get it, you would have fucking hated it and you would have complained about it, and I guarantee that. 100%. Because I see some people just being like, it's weird that Golem mold are villains for so long and they don't get like an expansion about Golem molds. And I'm just like, there was an expansion about Golem molds. It was called Stormblood. We already had a Golem mold expansion. It was Stormblood. Have you done multiple full bar quests? I forget. We're gonna unlock them later, but we've done the end of the dungeon quest is basically the prelude to when they'll start. We did the quest where the robots go up to the bar with one of the operates. I can't remember who it is. Jammingly or something. We do that after the dreamscape thing. And I can see it has a blue quest there, but that quest was activated like in some later patch, so we're doing it. Yeah, a couple patches ago. I can tell I already know it's a society quest just because of like the way that it's locked off. It's locked off by saying like it's exclusively to like crafters and gatherers or something. It's one of the two. It's a blue quest saying that it's locked to one of those, and with where it is and everything like that, I already know it's a society quest. If I was playing the game on content, I may not have known that. Because I wouldn't see the quest that actually unlocked it until it came out. But given that I can see it ahead of time, I already know it's a society quest. So one of the society quests is going to be, I presume it's going to be titled Omicrons. Because I don't think it's going to be, that would be a Lopper society quest. I assume it would be an Omicron one, because we're trying to help the Omicrons find out what to do with themselves. There just happens to be a Lopper over there. Danger Tech! Orchestra. So how you can do a solo, I'm not sure how you could do a solely Golem mod expansion with the state it was in, like 5.5. Well, people would just say, well, everything that happens to Golem mod should have been something that you did to it in the Golem mod expansion, which is also why I fundamentally disagree with the concept of a Golem mod expansion. The thing that makes the fall of Golem mods work so well is the fact that most of it is self-inflicted. Because guess what? That's what fascist empires do. Fascist empires are cannibalistic. Fascist empires are unstable. Fascist empires have one main end goal, which is 2 people left on the planet trying to kill each other. Like, that's what fascist empires do. Hell, even Golem molds, like, copied, like, part of the Roman thing of just, like, part of the fall of Golem molds mimics Roman, the fact that they spread themselves too thin to actually maintain their empire. Part of the point of Golem mold is the fact that they have so many provinces that they've overtaken that through various different, like, MSQ and side content stuff, like, so many of those things are so easy to, like, relatively easy to be liberated and taken over because Golem mold doesn't have the resources to actually handle all of the places that it's occupied. That's, like, a legitimate, like, historical thing that happens with empires that spread themselves that far. And, like, it happened to Golem molds. It's a bit window, I keep bumping into it. Again, it's something that I've seen Deku say in the Discord, where it's just like, it does seem like that what people wanted for a Golem mold expansion was genuinely an expansion of going into Golem mold and beating up the bad guys. And it's just like, I'm sorry, but if you think that the way that Golem mold should have been handled is an expansion of going into Golem mold and beating them all up until you win and you conquer Golem mold, like, you don't understand what the story of Golem mold is. Also, that's Stormblood. Also, you have an expansion that is about, like, fighting the Empire and beating them back until you win. It's called Stormblood. And it works there because you're liberating a place. Like, going into Golem mold and just fighting all of them, one, it would just feel like Stormblood again. But also, it would be very different feeling. It's a very different feeling between we're fighting back the let our teacher pick again. Super argue it should have been split into 2 expansions with Zodiac as the final boss of the first first half. What do you do then? Like, if Zodiac is Zodiac as the final boss of an expansion is too obvious. Zodiac being the final boss of an expansion is too obvious. I came into Endwalker knowing that Zodiac wouldn't be the final boss because it's too obvious. There has to be something different. It cannot be as obvious as Zodiac is actually just the final boss. It's too obvious. Like, Xenos works as the obvious final boss of Stormblood because, you know, you have a whole arc with him in terms of, like, trying to fight him back and beat him and everything like that. He makes sense because it's built up in terms of that. And also, even then, they put in a twist. The final boss isn't just Xenos, it's Shinryu Xenos. So even there, they make it, like, not obvious. It's like, surprise, he's the boss of the Elamigo dungeon, and then surprise, he's taking him a Shinryu, and then they do that. So Zodiac as the final boss of expansion is just too obvious and too, like, yeah, of course this is where this was going. But also, like, what do you do then? Oh, the end of one expansion starts the final days, and then all of the patches... Like, do you have the patch quests be about the final days? Do you have the patches be about the final days, but also because they're patches, there can't be any new zones? Do you have the final days last for the player base for, like, a year? Because just, oh yeah, all of the players, by the way, every zone in the game is just gonna be with, like, final days weather for, like, ever until we reach, like, patch 6.3. Every zone's just gonna be in perpetual final days. And it's like, that would have been so, like... Endwalker's the end of everything. It would have been so, like... Endwalker being so the end of everything, it would be so lame to get so close to the end of it and have to wait nearly a year to see the end of it. It works with the other expansions because also those expansions slowly build into the next expansion, and they're only the end of, like, what you've done for that one expansion. Like, Like fighting off like Yotsu and everything. That's the end of Stormblood. You're not like, you've not been waiting to see what the deal with like fighting off Yotsu and everything is since Rome Reborn. You've been waiting to see. Ooh! Gold minion. I got a 93 on the gold minion. Gold minion! Let's go! I got the gold minion. I think that's my first gold minion. That's like a dungeon one. I got a no! Not a 92! No! Oh, I feel bad. No! Oh, no. I'm so sorry. They weren't, because after Zodiac Except the story didn't have a clearly identifiable antagonist until we met Medion. Let's have our teacher pick again. So like, what would you do with the patches, right? Do you like want to have a situation where like you fight? It doesn't make any fucking sense. And again, each patch cycle tapers off one expansion and builds up to the next one. But it's always about that expansion, always about just the next one, right? Endwalker is the end of everything that's happened before it. It would be so lame to get so close to the end of every story that has happened, like, again, because Endwalker is everything up until the— oh god, I nearly got it. Like, waiting a year between fighting Zodiac and then, like, dealing with the final days would be incredibly lame. That would be so lame to wait a year between that. Could you imagine how, like... Could you imagine how blue balling that would be? That would... It's one of those things where I swear to god there's a lot of the player base that, like, is looking for reasons to complain. Because some of the complaints that people have just make no fucking sense. So I really do think they're looking for reasons to complain. So they're coming up with just anything they can. Yeah, it's just like... It's one thing where it's just like, I'm okay with people not having, not thinking that 14's a perfect game. I don't think 14's a perfect game. We've openly discussed this. We've had moments where other people have asked us, like, in other streams, of just like, why do you like 14 so much? And there'll be like me and other people there. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's like, I think it was Angelo, who's not here for 14. They've been here for like a handful of streams for 14. But like, they're not a 14 watcher. But Angelo was asking like me in another stream, so I was talking about 14. It's just like, would you get like, what would you consider to be the most perfect game? Would you consider Final Fantasy 14 to be the most perfect game? Wow. These suck. This sucks. This is karma for the 93. I can't believe it was one on. Like, literally 92 to 93. 1 minute from the time limit. We keep going. We keep going. We keep going. One more. One more Dungeon. Keep this over with my time limit for what? Oh, I said we're gonna end at 6 for like after we hit 6 p.m. One more dungeon for this, because I also am doing sightseeing today. I'm also doing sightseeing as part of today's stream, and sightseeing is gonna take like an average of 2 hours. So if I stop at 6 and, for dungeons and then do sightseeing, that means the stream will end at like 8 p.m. And I don't want it to end much later. This is somewhere in the stream. Oh, it's right here. It's here. What was I saying? What was I saying? Oh yeah, Angela was like asking us in another stream, just like, would you consider Final Fantasy 14 to be the most perfect game that you've played? And I'm just like, Final Fantasy 14 is my favorite game. It's far from perfect. It is not perfect. But lack of perfection doesn't still mean my favorite. Lack of perfection still doesn't mean I think it's the best game that I've played. Perfection is not a requirement for best. And nor does best mean that it is perfect. Like, you know, I think the way I worded that, I said the same thing twice, but you know what I mean. It's like, I'm fine with people, like, not liking certain parts of Final Fantasy 14. I'm okay with, like, having discussions about different parts of 14 that people do or don't like or anything like that. But unfortunately, this player base is so stupid. Unfortunately, the fan base of 14 is so across the board, so frequently, really, really dumb about this game that I can't have those conversations. Because so many, the amount of times that I'll see opinions that are so ass backwards from the sheer outset that it's just like, I can't have a conversation with you. I was thinking about it, what game would you consider to be perfect? Celeste. Ghost Trick. Pretty much that. You ever noticed the cavalry of teeth? I thought they were just Odin models. Why do they have teeth? What do you mean? I thought they were just Odin models. What do you mean teeth? I'm now terrified. But yeah, like, I put Celeste at damn near perfect. Because I'd say perfect is like a game that accomplishes everything it sets out to do. Like, if it sets out to accomplish everything that it does, and it doesn't like falter on any of the things that it's trying to do, then I'd consider that perfect. And I think Celeste is like one of the games that's closer. Why do they have teeth? Why do they have teeth, and why the fuck does their head with the teeth look like fucking Shay Wu? What the hell? Garlemald, what the fuck? Garlemald, what the fuck? I think We Love Katamari is a perfect game. From what I understand about Katamari, I could understand that. Again, I never looked at Katamari Mode 4 today, and I don't think I'll ever be the same again. I can understand something like Katamari absolutely doing that. Games that the smaller a game is in scope, the more likely it is to be able to like be perfect. Because again, I would say perfect is everything it sets out to do, it does to a very high level, and it doesn't stumble on any of the things that it's trying to accomplish. Obviously, something like 14 is trying to do so many things that it's like unpacking. Unpacking. I can't think of a single fault about what Unpacking's trying to do. Unpacking would probably be up there as well. Like, for what Unpacking is trying to accomplish and trying to do with what it does, legitimately, where does it falter? I honestly don't know of anywhere. I don't know. I could think of things that, like, maybe a certain kind of person wouldn't like it, but that doesn't mean that, like, it did it wrong. It just means that it may not gel with everyone. Like, there's a difference between this part of the game is trying to elicit these emotions, and for most people, it won't. Or this game is trying to get this point across, but it stumbles in trying to do this, and it doesn't. Or this game's trying to be these emotions and you do in the gameplay, but it's not able to come together in quite the ways to be able to make it feel like that. And for, like, for everything that, like, Unpacking wants to elicit in the player as they go through it, from, like, gameplay mechanics, storytelling, like, sound design, music, graphics, Last Dungeon, all left, baby, let's go. Yeah. Unpacking, yeah. That's absolutely fair. It's also why I put Celeste there. Celeste so perfectly merges, like, story and gameplay and mechanics and music to tell its story and for all those things to complement each other. And I seriously can't think of moments where those things actually clash. Even the moments where, like, there is more friction and, like, there's more frustration. Like, there are parts of Celeste gameplay that can be more frustrating. But even those parts where Celeste is more frustrating, it's meant to be that way. The game frustrating you is what the game is trying to accomplish. It is trying to elicit those emotions. So, like, even if it has moments where it's frustrating, that's not the game, like, making a mistake. So there's that. I'd have to think about what I'd consider my perfect games. I'd have a list of games that I'd consider to be, like, even if they're not even if I wouldn't say, oh, these are definitively perfect, they're the types of games where I'm just like, they are so close that I wouldn't argue the point that they're not. No, I say clear obscure, but has one glaring quality of life thing that it lacks. See, like, even that, it means, like, yeah, like, yeah. I can say something that's, like, that's enough to, like, take it away from perfection. Oh, Astrobot. Honestly, Astrobot's pretty high up there. I'd say Astrobot gets pretty fucking close to perfection. Again, with the metric for perfection being what is it trying to accomplish, and how well does it accomplish what it is trying to do, I think Astrobot's pretty high up there. In terms of the emotions and vibes and like gameplay and everything that Astrobot is trying to like accomplish with its playtime, I think it'd be hard to argue that it doesn't nail those things. But again, a lot of my games that are like are games that I consider like among the games that I'd consider my favorite games of all time, some of them I would consider to be like really close to perfect. And then there are other ones where I'm just like, no, there's a lot of flaws in this. There's a lot of problems with the game. But it doesn't stop the fact that it's one of my favorites. This is an obvious one. Wonderful 101 is also another one that's up there. Wonderful 101 has a lot of problems with it, but like it doesn't stop the fact that it's my second favorite game of all time. Was my favorite until I played this. A lot of games I've really got played, enough of them that I can see what isn't perfect or could be better. Yeah, I might have to replay Celeste a couple of times to determine that. I'd probably have to replay Celeste a couple of times to like really do that. I'm pretty confident with Ghost Trick though. I'd say I'm pretty confident with Ghost Trick. I have some absolute dog shit among my favorites. Yeah. There's also another thing. If a game isn't just being like, someone not liking a thing that you like isn't a personal attack. Except for this game. Not because like this game's any different in that regard, but just because there are some people who will criticize this game, and they do so with the explicit intention of pissing off the people who like it. People will talk shit about parts of Final Fantasy XIV, who are also Final Fantasy XIV players, and they talk shit about it because they want to piss off people who like that part, because they're immature shitheads. He's taking selfies over there. So one thing that I'm experiencing in FF7 Rebirth, well, not anymore, those people left. This disco party. Yay! Secret disco party! Come on, this is our last one for the night. Come on, last one for the night. One more door, let's go. Last one for the night, let's go. Come on, do it for us. Yeah, that's something I experienced with FF7 Rebirth in comments, and honestly even Remake. The YouTube comments, I would offer up criticisms of FF7 Remake and Rebirth, of things that I don't personally like, things that I would openly say. It's just like I don't necessarily think this is like a big problem with the game, but I don't personally like it. And then I'd have comments saying, you know, you really shouldn't think that people are stupid because they like a video game that you don't. And I'm just like, motherfucker, I like this game. I like a lot of this game. I'm saying this one aspect I'm personally not a big fan of, but they genuinely take it as, oh, I offered up a single criticism of Final Fantasy VII. That means I must hate people who play Final Fantasy VII. So I've actively been leaning into that. Now, anytime anything in Rebirth pisses me off, I just constantly say, if you like this game, you're a fucking idiot, you're stupid. Because, well, that's what people think I'm saying, so I've decided actually saying it. Outer Wilds? I've not played Outer Wilds, but people keep saying that for Outer Wilds. Oh, fuck off. Okay, 5? Seriously? This is just a coin toss. It's like the Doors. I don't know anything about Outer Wilds. I don't even know the basic gameplay premise of Outer Wilds. I have no idea what it is. But the way that I hear people talk about it, I'm not surprised that it goes into the category of perfect game. Fuck. Oh, we literally got the halfway point. We literally got the halfway point. It's alright, we wasted our... It means that we've spent our bad luck on the chest. It means our good luck is going to be on the door. It means this is going to be our good luck. Secret disco party? Seriously?
Come on! Come on! How many have we had fail at the last door? Jeez, it's been so... It's happened so many times. I swear to God, most of the dungeons we did today either failed on floor 1 or at the final door. God damn it. God damn it. No, don't teleport, don't teleport, don't teleport, don't teleport. I'm pretty sure there's an A-rank down here. Let's go kill it. I think I saw an A-rank when we were flying around here earlier. Let's go kill it to vent. There was a giant tree, so... There it is! Kill the giant tree with me. I think this is an A-rank. Come kill this giant tree so we can, like, take out our frustrations on it. Yeah, see? Agiros. Come kill this with me. You can see the picture getting all their painting ready. Hell yeah. That one over there's a fate boss. It's Copycat Cassie. Die! Oh, it's gonna take a lot to die, actually. Whee! Oh, Jesus! Okay. Oh, that... Well, that's oh... Me when I die. Okay. Is there a hunt train currently? No, I've seen this in the distance when we're doing maps and no one's killed it, so I'm just like, I'm gonna go kill it now. Alright, okay, leaf storm, that goes in front of it. That's the thing that was in front of it. It's why it takes so long, even though it's a basic AoE. It's a cleave in front of it! And so if you were, like, dead and came back, I've already ruined my rotation. Ifra! I didn't even get the... He died. Backhand blow, that's behind. No, Ifra's chicken! Shut the PF. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh god, okay. Leaf Storm, that's the one, that's the one. That's the evil one. That's the evil one. Rhyme Storm, Jesus Christ. Well, now this is just gonna target fucking anywhere because it's, no one's actually frozen, so that's gonna be like super fast, super rapid on everything. Oh, Jesus. No, the chicken! I've ruined my rotation so much. Don't judge me! I fucked up my rotation so badly. I got so panicked when everyone started fucking dying. And... Oh, I have fucking... I'm not level 90. I'm level 100. I have this! I have this! I'm level 100. I actually have my fucking, pull everything. The chicken! No! That is so fast. That is so fast. Really hates you. Really hates you, Hutties. Jesus Christ. I'm not using any of my spell. I know waiting on all of your cooldowns so you can realign them is not how you play this game. I am aware of this. It's not gonna stop me from doing it. What did Quefra even do? Look at the tree funny, I guess. Yes, I know waiting on all your cooldowns is not how you play this game. I know that's like the bad thing. But I need to actually test my rotation more to make sure I can actually do it right.
Going how I do my rotation. Need to test our reflexes. Well, the thing is, I can't double weave properly in the middle of Gunbreaker Burst. If I double weave, I will clip GCDs. There is too much animation lock on most of the moves. For me, with my ping, it's mainly because of my ping. I can't double weave properly on burst, otherwise I clip the Gunbreaker. So there's a specific rotation that I can do, where I can do the full rotation and it doesn't require clipping. It doesn't require double weaving, so it doesn't clip my GCDs. Hey, let's go! 40 nuts, 30 poetics. There's a particular way I can do it, and I keep forgetting the order of like moves it is. Because I gotta work out like it's one specific way I can do it where I never have to double weave and it works perfectly, and I can like keep rotating that every minute and 2 minutes to avoid that issue. And I keep forgetting how to do it. I keep forgetting how to do it. Yeah, we got an S rank. Oh well, A rank. We got an A rank. So what goodies did I overall end up getting? I've got a lot of materia. I've got some logs, some palm logs, some tea, some jewels. I got a tree, anthoclusters, hydurium ores. I got so much fucking material. Oh, the Athleticos thing. I think this is one of the good ones. I think Athleticos is good. Snow linen, moon gel. I think I'm assuming most of this is pretty garbage, yeah. I'm assuming most of these things are like pretty basic. Right. Yeah, most of these are pretty basic. Oh, the Malika one, this is one of the good ones. The ones that are good, I'm just like keeping them separate so I know that they're the good ones. Scarlet Mocha, I only got one of these, but what is it for? Okay, this is like an end game thing. It does have some things that it goes into specific. What about Scarlet Mocha cloth? What does you use that for? Oh, okay, it's actually very basic then. So yeah, it's actually probably very easy to get it because it's very, never mind, it's not good at all. And that's from a different thing. But I need to subject someone to 3 days over 2 for the first time. I must go. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the stream. Bye, Ifra! Thanks for treasure hunting with us. I mean, I got the Royal Lunatender, so like, I'm happy. I got a lot, Royal Lunatender, I got a bit of music, and I got one of the feathers for the mount, and then I got a couple of like things here. But I did get a Royal Lunatender. All that good is not gold. It could also be a Lunatender. Yay! Royal Lunatender. A mutation causes Lunatender to be golden in color, a trait which, while accentuating its royal lineage, render easy prey on the moon's grey surface. Seeking its harrowing life, it chose instead to become an excited from prize. Oh, you also know Nosferatu. Though understood to refer to vampires, the word Nosferatu is an uncertain origin, and the same may be said of this bat-like creature. However, from the fact that it appears to be wearing a dinner suit and won't drink your blood, without your permission, it is certainly of the gentlemanly sort. It's a practicer of dandyism, so you're probably fine. Yeah, like I have this gold one, but that doesn't count. There's one thing we didn't see in the dungeon at all, which is for the best worst mount. Is it a mount drop? Because I got this for a different mount, but is it like a full-on mount drop or another drop that also leads to a mount? What are the minions? Oh yeah, I've got the gob tanks. These are from PvP season at the moment. Got gob tanks. These are from Rival Wings. You can get like 3 tokens from like the other one, or it can just drop the mount itself. Okay. Okay. Oh, you must have. You have your non-golden Lunatender next to you. I have my golden Lunatender next to me. Our Lunatenders are now friends. They don't judge each other for their color differences. And now my golden Lunatender is gonna be sad forever, never being able to see the other Lunatender ever again. My Lunatender is now despondent. Why are we teleporting right at home? Why are we going here? Where's the thing? Where's the thing? Where's the person that trades in weird items here? I so rarely go down here. I have no idea what's down here. Gemstones, tomestones, gears, tokens. Sundry. Sundry, right? Out of this world oddities. That's the level checker thing. Feathers. That's an alkanost. A python. But there's also pinky identification, which is an exciting tonic. And then there's these ones for the extreme builds. And the Pandarian stuff from the Fate boss, which we have yet to actually fight. And level checker, which is the only thing from that. Wow. I didn't... So this one only has 1. There's only 12 from the Chi one, and then the other one for Diver Deeper. That's a shitload. Do I have the gauges? I think I have gauges. But I also know if it's in my glamour dress, so I've not opened it today. Never mind. Never mind. Sharlayan? Actually, I do need to go to Sharlayan. We haven't actually unlocked sightseeing. I actually do need to go here. We're doing sightseeing today. I've not actually unlocked sightseeing. I'm gonna buy the other feathers. I actually really like this mount. If it's only like a couple 100,000 each, I could probably justify it. I could probably justify buying it. But yeah, we deliberately didn't unlock sightseeing, so we didn't see the orbs the entire time we've gone through Endwalker. Biggest, I'm excited from Pantheons from the other dungeon, and Alchemist can be from either. Oh! I'm now realizing 400k per feather. That's cheaper than so many other mounts then. There are mounts in this game that are 25 million. There are mounts in this game that are 50 million. That means it's actually relatively cheap. There are some mounts that drop from Bosnia that go for like fucking 16 mil. That actually means it's a pretty freaking cheap one. Wow, okay. What was I thinking? I was thinking words. What was I saying? Ah, yes. Because the weekend stream is going to be 6.1. We can either do it at the end of sightseeing today, or we do it at the beginning of the 6.1 stream. Either or, I don't really mind. But going to where every Scion is in the world and talking to them for their optional dialogue before we start 6.1. We need to do that at some point. That'll either be the end of today or beginning of 6.1 stream. But we have to do that. That is like a thing. Because they probably like move and teleport locations after we start 6.1. And they all said they're going to different places, and most of them can be found in different places. We've got to actually find where they all are. Yeah, Thanger and Norian said they're going to go by Sharlayan to see if they need any help, and then they're going to move on, and they just haven't moved on yet. Well, the main thing is the B, is the B and C teams. I don't know where all of them are. Thanger and Oriange are going to be outside the Ragnarok. Alphino and Alice are in Tertium in Garlemald. Graha and Kryl are going to be here, in the Mardasian Annex. Y'shtola, I'm going to guess, is with Matoya. Exciting Tonic's going for 4 million. Fucking Christ. Slight difference there. That means it's 12 million. That is actually expensive. But then there's also, like, the 2 random rows. They're in the Drowning Wench. Yeah, because, yeah, Hori and Coltane should be in Grodania. But, like, there's a lot of B and even C team. So there's a lot of them to find. So, yeah. I might, like, start it. We won't do it today because we've got to find them all. But we'll go, like, through the week, we've got to, like, work out where they all are. What I will do is I'll put in the Discord a list of every single NPC that we need to find. I'll just, like, go back through my Endwalker footage and see every single Scion that's hanging out in the, Rising Stones, at the end of Endwalker, and see what dialogue they say if I don't know where they are, and just be like, if I know where they are, I'll write it down. If I don't know where they are, I'll write down the dialogue and we'll see if I can find them. But we'll try and do that, and that'll be, like, the beginning of 6.1. We're not prepared enough to find them all today, because we'd have to, don't know where half of them are. My headphones just died. You know what? We're literally doing sightseeing for the rest of the stream. I'm not even going to bother with headphones for the rest of the stream. It's literally sightseeing. That being said, I need to find a sightseeing website. I always forget which one I use. All that, every time I do it, I do the different one. Oh my god. That is not what I was expecting. That is not what I was expecting. You're not wrong. That's Pinky. That's amazing. I love it. The best worst mount. I love him so much. Holy shit. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Chef kiss, no notes. Serving up hot, spicy bowls of con. Hell yeah. Decker, do you remember what website we/you use for sightseeing? Because I swear every time I've done this, I've used a different website. Icy Veins. I think Icy Veins is one of the ones that we were using last time. No. It's not this one. I keep thinking it's Icy Veins, but Icy Veins is some other things. Necobot. USA Today, clearly. Clearly, we should use USA Today. Why? Question. Why does USA Today have a guide on all the sightseeing logs in Endwalker? Joyous Painter. There's so many different ones. It's just a case of like, I want a map so I can fly to them. Giving me coordinates is not good enough. I need to be told I need to be even lazier. Sadly, USA Today only has coordinates. Damn it, USA Today! I trusted you. Oh, awesome! Yeah, hell yeah. Okay. This website doesn't have the actual sightseeing logs. It has the pictures that each sightseeing log is. Which is slightly less helpful. I mean, it shows me like where it is, but... Thread. Oh, is there a thread in here? How do I look at threads there? No, that's not threads. Your threads. Threads. Sightseeing log places last active over 30 days ago. Let's go. Let's go. There we go. We found it. Thank you. Well, you found it. A realm ring maps. Yeah, that's why I never find it, because Googling it never comes up with this. For some reason, Googling, I can never find a realm ring maps. That's why. That's why. Thank you, Deku. My question is, how much is this going to tank my computer? In terms of performance. I have too many things open. I have a lot of things open at the moment on my computer that I was working on last night. But I fell asleep and didn't get to finish. I have like 7 Paint.net things open. I've got a couple like Vegas things open. I'm not finished working on them. Well, it's not loading. Okay, while I wait for it to load, let me at least talk to Babbitt Ironheart. Hey, it's another Ironheart! With the Exal gloves, I guess? Beg pardon, good madame. I could scarce help but notice that sightseeing look on your person. You would not be the adventurer my niece wrote about, would you? That would be me. I might get some new pictures for my basement. Some of them are really pushing the limits of what should be down there. Aha, so it is you. Please to make your acquaintance. I am Babbitt Ironheart, Millith's aunt and seasoned explorer. Be a dear and hand me that look of yours. Millith told me all about how she helped you embark on explorations of your own. So it's only right that I share with you some wisdom of my own. Let me see here. Oh, I can't forget to mention that. And done. You should be all set, dear. I've jotted down everything I've heard about the most remarkable vistas the realm has to offer. Of course, a few names I've shared, not more than rumors. Some describing locales so fantastic I can barely believe they exist. But as I always say, the true joy of exploration lies not in the destination, but in the journey. Yeah, some people told me about vistas like at the edge of the universe, and no one else has been there. So I guess Medion told these to some people through Dynamis? I am Babitha, and I'm taking over. So go forth, dear, and see what sort of journey these hints take you on. That sizing log yours won't fill itself, you know. Sizing log expanded! Endwalker entries have been added. You must be level 80 to record them. An experience, which I have every job max at this point. Father, Charlian, and beyond! There we go. Alright. Well, I guess we're starting in Charlian, aren't we? I guess there'll be some in Charlian. Oh god, will they be jumping for? Ow! Oh. I bit my tongue! Old Charlian. God, I wish Tabitha Takes Over was still airing. I love that show. Oh, I didn't realize you were referencing something. This map does not want to open, like, while I have OBS open at the same time. It is, like, screaming in agony. How dare you? Ow! Ow! Ow. Basically kitchen nightmares for hair salons, but it actually worked. This does not want to load. Come on! Come on, you're loading a map! Come on. Now, is this because of my internet, do we think, that it's not loading? Do we think this is because of my internet it's not loading? Or do we think it's because of my computer it's not loading? Here are the real questions. Let me close Blue Sky. Let me close this tab of YouTube that I don't need open. And let's not address any of the actual problems of all the shit that I've got open. And let's see if that fixes anything. It's not loading the one for even old Charlian. We have like 8 maps to load. Come on. Be a deer. Be a deer. And do the thing. Do the thing. Do I need to worry about spoilers for this website? Do I have to be careful of like Dawn Trail areas? Be a deer and be hunted. What's a big in Discord though, if that helps? I don't need the interactivity part. It is not loading on my end. It is just adamantly refusing to not load. Like it's not doing it. But again, I don't know if that's because of internet or whether that's just because the computer's overwhelmed by the amount of shit that I have on it. Because it could very easily be that. It could very, very easily be the fact that I just have too much, like, even with OBS, it might be too much for it. I look at that thread. Did you do that last time? Yes. I see a picture here. Oh no, that's you. That's you posting in the thread literally right now for areas. Okay, you're doing it. You're posting it in the thread. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I am like streaming and recording, and then I'm also like uploading because of the stream, so it might just be like all of that together is making it say slow down, and then the stream was saying fuck you and kicking it in the face with its energy legs. Just some millennial humor for you. For all the Zoomers in chat, that's millennial humor. That's the type of stuff that was popular on the internet when we were young kids sharing around the funny memes. One should be right down here. So I can't even say, oh yeah, I know where some of these are because I've seen them because literally we just made all the balls appear. You know what I should also do? You know what I should also do for this? Never mind, I already have a lookout on my bar. You arrived at a vista. As was the style at the time. Scholars Harbour. Although known for its distinctively curving piers, the most prominent feature of this city port is, without a doubt, the towering statue of Thaliak. Charlian's patron deity faces out towards the water, his eternal gaze watching over every vessel which arrives and departs by sea. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Thaliak. Hell yeah. So where will our next one be? There's gonna be some over here, and then over here, and then over here. I'm gonna walk over to this one today. Where do I go? Getting there. His eternal gaze. His gaze, they last forever. They never die. Gay people. Did you know? Did you know that gay people can't die? It's true. It's true. I read about it on the internet. Zoom this in a little bit so I can actually see a little more accurately of where I need to go. We're going up to this building that has a thing, and then we're going over to the fountain. I bet it's the fountain. I do like how you can look at the achievements and it's very clear that they wanted to do in Shadowbringers the same thing they did for other expansions, where they add a lot of sightseeing at the beginning of the expansion and then have like a drop of a couple of them later on. And then presumably because either they forgot about it or didn't bother doing it, or COVID stopped them from being able to do it, they didn't put any more in Shadowbringers, and now they just haven't put any extras in the future expansions. Right, you can go even faster by pelotoning and dashing as a dancer. And taking in the sights. Journey's End. Occupying the eastern side of Old Charlian, the residential district takes its name from the tale of the city's original settlers. History tells it that upon this hill, alongside the colony of orcs, where the refugees of the Great Flood chose to build their new homes. No, you won't get Charlian housing. It's up top. Taking these nuts. Pew, pew, pew. So, I'm assuming it's up there. I'm gonna go up there anyways. Taking in the sights and see the logs. I love seeing the logs. They're pretty logs. They're pretty logs. Speaking of pretty. Hey, Millions. What? Oh, who said that? Who said that? Does Emilions count as a sign that we have to talk to? I know she's on a. I know she isn't a scion, but given the lore reveal that she's been bankrolling it, she's kind of like executive producer of the scions. Does she count as one now? The Leveilleur Estate. This elegant mansion has stood for 3 centuries and is a treasured example of Charlian's architectural heritage. For generations, it has served as the home of House Leveilleur, a noble family from which has arisen many distinguished foreign members. Do you reckon when, like, Alfredo and Alistair take over the house? Like, in the future, when they're, like, the leading people of the house? Do you reckon they're gonna, like, stick to their actions of, like, the way that they try to improve the world and, like, help the people and, like, especially how Alfredo, like, views how, like, higher up people should, like, treat people in society? And do you reckon they're gonna redistribute a lot of the wealth of the Leveilleur estate? Or do you reckon they're not gonna do that? What's the difference between sardines and anchovies? I don't know if you're making a joke or if this is an actual thing. Sardines, you shove it tin. They're in a tin, but anchovies, I don't know. The Forum! In order to accommodate the 99 members of the Forum, the seating in their assembly hall is arranged in the shape of a spiral. Viewed from above, one is reminded of the symbol emblazoned upon the Charlian flag, the nautilus shell that keeps the waters of knowledge. Probably won't, probably not. Me when I'm in the class or when I have to kill Alpha No Leveilleur. Oh no. Oh no. Bye, Cheating Way. Oh, I don't know if did I ever mention it on stream that I have every card from every NPC that we've fought now? Notice how Cheating Way no longer has like the symbol above his head that I need more cards. Yeah, every single card that, every NPC that I have fought, for, like unique NPC I fought for Triple Triad, at this point I now have all of their cards. I don't know if I've actually shown that off at any point, but I'm at 327 cards. I'm actually at 327 cards. I actually took it after we fought the last ones. I did a lot of focus on getting some cards. I'm actually like way more filled in of my list. If you have a look through up to Shadowbringers, I only need cards now from the Vault. This card has never dropped. I've done the Vault so many times, unsynced and synced, and I've never gotten this fucking card. I need a card from Balestar. Wait, did I needed a card from Balestar's Wall. Did I get it? And I forgot. I thought I needed a card from Balestar's Wall. Did I already get it? No, it's there. Never mind. I missed it. It's here. I need a card from Balestar's Wall. Which I haven't gotten that. I've gotten the Vault so many times in roulettes, and I ran it unsynced so many times in so many different ways. My red mage boots come from there. So I've never gotten it. Balestar's Wall, which I've not done that many times. The Pool of Tribute, this is just a Sano. This is one where it's like, this is harder to farm than others, because you can't unsync it, because of being wild and pure and forever free. I mean, you can, but the way that you unsync it is to do it the way that Wrath did it, which requires like a very particular Pictomancer setup to kill it before it goes into that phase, and I'm not bothered to do that. So there's that. There's the Jade Stoa, which is 4 Lords. I've got to farm that. There's the Wraith the Snakes, another 4 Lords one. Then there's Cinderdrift, which is part of the Whirlet. Matoya's Relict is another dungeon one. Eden's Promise Eternity, one of the few cards that just straight up drops from a raid. There's a couple, but that's like, there's not many of them. Eden's Promise Eternity, which I've not tried this one yet. Open and Shut one, this is for winning an open tournament. So this might be my last one that I get for up to 312. But this is Phoenix for winning an open tournament. And then from there, there's Pagothon, another dungeon, and then Mordona Sintana. This is a card you need. To get this card, you need to turn in an extreme token from all 3 of the weapons. It's one of the only cards that's locked behind only extremes. Most cards that you can get in extremes, you can also get in the normal. But this one, you need tokens from the extremes. I think the only other one that I've seen is Thordan. Thordan's card doesn't drop from the normal Thordan trial. I think it's also only extreme. But yeah, this card to get this card, you trade into Mordona, to Sintana, one of each of the like Diamond Totem, Ruby Totem, and Emerald Totem. And once I do all of that, those are my last cards. And that goes up to 312, which is Diablo Armament. And once I do that, I have my card mount. That's it. That's everything that I need to get up to my mount card. That's 11 cards, and most of them are from duties. So yeah, I'm actually relatively close to getting my triple triad mount card. Card mount. I'm actually relatively close. It's just how long some of these might take. I definitely think I've run the vault over 40 or 50 times. You'll have your own flying piece of toast. Sorry, it's just I saw Cheating Way and I'm just like, I don't actually know if I've mentioned this on stream. Because the stream where we fought all the triple triad NPCs was only a couple weeks ago. And then since we did that, I got super motivated and went through every NPC and fought them for all of their cards. So I have all of them. So basically, now we're at a point where as we go through patches and expansions, every time we fight an NPC, after that stream, I'll just farm out the card. So I can just stay on top of it. The Rostra! This building houses the assembly hall where the forum debates Charlian national policy. Once a simple outdoor plaza, the Rostra would ring with heated discussion through rain, wind, and worse. Following a death by lightning strike, however, plans are drawn for the imposing stone structure which now crowns Archon's design. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, we debated in the rain outside and we thought it was super cool, and then someone fucking died. We decided maybe after that a roof was important. For our parliamentary building. Midweek doing the Vault 50 times stream. I mean, getting the final card, I'm doing on stream. Whatever the final card I need for the mount is, I'm getting that card on stream. It'll likely be the tournament. It'll likely be the open tournament one. Because I need to be careful of doing the open tournament because of card spoilers. That's the main trouble one. Is that I could run the open tournament and risk the spoilers of cards. But also, you only get a chance at it like every 2 hours. So, yeah. That'll likely be the last one because it'll either be so far, like, either we only do it once I'm so far in the future that I have all the other ones so I don't get risk of being spoiled. Or we do it on stream so chat can look at the cards in advance, tell me if there's spoilers, and then I can look away if there isn't. It'll be one of the two. One get tournament because I wanted to get all the sightseeing logs in one go, so I passed it a bunch. With it just sitting right there. This is why I didn't even unlock the sightseeing log until we did it, because I didn't want to see these orbs and be tempted to get them all. Run the tournament and get Heidelin, and then the end stinger has your cards like me, Jesus fucking Christ. Learners meet. This public lecture hall and phenomenon is open to studium pupils, and Charlian citizens alike. When prominent professors are scheduled to take the lectern, crowds of aspiring academics and established scholars often fill the room to capacity. I mean, shout out to Charlian for at least doing that. Pupils hand. Shout out to Charlian for at the very least being like, hey, their university lectures of like, to go and learn stuff is free to the public. We're not meeting anyone right now. This room's empty. And we'll never enter it again for the rest of my playtime. There is one left. It's Numnon. There is one left for here. Hey, pudding way. Hey, pudding way. I guess my pudding wasn't needed to stop the final days after all. But I persevere. Once people taste it, they'll be happier than they were before the apocalypse started. I just know it. I'm pondering going back to bed. We are literally walking around the world taking insights and reading for the rest of the stream. I would not blame you. I would not blame you. I don't know how much sleep you got last time before you woke up for today's stream, but... Free to the public, if it's a bitch and a half to even enter Charlian as a non-citizen. Yeah, there is that. There is that. Numenon! The pride of the studium and parent institution to the great Gubal Library. This massive collection of scrolls and tomes is the largest of its kind. Knowledge from every corner of the world is collected here. In efforts to compile the Bibliotheca Historica, the ultimate repository of wisdom, is an endeavor without end. Could this be the caffeine crash out, but I'm feeling very eepy. This is me every Sunday on stream for 14 once we hit the 5-hour mark. Every single time where it's just like, maybe I shouldn't have had 2 cans of energy drink before 4 hours passed in the stream. Speaking of, I'm gonna get another drink. Out of everything I'm selling, the crafting material will always sell. That's what I've noticed. Crafting material will never not sell because nothing cares about pentamelding as much as crafting. And RNG gods fucking hate crafters for their pentamelds. Speaking of drinks though, I'm gonna get another one because I'm gonna do a lot of talking for all of these sightseeing things. And it will help my mouth. Although I bit my tongue at some point, and so like every time I talk I can also feel it there. The drink won't help with that, but it might a little bit. It might a little bit. Oh, my legs are so bad. Holy shit. Oh, my legs hurt so much. Chat. Ow. You know, I have those glass bottles, right? I have the glass bottles you might often see me drinking on stream. I've put those into little freezer sections sometimes. And I can leave them there for like 3 hours, and they might be a little cold, being in glass. But putting metal cans on the metal in there, that's for the freezing thing? Fuck it. They go super cold in a very short amount of time, because they're in metal. Like the cold from one metal to the other metal to the drink inside transfers way faster than when they're in glass. Who would have thought? You are very pink, my lady. Here's to you, my reddish drink, my reddish pinkish drink. That is just straight up really cold. I put that into the freezer section the same time that I got the second can. Yes, this is my 3rd can of soft drink on stream. Don't worry about it. It's because I haven't established the water meta yet. Someone should invent a science about that. We need some nerds to invent science. So where are we going next? Labyrinthos! Actually, one of them is super close to where we start, so instead of teleporting down to Labyrinthos, we can Aether it down to it. If we Aether it down to Labyrinthos, yeah. My thighs are burning. The Path of Artifice. Oh, fucking god, I forgot about Labyrinthos music. The Path of Artifice. This massive lift is one of several which connects the surface of Old Charlian to the subterranean research and storage complex of Labyrinthos. At the end of its descent, the mechanisms opens up onto the hub of Upper Akrinthos. Private passages or cargo continue onwards towards other facilities. This place is still fucking ridiculous. It is a testament to Charlian that they would create something like this, but like, oh my god. I do appreciate at the very least they didn't lore-wise say, yeah, they dug this all out. There's like underneath the ocean. I am glad that there's like at least a level of restraint for the lore here of they found an empty volcano cavern and decided to like put this in there. I very at least appreciate that they didn't try to say Sharlayan's just that good that they dug out the entire thing. They have nerd statues here. Oh, nerd statues everywhere. So many nerds, so many statues. The thing that we're going into, I don't even know. Have I been in here? Do we go in here for like any story reason? Or is this like one of the blues that went in here? I may have just run in here to do the mapping. I may have just run in here to do the mapping. That is very possible. Why is this cave so interesting for sightseeing? No, don't pet this. There we go. Troglophile Deep. This cavern serves as a breeding ground for certain subterranean species and vital to ongoing research efforts. Oh, the cave's important to science, including a study into creating fertilizer from the subject's phosphorus-rich excrement. Troglofauna reproduction is, however, an inexact science, routinely resulting in excessive number of cave-dwelling offspring spilling out into nearby habitats. There is a lore reason for this cave. They are trying to get a bunch of things to fuck in this cave so they can shit everywhere. Science. I had to check all 5 hills like 5 times to make sure I wasn't missing a sightseeing. I can understand the joy. I can understand the joy of finding all the sightseeing on your own by going around and seeing what would be interesting. But I do it on stream. It would be incredibly irritating to watch. And also, I don't think I would personally find it that fun. I'd like it. I wouldn't find it amazing. Mariol Agronomics. This experimental crop farm, researchers explore agricultural methodology and study the growth of seeds collected from various regions across the world. It is named after Mariol, one of the 7 Archons instrumental in Sharlayan's foundation, whose botanical knowledge helped enrich the island's barren soils and resolve food shortages. Ah, there we go. One of the people who was like alongside young Crap. That one boat that we saw in Stormblood. It's important for Endwalker. We saw a boat one time in Stormblood and went, oh, by the way, it's Sharlayan. And then that was like the motivation of Sharlayan just being like, they should build a bigger space boat in Endwalker. Oh, it's over this way. There it is. There we go. Oh. My depth perception's fantastic. I don't know what you're talking about. Sharlayan Hamlet, located in the Central Circuit. This self-contained settlement provides housing for foreign authorized researchers. Due to the highly confidential nature of their projects and a strictly enforced information protocol, the men and women here are rarely permitted egress to the city proper. By the way, if you ever decide to live down in this underground cave of research, you're never allowed to leave. Because secrets, though. Okay. It irks me so much that the anti-tower thing was playing here. It doesn't fit a town at all. Like, I understand why it's anti-tower. Because, oh, the anti-tower was the thing they used to speak to Heidelin. And they're doing that again. But also, like, no. No, like, I know that's what they're doing here, but also, like, most of Labyrinthos isn't that. Most of Labyrinthos is the science of, like, making sure they have enough life to do shit later. Seems like you're circling them there multiple times, passing the multiple times because it didn't, like, load up or whatever. That, I feel like that's the reason I wouldn't enjoy it that much, is because the render distance on the orbs isn't far enough. I feel like the main reason I'd hate it is because the render distance for the orbs sucks. I like how you're not allowed to fly onto the ship. I love the bird calls this one. Somewhere around here. There it is. They could have put a jumping puzzle next to the Ragnarok. They could if they wanted to. Oh gosh. Thalmazine! Thalmazine, or wonder, is the emotion one feels at the onset of the quest for knowledge. Such a quest was begun here, endeavored to pierce the mysteries of the ethereal sea. Yet what researchers encountered was the will of Hydaelyn herself. The site became a shipyard, where they would construct an ark destined to reach the very moon. And then it reached the very edge of literally everything. Surely once we get to Ultima Thule, all of the sightseeing log is going to be written canonically by the Warrior of Light. No fucking Ironheart has been there. Like, even on the furs, you can say, oh, it's a shard of one of them. Are you calling it Trauma Zone like the Megan Thee Stallion album? I'm not familiar enough with Megan Thee Stallion to make a reference to her album. But if it's called Traumazine compared to Thalmazine, I would get why you do that. Very similar words. I bit my tongue. I bit my tongue at one point. I bit my pants. Alright. To Radzethan! I will use my Aetherite ticket. No, I will not go back to Charlene with the free teleport. I'm exploding with that dosh, baby. Oh, I have to do the jumping puzzle again, don't I? This is the downside. This is the downside of doing all of them at the end of the expansion at once and not even unlocking them earlier. I have to do the jumping puzzle again. Sorry, the one here is, it's not that hard. We did it in like 10 minutes, if that. Balshan Bazaar! If commerce is the lifeblood of Radzethan, then these roofed market stalls would be its heart. Balshan himself was a legendary merchant who made a vast fortune through trade with other nations. It's his final wish that his estate be spent on the construction of a great bazaar, ever flowing with coin and wares. How is Mayhard's Mayrain not one of the fucking things here? What they do and don't choose for sightseeing confuses. Wait, no, sorry, no, Mayrides is. No, Mayrides is, sorry. No, Mayrides is this side. Mayrides is here. The thing next to it. The alchemical thing. The alchemical thing next to it. Like this one here. What is it called? High Crucible. That one's not. Mayrides is. Mayrides should be. Mayrides is good. There's Astinian. There's Astinian. We know where Astinian is. Astinian is right there. Frost is grooving in the music. Mayride's Mayhine. Owned and run by the eponymous Mayride, this Mayhine offers light meals and beverages, with the main draw being its myriad varieties of liquor distilled by local alchemists. Foreign visitors are often entranced by the stage performers, whose movements incorporate elements of traditional Thathnarian dance. It is still funny that we got dancer quests entirely in Shadowbringers, and nothing with Thathnar was done in Shadowbringers, and then came into Endwalker, when they stopped doing jump quests. Seems living the high life in the best city on Etheris. He's here because he can ask for dried squid, and they'll be able to get it. Turns out Long Limber or Log in the High Crucible, it's literally the most famous landmark. How? I don't get how that's why I'm confused why there's none here. It feels like there should be. It really feels like there should be one there. It is kind of ridiculous that it isn't. Where's Megaduda? Megaduda! It's the first thing on the fucking phone. There also doesn't seem to be one for Megaduda. You know, literally where Vitra is. Again, where they decide for them to be, I don't know. Canonically so is Avera. Well, because her two boyfriends are here. Both of her boyfriends are in Thathnar, so of course she's here. Splashy, splashy water. Oh, never mind. There is one for Megaduda. It's just really far away from the Megaduda itself. The Palace of the Satrap serves not only as residence, but also the center of Radzethan's government, meaning Cloud Messenger in the old Akasodra tongue. Megaduta was built at the summit of a rocky megalith, its great doors admitting an endless stream of servants, petitioners, and official visitors. I'm not going back to bruising my ass off at Charlian. Do you not want to journey to Charlian and strike a bargain with the woman who shares your gift? No? You're not into this? I'll be honest, all of the things that are like here are really close to each other. I'm not sure. Like, there's one there. There's gonna be one up there. Is this the infamous Radzethan jumping puzzle I've heard so much about? Or is this, do you actually get up to there from somewhere else? Or is it? I solved it! I solved the infamous Radzethan jumping puzzle. Let's go! I'm so good at video games. Let's go! Damn it. I'd rather be in Garlemald than Sharlayan. It's gonna be way colder. It's gonna be way colder in Garlemald. But somehow friendly, huh? I still really appreciate the way that they do, like when you go back there the second time. Gonna shot. Like you go like when you're there the first time and you and Julius and everyone, like the army, they're about to fight back. And they're like, we're rejecting your help, instead we're going to fight you because you're trying to invade us. For Garlemald has her pride. And then when they come to help you later on, they're just like, we're going to repay what you did for us and pay it back. For Garlemald has her pride. It's like, oh, that's cute. Like a nice way of just like using the same line to show like the same line actually shows the growth of the bed. Neolapala nourishments. Harms were originally reared for the sole purpose of harvesting their venom. Until those birds are venomous? Until a breeder by the name of Neopala devised a technique to remove the creature's toxin glands. But it suddenly became a viable source of tender succulent meat, and before long, Harms and dishes were considered staple of Harnish cuisine. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So the birds are... These birds are normally fucking toxic, but then they remove the toxic glands and eat them. They're flying fucking pufferfish. What the fuck? What the fuck? Also, Crofts, now that you saw it when I was in Monster Hunter, do you understand why I saw these things and was reminded of Gargwa? I prefer Gargwa, but I feel like if you see this and see Gargwa, it's understandable why I saw this and went, Gargwa! They're kind of shaped like pufferfish too, they really are. There's two, like, next to each other here, and I don't know which one is, like, where. Is this anything? Oh, there is a door here. I'm just not allowed to go into it. Okay. As is, my map shows me two in the next to each other, so it's like, which one's on the roof and which one's not. Oh. Found it. Yeah, I'm gonna take the poisons so the rest of the people take the meat. I found it. When he said below me, I didn't realize it was so direct below me. Ravedra Fibers, this state-sponsored workshop, is famed for producing silk thread of exquisite quality. Its sericulture and weaving techniques were once jealously guarded secrets, but security measures have become lax since Uldar and other nations began manufacturing their own silk fabrics. So really staring at it, I didn't even say it on camera. Sorry, Hannibal must be rubbing off on me and making me blind. So if we go down this pathway, that'll take us back to the front. There's one in this like crossroads section that I missed, which will also take us towards where we start the jump puzzle. Keep walking past the Dharma and I keep wondering where the Greg is. And then I wonder whether that reference is actually correct or whether I'm misremembering it. And then I realize I don't even think I watched that show, so I wouldn't even know anyways. If you make me jump onto something from up here, I'm gonna be sad. Because it's a long way around. You're gonna make me jump on something from up here, aren't you? You're gonna make me sad, aren't you? Oh, actually, okay, I do have to jump on something from up here, but it's really easy to get to. Never mind, it's literally right there. I do have to jump from up here onto something, but I don't have to like go from there and try to land on something precise. Alzadal's Peace. Within this mausoleum is interred the mortal remains of Alzadal, leader of the Auri tribe which sailed to Farthernair from the mainland. By joining the might of his people with the Arkasadara, Alzadal tipped the scales against the Garjasura, bringing an end to the internecine war of the Matanga tribes. Pictogirl's here. Wait. Do you mean on the way up to there, on the way to Karma? Or like down here? Either way, I'm gonna have to go around. Whee! Splashy, splashy. You look like Odiah so much. Like almost exactly what. Holy shit. Scarily similar. Karma! Karma. Jump puzzle size up the stairs. I'm looking for the pick that girl. Oh my god. I remember what the word internecine means. I just couldn't, like, I couldn't get my tongue to pronounce it properly. No, I knew what the word was. I just, like, struggling to pronounce it. I'm bad at words at the moment. I bit my tongue at some point. And so when I'm talking, I'm like, blah, blah, blah. But also, I've just been talking a lot lately, today, and always. And so I'm getting even more. Blah, 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 blah. I can't imagine she'd be in any of the random houses. Where's Pick the Girl? Where doth thine pick thy girl be? You said she was around here, but I don't know where. I can't find her. I'm bad at finding. I have not been able to do a find. Is she somewhere over there? Can you see her from up here? Into an area that you're not allowed to walk into? I want to go up here. I know it's like around the S5 Plaza, but like other people up here, I want to go up here. Whee! No, sorry. Give me a second. I had to break my fucking ankle for a second time. Atisha! I see Atisha running. Why are you running? Why are you running? Oh, there you are! Okay, so when you said around here, it was very far away from that. Baroo! Manifest! It's a pleasure to cross paths with you again. How fare you of late? My journey continues thanks to you and Kapopo. After my return to reality, I took the road in search of fresh perspectives. I found plenty of them here in Razatan. The city fascinates me no end. Life flourishes in every color, and my imagination has grown all the richer for it. I plan to roam path there for a time and aid those in need along the way. I can make a positive difference in this world with my Pictomancy, just as you and our predecessors have, then it'll all be worth it. Ignore the dead elephant in the room. That's what the saying is. Ignore the dead elephant. I'm fire. No, I'm fire! You're not fire, I'm fire! Fuck you. Jesus Christ. Motherfuckers out here trying to steal my identity and shit. How dare you? How dare you? Anyways, who's ready for jump puzzle? But like again, because oh my god. I've gotten rusty at them because I no longer need to farm shit at the gold saucer. It's like 1 or 2 streams ago we did jump puzzles because of Moonfire Fair as well. Do you actually go all the way around? Yes, you do. Because then you got to go onto the lamp. So I was so good at getting onto this one before. I'm realizing my issue. I found a dead end. I forget where to go. Was it you needed a running jump for this? Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is really awkward run jump. I'm now realizing the Razat Han music is also a remix of Flow, isn't it? Is the Razat Han music also a remix of Flow? Damn it. Wait, where am I? Zedamork, everything's a remix of Flow. Like, I understand why Charlian has a remix of Flow, because it's meant to be, because it's close to Heidelin. Like, Charlian's the city that's able to talk to her, so her voice is starting to come through. I don't quite get it for Ruds and Han. So if there's one part of Endwalker where I get the criticism of, like, poor pacing in terms of somewhere not getting enough to explore it, if there's some place where I understand that criticism, it's Fadner. Garlemald doesn't need more than one zone. The whole point of Garlemald is that it's destroying itself. Charlian is so integral to so much of the story and, like, so important. Like, you go back there multiple times. It's like, Labyrinthos is so connected to it that it's basically the same place as it. It's kind of like, oh, there's no section of, like, the story in Shadowbringers that is about, what's it called? Lakelands, but it's a place you go to constantly. And also, there is multiple sections of story that are about Labyrinthos, but it's like, Charlian gets a shitload because of its story connections and everything. The moon, you don't need more than one section on that because, you know, it's the moon. Like, it's a rock that has a zodiac on it. Hey, Averil! What are your plans up here? Elpis, if the Unsundered World lasted more than one zone, it would overstay its welcome. It would, like, it's meant to be a brief sojourn into the past to see that. And Ultima Thule. And Ultima Thule is obviously, like, the big finale thing. Every other area, I think, like, they spend as long as they need to in all of the places. For a lot of them, particularly, like, the Moon, Elpis, and Garlemald, if they spent longer there, then it would have overstayed its welcome. I can understand thinking that Endwalker doesn't have enough focus on Fadner. I can understand that, especially because of how they focus on Fadner when you get here, because Fadner never really gets to shine in your journey through here. Going to Fadner and Razat Han, a place that has been talked about a number of times since A Realm Reborn, your first visit here is everyone being, like, depressed and sad because of the tower kidnapping people, and then your second visit here is it's the first place being struck by the final days. So that's the one part of Endwalker where I can say Endwalker focusing on so many different areas at once means that some areas don't get the focus that they should, but the only area where I'd say that's the case is Fadner and Razat Han. You don't get anywhere near as much story for the Fadner and Razat Han that is about Fadner and Razat Han. It's like, the first visit there is about Fandaniel shit, and the second visit there is about, well, the continuation of Fandaniel shit with the final days. You obviously do get things that are about it, like, obviously, everything with Vitra, and Vitra, like, taking up his role as, like, the Satrap instead of, like, letting Ahawan do it, and stuff like that. You do get those things, but the culture and, like, the lifestyle and, like, the land of Fadner, I would say that's, like, the one part of Endwalker where I can agree that Endwalker's focus on so many different things means that it doesn't get as much of a focus as it should. So the main thing I'd hope is that Fadner gets more of a focus during the patches. That's how you fix that. Like, it's that simple. The way that you fix that is have Charlian not come up that much in the patches and have Fadner and Razat Han come up more in the patches. If they do that, then that issue is fixed. It's just fixed over a long period of time with patches as opposed to base expansion. We don't need another zone for Fadner. Like, I get what Fadner is, and I like what Fadner is based on the one zone that we get. I do think some prior expansions, like, it's a thing of just, in terms of, like, how many zones you get, because we're so locked into 6 zones per expansion ever since, Heavensward, of an area struggles to have as much of an identity of being a full area when it gets less zones. Like, even in, what's it called? Stormblood, right? Alamigo gets a lot of focus because, like, Fringes, Peaks, and, Locks are all, like, very much part of the same Girabani area. But Doma doesn't get much location for it because it gets one zone for Doma, one is for the ocean next to it, and the other one is for their northern neighbors. And the city isn't even Doma, it's Ingashi. But then the trade-off is that Doma gets way more story focus anyway, so there is that. But also, this is like, especially with Shadowbringers, and I feel like they do it with Endwalker as well. Shadowbringers also only has one zone per area. But I feel like they do so much different shit in that one area in of itself that those areas still feel as fleshed out. Like, Raktika feels as fleshed out as what the Shroud does in A Realm Reborn, despite the fact that in A Realm Reborn, the Shroud had four zones to it. You get 4 zones of Shroud in A Realm Reborn, and, like, one of them is the Mangrove area, one of them is, like, the Deep Forest area, one of them is, like, the more rocky area as it goes into Kurthus, and then the other one is more, even deeper jungle that's more intertwined with, like, the Sylph's homeland and everything like that. So, you get the different vibes of, like, what all of the Shroud kind of looks like. But I would say Raktika manages to accomplish that better in one zone. You've got the flooded forest at the start of it. You've got the cave area and like the rocky areas you go down south. You've got the incredibly gigantic trees as you go like around Fanau and all of that. And then you've got the old ruins of Ronka that you got when you go north. Like it's got just as much visual identity and difference in one zone as what other things do. So I'd say because of how strong they're getting at individual zones, like I don't need 2 zones of Fathonair to like get across what Fathonair is like. You have the coastal area, you have the high mountaintop ranges, you have the forest areas, you have like the river section, you have all the different like parts of the ecology there. So I don't need 2 zones. It's the same with Garlemald. I don't need more than 1 zone of Garlemald to get what Garlemald is like. Garlemald's a fascist hellscape in the middle of a frozen wasteland. I go there and that's what I get. I see its giant oil rigs on the ice. I see its giant frozen landscapes that are inhospitable. I see its giant cities that are like worshipping the palace that it's next to. I don't need more than that. Obviously, it's not to say that it's impossible for them to do more zones for that and it would be like repetitive, but I don't need more. Another thing that I think some people forget when it comes to criticizing FF14 is just, it seems like some people's problem with FF14 is that the game isn't infinitely big and the game doesn't have infinite resources to do infinite things with every single idea that it has. I met Soggy Toast, it's such an honor. I love how many people in this game are like well known to the community who have silly names. You got Soggy Toast, you've got Max Piggy, you've got Fruity Snacks. I love it. Ruveda Fibers Rooftop Garden. Hidden from the view atop the workshops of the Ruveda Fibers is a squat golden statue of Agaja, surrounded by a garden of mulberry bushes. Sitting upon the statue is said to bring good fortune, the proof of which is tested as one wanders about the unfenced rooftop. This statue is important for the lore. The only one we have in Odin is Laminzen Anchovy. Anchovy. Fruity Snacks is not on Crystal, I don't think. I don't think so. I don't think Fruity Snacks is on Crystal. I think it should be everywhere here. It's fun there! There's like nothing on North. I'm teleporting to Yellow Mud. My brain wants to say that Fruity Snacks is on Primal. Max Piggy! Max Piggy's on Crystal. Charlian has it because it's an Epo baby. Radzat Heart has Flow because it's pure of heart and beautiful. The world of Fathonair just like vibes so much with Heidel, and she's like, you know what, you can have my music as well. Holy sh! I've never actually flown over to this ocean and looked out here. Holy shit, there is so many boats out there. I love how much I can see it and how dark this nighttime is, but you know. You know, I look at this and just be like, wow, that giant rock. I bet that's where, like, that's the rock on top of which Radzat is. No, Radzat over there. I don't know what the fuck that mountain is. That's just a gigantic ass mountain that just exists over there. It's awesome and it's big. No, I don't know what it's for. Okay, somewhere. Okay. I need to zoom in on my map, work out where this is. I love the attitude piano in this. Internet going funky? No! Internet, don't go fucky. There it is, I found it. Where's the thing that Vitra was sitting on during the credits? Where's that? I want to get to that. Gedlamad, meaning new harbor in a language brought to the island shores by mainland settlers. Gedlamad is Fatner's main port town. Owing to the shallow waters surrounding the island, however, larger trading vessels are forced to anchor at Alnir and ferry over the harbor in smaller boats before making their way to Razathan. I have no idea, like, what Indian people think of Razathan. I have no idea, like, I've not seen any Indian people discuss, like, Razathan in terms of, like, how does Razathan compared to India? Like, how does it represent their culture? How does it do it well? How is it, like, respectful to it? How is it not? I've not seen any of that. I have no idea. So I don't want to talk shit out my ass about just, like, things that I like about it that turns out maybe I like more offensive. But one thing from my understanding that is, like, something that Indian people do take pride in about their country, which does come across here, is very much that India is a, like, really is a combination of a lot of different cultures. And it is like an interweaved web of a lot of different cultures together. From my understanding, like, I've seen and spoken to Indian people who are very proud about that fact of India, where it's just like, India is an incredibly diverse place. There is so much different people and so many different things and so many different cultures. And, like, there's so much, like, intersharing and, like, mingling of all of those different cultures in so many ways across all of India. I've seen Indian people talk about that as, like, a pride point of just, like, why India rules. And they get that across in this game. Like, the whole history of how this place came to be. Maybe also in India, there's, like, some violent history to it that they managed to, like, work past. I don't know, because I don't know enough about Indian history for that. But in this game, they have a very specific point of what Razathan is now is the way that it is because of the combination of a lot of different cultures and people coming together. There was, like, the warring tribes of, like, the Gauchas, and there's, like, the different people who've come here, and they're very much all, like, mingled in together to be distinctly Harnish. But it's a combination of all these different things. That's, like, the one thing that I'm going to guess myself is, like, an accurate and respectful representation of Indian culture in a fantasy setting where it's not a one-to-one, but, like, the inspiration is here and the inspiration is good. It's the Lion King rock that's meant to look cool in the opening movie. Ah, the Pride rock, I getcha. I'm hungry. It is breakfast. It is breakfast time. You need some soggy toast. It'd be delicious. I haven't seen anyone's opinion on it. No, I've not seen, like, the opinion of people from India on, like, how this handles anything. I've seen very mixed opinions in terms of Hingashi and Doma in terms of how they handle it. Oh, it's lunch. Oh, like, I've definitely seen people just be like, I've seen Chinese people just be like, it's weird that China in this game is Japan too. It's also weird in this game made by a bunch of Japanese people about how many deep-seated problems they keep bringing up about Doma that existed before the Empire took over. And how a lot of those things are, like, the problems that Doma now has to deal with. But when it comes to Hingashi, and if they bring up the problems that Hingashi has, the game's response is, don't worry about it. In fact, the enemies are the people who want to fix it. And that's something that my white ass can see and just be like, yeah, that is weird. The Shroud of the Sangha. Dense jungle vegetation grows wild and unchecked across a wide band of Falconer's inland region. Amongst the trees, however, can be found a sprinkling of shrines and temples dedicated to the pantheon of locally worshipped gods. Holy sites where once resided the ranks of the faithful. There's an entire thing about, like, how do you handle fantasy versions of, like, real-life places? Because on one hand, if you're just taking a culture from real life and saying it is now in this game and it is a fantasy thing, it's lazy writing if you're not, like, making it fit the world that you already have existing and you're just copying and pasting from the real world and everything like that. Which is part of my issue with Hingashi. The places in Eorzea that have real-life counterparts, the Eorzean equivalents don't feel like one-to-one copies of the real-life counterparts. Like, Ishgard doesn't feel like a one-to-one copy of medieval England. Like, Ishgard has a lot of unique elements to it that make it feel distinctly like Ishgard, despite the very obvious inspirations that it has. Hingashi feels like Japan. It doesn't feel like a... It just feels like Japan. It doesn't feel like its own thing that's part of the Final Fantasy world. It feels like it just feels like Japan. It's like, it's not different enough to like... I feel like Hingashi isn't different enough to justify why it's in this game, because it's just Japan. But also, to what extent do you change the real life equivalent? Because, like, there's also obviously the elements of, if you change, like, if you take inspiration from a real life thing and change it so drastically for the fantasy version of it, at what point are you no longer, like, paying homage or respects or anything to what your real life, like, where your real life inspiration is coming from? And at what point are you just culturally appropriating things from it that you think are cool and putting it into something that, like, doesn't even feel like what it comes from? And, like, so there is that issue of just, like, for people who are from, like, when it comes to Fathernair, because I've not really heard about the opinions of it, like, to what extent does Fathernair feel like India that feels like it's respectful to India? And, like, clearly where the culture comes from. Which parts does it miss doing that? But also, which parts of Fathernair and Radzet Han feel like they're putting a spin on it so it doesn't just feel like it's copying India, but it feels like a fantasy location in this fantasy world, while still paying respect to India. Like, I feel like it's a balancing act of a weird balancing act to achieve that I feel like Hingashi fails at. I feel like Hingashi fails at that entirely, because it just feels like feudal Japan and nothing else. But I feel like most other, like, to me, as someone who's never been to India, this feels very different to India. But also, what Indian culture and everything I'd be familiar with is obviously modern India. I'd have very little context for what, like, historical India is like. There might be an era of history that historical India is basically just this, outside of the fact that there's walking elephant people. I don't know. I'd love to see 14 take a stab at the Renaissance Italy, because it was such a fascinating time politically. Well, it's like, if we go to Mericidia, how much should Mericidia be Australia? Because, like, I know Aboriginal people here, probably because of, you know, the way that white Australians have treated them. I can't imagine Aboriginal people in Australia would be happy if, like, they tried to make Mericidia out to be Aboriginal Australia. But also, if you go to Mericidia in this game and just completely, like, if you just go, here's Mericidia, it's Australia. Our inspiration is Australia. And then you don't even, like, have anything that, like, feels Aboriginal in there, then you're basically erasing them. I mean, the answer here is have Aboriginal people work on the game. Have Aboriginal people work on the game, both in, like, not just in a consultancy aspect, but also in a design aspect. That's like the answer. But also, Aboriginal people aren't monolithic, and if you just had an Aboriginal person do that, that doesn't mean that, oh, all Aboriginal people are going to be happy with it. Just while we're in Fathernair, I was just like, no idea. I have no idea, because I'm like, this zone specifically is the area that I've not heard people talk about in, like, the cultural aspect. Whereas I've heard people talk about that for Dome. I've heard people talk about that for Hingashi. Even Alamigo, I've, like, and Uldar, like, I hear people talk about that, but I never hear anyone talk about Fathernair in that regard. So I have no idea, like, what, for the people who it's relevant for, I actually think. I think the closest thing I can think of that did that was Three Cesar's Leicester Alliance being very clearly inspired by Mercantile Venice, and yet for some reason the Empire gets the Italian theming. Look, I love Three Houses. I think Three Houses is a very fun game. I can comfortably say that Three Houses, when it comes to cultural inspirations and political knowledge writing that game, the people who made Three Houses have no fucking clue what they're on about. I love that game. I love that game. That game is made with a shockingly high level of ignorance of, honestly, just most things in life. The Font of Maya. This temple was once the abode of an order of ascetics who sought divine enlightenment through the spiritual power that is Maya. Abandoned for a stronghold deeper in the jungle, the structure now sits derelict and half submerged in rainwater. It's Fire Emblem, baby! Well, it feels like when the Final Fantasy team tries to write stuff that's about other countries or other cultures or anything like that and put them into there, they try to show respect to it. They try to, like, make their own version of what a real life thing is, but like paying respects and homage to the real life version that has inspired it and everything like that. This is not me saying they succeed. Before anyone gets mad at me, this is not me saying that they succeed at this all of the time. But it feels like with Final Fantasy XIV that they at least try. It feels like they, at a bare minimum, they are trying. Whether they succeed or not is a different question, but it feels like they try. Fire Emblem doesn't feel like it tries. Fire Emblem really does feel like, oh, that looks cool, let's just grab it and shove it in, and they don't think beyond that. Again, I love Three Houses. Three Houses is amazing, but that's a part where it's like, you can tell the people who wrote it were not, like, informed politically very well. I say this, by the way, as someone who supports Edelgard and sided with her. If you're wondering where I say they don't know what the fuck they're talking about politically, keep that in mind. Because some people might hear what I'm saying and just think like, oh, so obviously you hate Edelgard. No. I side with Edelgard and I side with, like, her path and everything like that. I'm still aware of how they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Kajaya's footsteps. Known as the mother of the Kriegstanz dancer lore, Kajaya is honored in both name and form at this open-air stage for dancers. Those who carry on her legacy performed here beneath her stone-carved likeness, strutting and twirling for the glory of their gods and ancestors. What do you mean? Dancer obviously has nothing to do with Akasha. It's not like Dancer literally is Thathnarian in its culture and has an entire, like, quest line dedicated to about, like, a mysterious power connected to emotions taking over people, and then literally comes from the homeland of the only modern scientists in this entire world who have any understanding of the possibility of Akasha existing. No, they're obviously not connected. What are you talking about? Well, that wouldn't make any sense. That would be silly. Cross, I understand so much of what you talk about when you talk about Dynamis and how mad you. I'll be honest, I have not seen a single person with a brain cell in their fucking head talk about Dynamis on the internet. I have not seen a single person on the internet who isn't part of my stream who has talked about Dynamis and sounds like they have anything going on in their fucking brain. It is infuriating. The great work, even in Fathaner, the birthplace of alchemy. The practitioners of the House Daimir are renowned for the crafts of their concoctions. It was they who founded the settlements of the great work, and to this day, many talented alchemists choose to reside here and carry on the family's peerless endeavors. I'm gonna swim with Aether. Shut up, average 14 forum user. Again, I don't think everything that we've experienced in the game that is even tangentially related to emotions is explained by is now explained by Dynamis. Dynamis is still basically invisible to detect to the average person. The only reason that we can see Ultima Thule at all is because of Thancred, like, interacting with Dynamis to reshape Ultima Thule into a way people could see it. I mean, Y'shtola can see normally there. Like, the Dynamis is showing us what the place looks like rather than we're seeing it. So, again, something like Bosya. Bosya's crystals are still, like, they are emotions, but they're made out of ether. They are physical crystals, you can interact with them. The ether in a person is made out of ether. However, that doesn't mean that Dynamis doesn't interact with the ether in a person. The Zero Resin Force means nothing, it means nothing, it influences nothing. See, for me, it's a big thing where it's like, you start, like, I see people talk about Dynamis and people are just like, no, it's not that, no, Dynamis is nothing. And it's just like, people in this world still aren't made of Dynamis. I can't manipulate gravity, but that doesn't mean I won't break my neck if I jump off a building. So the thing is, it's just like, people aren't made of Dynamis. People don't have Dynamis within them.
That's pretty clear with the lore. We just have less ether. Our, like, the emotions of our characters, the emotions of our people, aren't made of Dynamis. They are still made of Aether, because we're still Aether-born beings. And there's still plenty of examples that can only be explained by Aether, because we physically can see it, aka crystals and Bossia, where it's that. But it's like, with the way that Dynamis works, people can have feelings, those feelings can be made of Aether, but because it's an emotion, any Dynamis around that person can then interact with it, and then that Dynamis can shape the reality around it based on that emotion. It's really... again, it's like limit breaks. I don't think every limit break is Dynamis, because I think that explanation is too simple, and there are explanations for Aether for Dynamis. Are certain limit breaks in the game Dynamis? Abso-fucking-lutely. There are times where you get limit breaks where it is very explicit you're gaining power from destroying something else. That is explicit a number of times. There are times where you get limit breaks out of nowhere. There is no reason for you to have a limit break, and the explanation the game gives you of like the little pop-up is just saying, your hope shines. Your hope shines through. Like, Seed of Sacrifice is the most obvious example in the entire fucking game. There is no you cannot use any Aether explanation to explain why you can limit break there. There is none. Seed of Sacrifice is only Dynamis. That one's only Dynamis. Like, the Warrior of Light is confronting the reflection of their entire, like, legend that has been built up around them. It is one of the most determined, resolved fights that the Warrior of Light has in the entire fucking game up until that moment. And then Elidibus pulls out a level 4 limit break, and it literally comes up with dialogue of just, like, your shining resolve and brilliance of hope, like, power your, like, transcend your limits to weather it and everything like that. And it's just like, yeah, there's no way that's not Dynamis. Because some things can be, like, retroactively explained with Dynamis. They deliberately leave it vague at the time because they want back when they're writing something like A Realm Reborn, they probably don't have the idea of Dynamis when they're writing A Realm Reborn, right? That's probably not part of it. They weren't aware of Dynamis. The idea of limit breaks has this explanation. Some of them happen out of nowhere to just get across the idea of how powerful the Warrior of Light is. Yeah, you can use Aether to do a limit break, but there are times where the Warrior of Light is able to just bust out of nowhere and break their limits through their sheer resolve and hope. Like, that's how they describe limit breaks during Ultima Weapon in A Realm Reborn. I don't think they had Dynamis there for that, but they just wanted to leave something of just, like, the Warrior of Light's breaking their limits because of how strong their emotions are. The Warrior of Light's just that strong. Seed of Sacrifice was 5.3. Seed of Sacrifice was fucking 3 patches before Endwalker came out. Are you telling me that they weren't aware of any of Endwalker's story when they wrote 5.3? When they wrote 5.3, they were absolutely aware of at least some elements of what the story of Endwalker was going to be. And given how intensely tied to everything Dynamis is in Endwalker, it was probably one of the earlier things that they established. Or at least, by the point that they were that close to Endwalker coming out, that 5.3 had come out, they were probably aware. They were probably aware that Dynamis was going to be a thing. And so, they have a specific moment in 5.3 for the fight where it's just like, you will understand in the future, this is why this happened. And then I write with any forethought ever, and the fact that Shadowbringers and Endwalker are directed by the same writer means nothing. The Denser job quest means nothing. They're literally the same writers. They did specifically say Shadowbringers was written with ideas about the final days and stuff, and how Shadowbringers would lead into Endwalker. Also, another reason of why, like, having a Garlemald expansion between Shadowbringers and Endwalker also makes no sense. It's also another reason why having it, like, a set, like... people complain of, like, people... You need to be angry when you read these. I'm trying to restrain myself here. I'm trying, because it makes me so mad. The more I play this game and the more I see the story and the more opinions I see, I'm just like, this is legitimately one of the fan bases of a game where I, honest to God, don't think the average person who plays the game understands the story that's being told to them more than any other story I've ever fucking experienced. It's rough out here. It is rough out here. But it's just like, could you imagine a Golem World expansion between Shadowbringers and Endwalker? People want to say that that should have happened. People say that it should have happened because the pacing of Endwalker is bad without having a Golem World expansion. You want to talk about fucking pacing? Could you imagine how bad the pacing would have been to end Shadowbringers with everything that it does about teasing the final days and the defeat of the final Ascians, to then wait an entire expansion past that to actually be like, oh, and by the way, there's one more Ascian who's trying to end the world with the final days. Could you imagine how much worse the pacing would have been to wait an entire fucking expansion between those moments? Shadowbringers leads into Endwalker so directly and specifically by getting all of these things in your mind and getting all of the themes of Shadowbringers in your mind so they can double and triple down all of that in Endwalker immediately afterwards. And you want to delay all of that so you can go and do Stormblood 2 of Let's Fight Off the Garleans? Come on. Fucking think for a second, you fucking dumb cunts. Oh my god. This is so bad. Giants Goal Grounds. Corey, you thought this was a sightseeing thing. Sorry, surprise. It's me bitching about the community of this game. This is why, if you're wondering why I'll never make lore videos, despite how much I care about the lore in this game, or theory videos, or like even just analysis videos of like me describing my interpretation of it, of any of the things in this game. If you're wondering why I'll never make like specific standalone videos for all of that, it's because most of those standalone videos would me just be outright insulting people constantly, of just being like, your opinions on this game are bad and they're stupid and like completely unfounded based on just what the fucking story is. You're an idiot, shut up. This is like a better interpretation. I may not have the perfect answers, but fucking Christ, at least I base mine on the video game that I'm fucking playing, unlike a lot of people who seem to play. You know, we shouldn't get mad at people who have bad opinions on this game. Not because their opinions are bad. They're awful. They're terrible. But how many times do people outright admit they skip cutscenes in this game and just being like, oh yeah, if a cutscene doesn't have voice acting, I skip it? And how many of those people are the people who complain about how bad the story is in this game and about how things don't make sense and how things are constantly retconned and about how character arcs are dropped and how they don't do enough to establish things or any poor pacing issues or anything like that? How many of those people are the people where they're just like, I skip every non-voiced cutscene, and if I don't find a voiced cutscene interesting within 3 or 4 lines, I skip it? How many people that, like, who complained about and have all these stupid opinions are those same people? Because I wouldn't be surprised if it's a lot. Like, I am someone who reads every bit of fucking dialogue I possibly can in this game, and I do all the side content. And surprise, surprise, for me, most of the story comes together and makes sense and works really well. But there are a lot of people out there who skip stuff, and what they think the story's bad and doesn't make sense and it doesn't come together and just okay. Surprise. Giant Skull Grounds, scored here by the wagon load. The purple streaked stone known as Giant Skull is one of Thardner's most coveted exports. Incredibly dense and possessed of high ethereal conductivity, it is prized not only as a building material, but also as a component in the craft of unyielding arms and armor, and the brewing of alchemical concoctions. Probably where the Radiant Host build all of their stuff. Let's go! We've done 2 cities and 2 zones. We are on a roll. And that roll is a potato roll, so it's particularly delicious. We're going to Tertium. We're going to Turt it, 2 hours, right? Yeah, 2 hours. It's alright, it's 2 hours if I do the rest of them in the next 15 minutes.
If we get the rest of them done in 15 minutes... Oh, wait, it might be... Is it under here? Yeah, it is under here, I was about to say. Before I fly away, there's one that's kind of on the map here. Too bad we blew out a load of giants with an AR, so now we need different ores that aren't they? Yeah, they had a lot of ore in A Realm Reborn that I'm just like, you've wasted... Like, you can't do mithril and cobalt and all of these things already in A Realm Reborn. You've run out of minerals for your weapons and armor. You're getting now to see, you need to like start making up shit for the future ones. You've used every fantasy metal in A Realm Reborn. What are you doing? Tertium. Tertium is the third station on the rail network, which serves the imperial capital, Garlemald. Equipped as a dispatch yard with generators and other facilities, it was taken over and fortified by the remnants of the First Legion, following the city's fall into ruination. Hey, Alphina. Hey, Alize. Hey, Julius. I didn't realize this train actually like went down this far. Got some yellow quests down there. They're almost hiding from me. Not the most hidden yellow quest though. There's that one hidden yellow quest back in White Front, whatever the thing in Central Curthus is. Most hidden yellow quest in the entire game. I mean, it's on the map, so you'd see it, but if you don't look at the map, you would never fucking find it. You would never find one particular yellow quest in Realm Reborn if you didn't look at the map, because it is hidden in the most absurd fucking spot ever. Me as a Roganin actually finds it even harder to find it, because I literally can't see the quest marker normally. One day we'll do that quest on stream. White cum. No, I'm trans. Clear cum. I like how Endwalker has pewter, which in real life is just a fancy type of tin. Forum Solius. It was in this square that Emperor Solus inspected his troops before embarking upon his second campaign into the Far East. The Imperial legions were ultimately successful in the subjugation of the Kingdom of Dalmasca, and officials celebrated the grand victory by transforming the parade ground into a commemorative public park. Oh, fascism. How fucked up would it be to be like, this public park that children play on is to honor us, like, invading another country and killing people in it? That would be fucked up. That would be so messed up to, like, have something like that. I'm glad I can't think of several things in Australia off the top of my head immediately where that exact thing is the case. Glad I can't think of any public parks for children to play on that are explicitly memorials for Australian invading other countries. I'm glad I can't think of even one. Senaculum Imperialis. Once the center of government for the Republic of Garlemald, this stately building would later house the Emperor's Advisory Council. Within its walls, countless campaigns were planned and executed, decisions that would result in untold bloodshed, and bring even greater prosperity to the Empire. Going to change the name of the park, only for someone decided to change the name back in like 50 years. They're going to change the name away from being about Solus, and then people are going to complain about how it's woke. Building very smoky. Cough, cough, cough. But I've seen people say that this zone is an example of like how Garlemald got screwed over in the story. Of people just being like, it's bullshit that we finally get to Garlemald and it's in ruins. Why don't we get to see what Garlemald was like before it got destroyed? Why don't we get to like actually explore Garlemald like a city like any other city? Because it's not like any other city, it's a fascist hellscape, that's why. What the fuck do you want from me here? Fuck it. The moon was made of cheese. Regio Urbanissima. Here it beats the heart of the Empire, a district pulsing with political, financial, and military authority. Yet these institutions, which once sought dominion over the world, are now laying in ruins. Any structure not outright destroyed in the War of Succession has been torn apart. Its materials cannibalized for the construction of the Tower of Babel. Like, even just, like, the idea of just, like, well, how about at least after, like, you defeat, like after the Tower of Babel happens and, like, Endwalker ends, Why doesn't this tower at least disappear? Why can't we at least get rid of the ugly tower? Because Garlemald has left its indelible scars across the entire landscape in almost every single other expansion. It is hard to walk through many areas without seeing the scars of imperialism that Garlemald has left across the entire fucking world. They remain there as constant reminders of the horrors that the Garlean Empire is. Guess what? The country of Garlemald is not free from those horrors and is not free from those scars to serve as a constant reminder of how fucked this place was and where it led to. That's why the Tower of Babel stays there. Fucking think. Please, for the love of God. Just like put a blanket over town. Do something about the black flames. The runaway train. A mark. So this is why I know I'm evil when I upload YouTube videos. All of my YouTube videos are Final Fantasy because Final Fantasy always uses Roman numerals for their videos. I now have every Final Fantasy episode named with Roman numerals across all of them. And this is something to me that tells me that I'm evil for doing that because I look at marks XLIX and it takes me a second to realize that what that's saying is 49. It takes me a second to actually put it together. It's just like 49. And I'm just like, people have to do that constantly for my videos. It's alright, just like hover over the title and the actual real numbers at the end of it. Why don't we remove the tower? Why there's still Imperial Castro above Costa del Sol? It's an MMO. Well, it's just like, yeah, it's an MMO, but also, like, even if it wasn't an MMO, this one needs to stay. Even if it wasn't an MMO, this one needs to stay. Like, some of them I do think we could, like, I think some of them you can start getting rid of over time in terms of just showing, like, the scars are being slowly removed, but some of the scars are much more deeply embedded. Like, never get rid of Baelsar's wall. Never get rid of Baelsar's wall because, like, the amount of time it would take to... Because, again, it's like, the Imperial stuff being in the landscape of places that aren't Imperialist, that aren't, like, the Garlemald themselves... It's about the scars. They're a thematic representation. The physical scars that the Garleans have left on the environment is representative of the emotional scars, of the generational scars, of the cultural scars that the occupation has left on the people there. It's a thematic thing. It's to show that it's just like kicking out the Garlean Empire hasn't immediately fixed the problem. The fact that they were occupied at all is going to be something that takes a while to recover. The fact that Eorzea was invaded at all is going to be something that takes a while to recover. The scars of the land are indicative of the scars on the people and everything like that. And you could have something of just like, even if it wasn't an MMO, say like, again, without the structures of an MMO behind it, you could remove some of them over time, like with story progression, to be like, we're starting to heal. But some of those scars are so deeply rooted, it's going to take forever to do that. You can't get rid of Baelsar's wall because it's such a giant monolithic thing that to get rid of it would basically to say that that area is now forgotten. To get rid of the entirety of Baelsar's wall would be to say that the entire split that happens there with Baelsar's wall is forgotten about by its people. And that doesn't happen. For example, they left some of the Berlin Wall up in Germany for that same reason. Part of the Berlin Wall is still in Germany as a reminder that this did happen. That, like, the Berlin Wall did exist. It did divide the country. The part of the wall remains there as a reminder of that. Because it's, like, still within living memory for a lot of people and stuff like that. And, like, there's a Baelsar's Wall, something like that. And again, that's the same thing with this fucking tower. You can't get rid of this tower until the country is able to rebuild itself into something else. Because this tower represents the ultimate end goal of where this ideology leads. And where their ideology has led to is everything being destroyed. You can't get rid of that tower without saying that Garlemald has moved past the effects of this tower. Because they fucking haven't. Again, so some of the questions that I see people come up with, or some of the things that I see some people say, it should be like this. I'm just like, like there are some parts of, like again, like I talk about like Veladina Bridge. Veladina Bridge is like reclaimed, in like the fringes. Like they did something with that where it's just like it's still very Garlean in like nature. It's still very Garlean in what it looks like. But it's been reclaimed by the people who live there. It is a structure for that.
but it's been reclaimed by the people of Alamigo and the people of Yerebanna as a whole. As a shine of showing that. And there's like, again, there's some things where I think they could remove it over time. Like the Castrum in Costa del Sol. I think, like, by Endwalker, Eorzea would have recovered from that because Eorzea was never conquered, Eorzea was invaded. And it wasn't a super... I mean, the invasion kind of lasted for a while because it's meant to be like, those Castrums have been there basically since the frickin' Calamity. But, like, it's been enough time since then that, like, by Endwalker, you could get rid of the Castrums in Eorzea. Eorzea was never fully conquered, so the scars are going to be, like, less permanently staining. But also, it's an MMO, you can't remove it. Another thing I wish they did about Village and British League gameplay related, yeah. I think, like, from a game, like, because the gameplay would also show, like, the change in the story. Opening the bridge would also show that, like, story-wise, that, hey, we've gotten rid of the barriers that the Empire has put on us. We are now more free to move where we want to. We're now more free to, like, use this bridge to trade resources with other nations and things like that. It would also be a gameplay thing, and, like, there's no reason for it to exist still. It's not a loading thing. It's in the same zone. It's not a loading trigger. Get rid of it. The runaway train. A Mark 49 passenger train was forced off the tracks by tempered soldiers as it attempted to flee the capital. Its twisted bulk left to rust in the ice and snow. Only nobles, high-ranking officers, or citizens with special dispensation were permitted to ride this exclusive service. And they're the ones who died. And they're the ones who died. Oh my god, it's nearly 8 p.m. I had things to do today. Blame work, I had to stay back an hour. Blame work, I had to stay back an hour. This stream could have finished at 8, as opposed to, it's currently 8, with still like an hour left to go, especially be talking about, I like talking about 14. Sue me. I like talking about this game, and I like talking about its story, and I like how its story is told. Officer down! Fucking you posting that shit like we have fucking Quintus Hitlering himself in the fucking basement of the train station, and it's meant to be this moment in the story of just like, the Garlean Empire is so fucked that the people most deeply rooted into it would rather kill themselves than see a possibility that they no longer get to be the oppressors that they dreamed of being. And it's like, you don't feel sorry for Quintus, but you just like have this realization of how much like the Empire has fucked up people like Quintus and all that happening. And you're in chat just being like, officer down, baby, let's go. So fucking funny. It's so good. It's so good. I love that. It's a great moment. As one lady said, I'm supposed to be sorry for that bitch. I don't think you're meant to feel sorry for Quintus. I don't think what's happening there is you're meant to be feeling sorry for Quintus. Well, I don't know the word that I want to use. I don't necessarily think sympathy is what you're expected to feel for Quintus. I think you're meant to be frustrated at the Empire, that the Empire can twist and contort someone's mind so much that this is the path they choose. I think that's more so, like it's a serious scene and they take it seriously, but but even the vibes of the scene are, I don't think you're meant to like be, damn, I feel so bad for him that he killed himself. Because like, he has no, like, cause it's not like he does that because he's worried about what we're gonna do to him or anything like that. He's literally killing himself because he's butt mad. Like, he's literally just mad that his country can no longer be oppressors of other people, and now that when it comes to other, like, now that the nation has fallen and they can no longer do that, other people are instead deciding to help them despite all the shit that they've done. And his literally killing myself to own the libs. Yeah, I don't think you're meant to feel sorry for him. I don't think you're meant to feel sympathy for Quintus with what he does. I think you're meant to be frustrated that it's just like, this is how fucked the Empire is. This guy would literally rather die than accept help from someone else
that he perceives as an enemy. He can't stomach the concept that his people are being helped by other people. Like, the people have lost their pride because they're accepting help from outsiders. And he is so disgusted by that he fucking kills himself. And it's just like, it's meant to make you just be like, holy shit, the Gallian Empire is so fucked. And it is. I did say one thing of just being like, I hate the way that they redeemed Quintus. And I'm like, what? And they're just like, by having Quintus kill himself, they're trying to redeem his character. And I'm just like, I know the term media literacy is overused. Maybe the political moment right now is less horrifying, I'd feel differently, but I can't react to that in any way by backwatch and rip so. I mean, I guess the difference between when this game was released and now, I mean, not that things were good when this game released, but like the type of people who are like Quintus are more common and have more power now than at the end of 2021. So there is that. Jaturna Platform G. This mining platform is designed to pump vast quantities of strongly rich water from the icy depths of Cerulean engines. 6 more rigs were built within the region for the same purpose, but the eruption of civil war brought all operations to a standstill. That's Galamon done. Like, very done. Like, look how fucked it is. By the way, standing up here, holy shit, this is like such a great example of, oh my god, enemy render distance. Holy shit, it's amazing how much this has changed the game. It is amazing how much enemy render distance has changed how I fucking view this game. I can almost see fucking ice sprites as far as I can see the land over there. There's that one, I can see the train path extend past some trees and going towards the broken bridge. And I can see like 2 or 3 pixels that are clearly ice sprites next to it. Like, holy fucking shit. It's me, boy, I'm the PS5. The power of the PS5. I can't believe there are 5 whole pussies in this thing. It's impressive. Actually, this should be a pretty this is a cheap teleport. Because the idea is that every time we teleport to the moon, we go via the fucking capital. I don't think the idea is meant to be that, like, our character physically goes there. I think the idea is that if we go through the live stream, it's the easiest way to go through the live stream there. But still. Hey, Watcher! What's up? Watch up. Hi. Lord Prince had told me of victory over Emet-Selch. There's a relief to know Heidelind's wish for Atheris and her people was granted. She's not here to revel in your victory, but so long as there is life on Atheris, her spirit shall live on. In soothing summer rains and gentle spring breezes, she will be with you always. Pretty sure we've seen that dialogue before, but I like the Watcher and I want to come back and see it. I do like the idea that the Watcher is now just a character who just hangs out and chills. He is no longer the Watcher, he is the chill AF. It's somewhere. I was about to say, is it literally this balcony? Or is it up higher? There it is. It's so you don't go out and see the Zodiac thing for the first time and get hit by an orb if you spoke to someone in Charlian. The chiller. The Watcher's Palace, a structure of enduring design. This brooding tower stands resolute in its vigil of untold millennia. The ethereally conductive plate encircling its spires is reminiscent of a certain architectural style, one found only in the depths of the ocean on the first. Go this way. There's a lot of shit around the moon, it's hard to actually decide which way to go. Well, there's only 5 spots here actually to view, but they're really far apart from each other. They're basically on every fucking corner of the place. Is it this face? Is it the face? Is it the face? What do we get the Watcher a backwards cap? I agree with this. We should do that. We should have the Watcher just hang out. We should have the Watcher just like come down to Atheris and hang out. You've been watching, but what about the partying? Come down and party with us. Guidonia Knolls. This lifelike face of enormous scale appears to peek out from the surface of Mare Lamentorum. Obviously no natural formation. It is nevertheless unknown who carved this piece, or indeed whose features is meant to resemble. One thing is certain, the model would not find the depiction particularly flattering. Hey, you don't know! Could be the thing from, like, Legends of the Hidden Temple. In that case, it'd be very accurate. Man. God, I love the moon in this game. Like, my God. Camera's doing weird things with what I'm doing. The fact that this is like one of the zones in the game, and it's like so far from the most mind-blowing zone. Like, holy shit, I love it so much. Tippy top of the Alagon thingamabob. The fact that you go to the fucking moon, right? You teleport to the moon, you're dealing with like the most ancient and elder of primals. And because you've gone to the moon and this is what you're dealing with. And you get to that spot of all things. And you're still dealing with fucking Alagon bullshit being next to you. Generally hope to never see anything Alog ever again. Well, if we have a Mirror City expansion, I do apologize, but you're going to see more Alog stuff if we ever get a Mirror City expansion. However, that being said, if we ever see Alagon stuff again, it only better be in Mirror City. It's hard, it would be like, you can have a Mirror City that's moved on from the Alagon Empire at this point, that's fine. If there was nothing Alagon there, it would be a bit weird, because there's been so much about Alagons going to Mirror City. Like, they literally got enough dragons there to, like, put into the fucking Golem wood. Like, it would be weird to have nothing in Mirror City that had to do with Alagons. But I would hope for an Alagon. I would hope for, like, anything that is Alagon in Mirror City is, like, long abandoned, long forgotten. Because we know, like, as Emmett pointed out, we've heard a lot about Mirror City in this game. Everything we've heard about Mirror City in this game is, like, centuries old information. Everything that we know about Mirror City in this game is centuries old. We know aught of its current state of affairs. So if we do have a Mirror City, you can't have no Alagon stuff there because it wouldn't make any sense. But I hope anything Alagon in Mirror City is super understated and almost background noise. As an example of just like, Mirror City has long since moved on. They have long since moved on, and they have been able to get past that era. It was a while ago. Because like, a lot of Alagon stuff that still exists in, like the Alagon stuff that exists in Eorzea is because the Gallian Empire was fucking with it, or other people were fucking with it. So our researchers, Sid, loves fucking with Alagon shit. A lot of stuff that still exists for the Alagon Empire in Eorzea is because people keep fucking with it. It's because people want the information from it. People go through Cartano to try and work out how to get the weapons out of it, or the alien robots. They keep trying to reverse engineer a lot of their shit. I would appreciate a Mirror City where they're just like, no, wait, like, we see all of this Alagon stuff, we understand its advanced technology, we're not touching it. They're the weapons of the Empire, they're the weapons of war, they're the weapons of conquest. That is the technology of an era that we don't want to be a part of anymore. I want current Mirror City to be a Mirror City that has actively rejected taking anything from the Empire. I want them to be a Mirror City that has moved past what they went through because of the Empire and has actively rejected taking anything from them because of the horrors that they like saw by it. You can have stuff there, but have the stuff that's Alagon in Mirror City be there explicitly to show how much that era has been left behind and forgotten by them. Like that, like if Alagon stuff ever comes up again, that's like the one example that I'd want it to be. Or like you can possibly bring up some Alagon stuff that's been hinted at that we haven't like finished in here. Like there's some loose threads of Alagon stuff in this game that they've brought up
that like do exist and stuff like that. Like you could have anything like they talk about weapons made by Eureka. Could possibly still exist out there. Like Odin's sword might be a Eureka weapon. There might be some others out there. You could have like one of them come up at some point. Sure, why the fuck not? You get like not as like a big deal, just like as a thing. Like you can do some things that touch on loose threads that have specifically happened. But I don't want to go to a new place and see Allagan bullshit. And if we do, the one place I'd want to see it is Mericidia, and I'd want it to be specifically there to show how much it's been abandoned. But it being on the moon is funny because they did literally build a second moon. I'm fine with it being on the moon because they did literally build a second moon. It makes sense that it's in. My main beef with Allagan is just how reused it is, and I'm incredibly unattractive of everything Allagan is. Call me shallow, but it's generally a punch in the eye every single time. Again, I think that's part of the point. I think it's part of the point because fascism isn't meant to look at like fascist aesthetics are ugly. It's why Gallian shit looks so ugly. It's just, you know, Gallians have slightly more restraint when it comes to their color palettes. Gallian shit is ugly, and it is ugly and gray and blue. Whereas Allagan shit is ugly, and it's a fucking kaleidoscope of colors at the same time. Galamod is ugly too, but it's not so gaming PC. Heimdall's the last site. The ancient Allagans launched this Heimdall-class vessel into the heavens to monitor Bahamut's prison, Dalamud. When that colossal satellite awakened around the time of the 7th Thermal Calamity, the observation craft was shut down as it attempted to halt the activation process. Okay. Okay. Anyways, down to Best Way Burrows. Find a dog here and you can fly me directly to it. Argos! To me! Where are you? Argos! I forget what Argos hangs out of it. It's in one of the brands. I think it's this one. Which brand does Argos hang out by? Ah, it's this one. It's the door. Argos! Argos! Take me to Best Way Burrows. Yeah! 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 Moondog! Dog on the moon! This was the first dog on the moon all along. Have we gone? I feel like people have already answered this. I feel like people have already told me this, but I have forgotten because my memory is bad. Oh, I didn't realize you could like see. Wait. Oh, Argos! What's on there? Yo! Rainbow Sabertender, holy shit. Argos! There's gay cactuses! Argos, please. I can't get off Argos. Argos doesn't want me to look at the gay cactuses. Have we gotten an explanation of, like, lore-wise what's happened with, like, the shards of Zodiac? Whole thing with Zodiac is that Zodiac is sundered. Like, Zodiac's entire deal is that Zodiac is sundered. And yeah, we killed this one, but I can't remember if there's, like, a lore explanation. I'm pretty sure people told me there was. Of, like, what happened to the shards of Zodiac on, like, the other shards of moons. I'm pretty sure people told me there was something. Because, I mean, like, at a bare minimum, like, Hitler oh my god, what the fuck? What the fuck? What is this? What the fuck is this? What is this doing here? What is this? How is this not a sightseeing thing? Okay. Because, like, at a bare minimum, Hitler does return to the live stream, right? Luna Tender Queen, yes, go off Queen. We stan a Luna Tender Queen with glowy eyeballs and is gay as hell. Let's fucking go. Because, like, Hitler has returned to the live stream, right? Because, like, that's how, like, call him back and everything. And Ultimate Fool. So, for Hitler to return to the live stream, it has to imply, like, one or two things. One, when Zodiac was sundered, the individual souls that made up Zodiac weren't themselves sundered, but were, like, split between them. Like, these souls, being unsundered, went into this shard. These souls were unsundered, but they went to this shard. Or, every individual soul that made up Zodiac was also sundered.
But then when Zodiac died, they all came back together, and then, you know, because, you know, Zodiac had fucking died, returned to the life stream. Does that make sense? That's what I'm thinking making sense. I don't know. Because then I think about Zodiac on the 13th. Because they get it's a big plot hole in terms of like what the fuck was the Asians' plan with the 13th? Surely the rejoining couldn't finish without them addressing that problem, right? Right. Surely they can't bring this up, like, surely the Asians wouldn't have been happy with, like, people being, like, 14th rejoined. And just, yeah, we're just gonna leave the void, like, permanently, like, sundered and never connected back. Surely they were gonna try and fix it at some point, right? Maybe it was just, like, low priority. They're like, we'll worry about that last. Once we do everything else, then we'll worry about it. I don't know, but, like... But if the soul's there, like... If you can't rejoin the void because of the flood, and they've had to, like, write that off, does that apply to Zodiac as well? Or is, like, Zodiac fine because Zodiac is made out of darkness? Like, would a flood of darkness even affect Zodiac? Would Zodiac even care about a flood of darkness? Like, it wouldn't get destroyed by it because it itself is, like, a god of darkness? Or is it, like, because it's on the moon, it doesn't give a shit either? Because, like, there's a flood of light on the 1st, but, like, if Zodiac's on the moon on the 1st, or, like, a shard of Zodiac is on the moon on the 1st, I guess the flood of light doesn't hit the moon? So so even with a flood of light, Zodiac's on the moon and doesn't give a shit? Because, like, the flood doesn't hit the moon, it's far enough away, it's a moon, so it doesn't, like, get hit by the flood, so it doesn't matter. So, like... It's not like the shard of, like, Zodiac on the 1st died to, like, being hit by a wave of light because it was on the moon. So I guess also Zodiac on the... Maybe that's why they didn't care. Maybe that's why they weren't, like, super fussed about, like, how we're gonna fix the void. Because they were just like, okay, well, we can't rejoin the void itself, but maybe at some point when Zodiac is so rejoined, Zodiac can just, like, grab the last chunk of it, and the star might be a little sundered, but, like, Zodiac will be full. And so then the souls that were sacrificed to Zodiac will be in full, and then those people at least can come back. I don't know. The Caratorium. This district was specifically designed to sustain the continued existence of mankind, and, more importantly, as a wonderful place to cultivate the miraculous orange vegetables known as carrots. Because let's face it, any trial or trouble becomes one's easier to bear when one holds a carrot in one's paw. This one's not written... That one's written by a Loperate. You can't trick me. You can't trick me. That one was not written by Barbaretta or whatever her name was. That's not written by an Ironheart. That one's written by Mappingway. You can't trick me, video game. Mappingway wrote that description, and you can't convince me otherwise. I told you, all of these can't be written by Barbaretta. All the other ones are, like, written by the Ironheart that you meet. Even, like, a shard of an Ironheart on the 1st. All of these can't be written by an Ironheart. It doesn't make sense. So, no, Mappingway wrote that one instead. I'm on to you, video game. You can't stop me. I'm too smart. My lore powers are too good. Didn't you just hear me have absolutely no idea about the lore of this game and try to, like, throw theories into the air? And then I threw about 13 different theories into the air. So if any of them are even slightly right at some point in the future, I can say, look, I called it. One of my million throws at the dartboard managed to hit double one. Therefore, I was right. Can't outsmart me. Mappingway wrote that. Are there people who play Endwalker who don't like the Loperates? People have a lot of stupid opinions about Endwalker. Are there people who played this who didn't like the Loperates? It's somewhere in here. It's somewhere near these things. Oh, it's on the ground. I forgot sightseeing could be on the ground. I'm not melding. There it is. So I'm in the sightseeing log. The only way to... Normally you have to do lookout to do sightseeing logs. This actually, one in particular, requires you to meld material. Greatest Ensvale. The architect of this district envisioned an ideal forest, a place where the new residents of the moon could sit or wander amidst arboreal splendor. But that it resembles a forest only in the most abstract sense of the word distracts somewhat from the intended effect. Oh, it's the thought that counts. Again, it looks like a Lego bonus level in Star Wars: The Complete Saga. My deepest cut. I will stand by it. Anyways, we'll do Elpis first. We'll end with Ultima Thule. We're going to Elpis. We have Elpis and then Ultima Thule. Deco linked them in the order of Ultima Thule, then Elpis, but I'm doing Elpis first. You can't stop me. Fog? Holy shit, there's actually clear skies for the first time in Elpis. Oh my god. Oh my god, this place isn't completely and utterly fucked weather-wise. Oh my god, it is a miracle. See, here's the real question about Elpis. Here's the question about Byleth's favorite drink. Because Minifist, like, canonically is a lover of Vanar, what stops Minifist from just, like, traveling to the past and just keep coming back to moments before the final days start in the past? And just, like, keep having dates with her? What stops her from doing that? Nothing, that's why. The Chthonic Horns, the researchers at this small facility, are unlike their colleagues, that they seek to manifest new creations without the age of creation magics. Their natural breeding program pairs creatures with different characteristics, relying purely on chance to conceive heretofore unimagined possibilities. Hey, evolution. Let's go. You can't time travel anymore. That was Elidibus. It's a fixed point now. I'm not sure what you mean. I think part of the answer is just being able to go back to Elpis is straight up not canon. I think part of the answer is that going back to Elpis is actually just not canon. And that in canon, the only times you actually go back here is because of the raid series, because of the crystal. The crystal reopens the portal and you can come, yeah. That's what I mean. It's just like, you can come back here, but you need like something to be able to come back here. You need the crystal from Pandemonium to do it. You don't come back here without that. I think that's... is that meant to be the idea? That the only reason that you can come back here is, like, because of the crystal that was given to you in Pandemonium? Because, like, Ultima Thule, they gave an explanation. Quantum physics. It's not an amazing explanation, but it's an explanation of its quantum physics. But Elpis, they've specifically not given us any. The closest they gave us is... we got the crystal from Claudian. We went to the thing that took us to the past, and holding that crystal near it reactivated the portal that Elidibus originally created for us. So I legitimately don't know if being able to go back to Elpis whenever you want is canon. It may only be canon that the Warrior of Light goes to the past for the main story when they do it, and then for Pandemonium. And that is it. Just, it's an MMO, so you can come back here. It's probably why they try to, like, disconnect this area from having other things that, like, there's no triple triad here, but obviously, like, story-wise. But, like, the treasure dungeon doesn't go here. The treasure dungeon goes to fucking Ultima Thule, but doesn't go to any of the others. The only treasure dungeon that exists here is one that exists here. So, like, oh, while you were here with Elidibus, or, oh, while you were here for, with Vanar and Emma and Hythlodaeus, you also decided to do some treasure dungeons together or something. I don't fucking know. It brought us to later when Elidibus was there, yeah. Like, we go to a different point in time. It took us to a different moment in the history of Elpis. Anagnorisis, named for an ancient word meaning recognition or discovery. The settlement houses those whose job it is to assess the creations admitted to Katasis Hyperborea. These observers study every aspect of their changes, and determine if a concept will add to, or detract from, the environment for which it was designed. There's also the really stupid opinion that I saw, which I did say this one on Discord, but I'm going to say it now, because, you know, I don't expect everyone who watches my streams to be in the Discord. Someone who said, it's bad that we go to the past in Endwalker, because the point of Shadowbringers was to let go of the past and forget about it. And so going to the past in Endwalker means that you're not letting go of the past, and therefore it goes against the themes of Shadowbringers. And I'm just like, again, I think I missed that discussion. Yeah. They were saying that the point of Shadowbringers was to let go of the past. So going to the past in Endwalker goes against the themes of Shadowbringers. And again, I hate to just say media literacy, but media literacy. If you think that the theme of Shadowbringers was letting go of the past, you lack nuance. You also miss the very literal words of the song Answers and the literal moment that fucking Graha decides to quote it as the last line of the expansion that he says for the core expansion of looking to those who walk before to lead those who walk after. It is not about letting go of the past and forgetting it. It is about looking towards it and learning from it so you can therefore help the people who will look towards you for you are their past. Which we do the ultimate version of that by going to Elpis. We don't come to Elpis so we don't let go of it. We come here to look to those who walked before so we can lead those who walk after. Oh my god. They literally quote the song Answers in Shadowbringers, like, at the end of the fucking expansion. It's not even a retroactive thing for Endwalker. They literally quote Answers in Shadowbringers for it. Oh my god. Metabasios Thalasai. An annex to Katasis Hyperborea, this facility is mainly concerned with the observation and evaluation of sea life. Although its construction appears too narrow to support such an ambitious project, the building's interior harbors 6 separate marine habitats, each painstakingly recreated via arcane means. Final Fantasy XIV says, be a history nerd. I also don't know how you come away with the theme of just like Shadowbringers is about letting go of the past, considering every single zone in Shadowbringers is about reflecting on the history of the first. Lakeland has the Church of the First Light, Amarang has Nabatharang, Raktika has Ronka, Ilmeg has Vobert, and I don't remember the name of them, but Kalusha has like the people who made the Talos shit, which is more recent history. Like literally, and then Tempest obviously as Amarat, as again to escalate that concept to an incredibly large extent. Literally every single zone in Shadowbringers has a specific moment about reflecting on the past history of the people who lived there. Not, again, Emmett's idea is, man, history was based, present is cringe. I want to be rejoining pills and kill everyone so I can go back to the past. Yeah, it's against that idea. It's against the idea of trying to return to the past, to live in it permanently, and accepting that things move on. But that's not the same as letting go of the past and forgetting it. You literally look to all of the things in the past to learn from their successes and their failures to help carve a better future for the people who come after. It's literally the song Answers. It's just the song Answers. It's the song that has been playing in this game since A Realm Reborn, and it's literally just the lyrics of it that Graha quotes at the end of the game. Like, I don't understand how people misread it so fucking. I know I'm Answers pilled. I know I'm Answers pilled. I know I've been trying to twist this entire game to being around Answers since very early on. I know that I'm like personally biased towards it. But I'm not insane for thinking that Shadowbringers and Endwalker are about the song when Shadowbringers quotes the song very directly and then Endwalker plays it several times. Not insane. The people who are insane are the people who refuse to acknowledge that. Historical Yulmore sounded dope, TBH. They built fucking robots that made out of rock. Kind of wish we saw more of Kalusha, but we got cucked by fucking Nier. That you're allowed to complain about, because that is the worst part of Shadowbringers, nay 14 as a whole. Could you imagine if that entire raid series was actual, like, dwarf lore, and actually about the lore of Kalusha? Because the history of Kalusha is definitely the one that's the least built up across all of Shadowbringers. Every area of Shadowbringers has a historical society that existed in it that you look to and learn from, or you learn their technology, you learn their information, you learn their knowledge, or you learn about their downfall and ways to try and avoid it, or something. Literally every zone in Shadowbringers has that. And Armorot's the biggest example. The one that has that the least, the one that gets the least explanation for that is Yulmore and Kalusha. And to say that it's the one that gets it the least, considering the whole fucking ending of that is the giant talus that reaches Mount Gulg, is saying something, but it does get the least of that because that is really recent history. The whole talus thing is super recent history for Kalusha. It's not historical history about much longer stuff like that. So, we could have had an entire raid series that was doing way more with Kalusha and, like, elaborating its past way more, to the extent that we get more information about, like, Ronka and Vobert and shit like that, and we just don't. Instead, we don't. Instead, we get Yoko Taro jerking off and coming on the entire script, just being like, it's bad that this video game has dialogue. Ugh. Jackass. Cataisis Hyperborea, the most extensive facility in Elpis. Cataisis Hyperborea is a sprawling complex of magically simulated environments. Concepts awaiting evaluation are brought here for the last stages of observation, and upon meeting the appropriate criteria, are finally released into the world at large. It's so confusing to, like, play Nier and play Automata. And those games are so good. And their stories are so good. And their stories are so hopeful. Less Nier. But Nier Automata, particularly, is like a very hopeful, positive story. It doesn't feel like it, but when you analyze it thematically what it's doing, and also completely beat it, it very much is. It is hopeful in a particular nihilist sense, but a positive nihilism. Absurdism, that's what I'm looking for. Absurdism, that's what I'm looking for. It's the rejecting of nihilism to embrace absurdism. That's what I'm looking for. I forget my philosophical trains of thought and which one is which. But it does, like, there's so many things about Nier and Nier Automata that are so good. And then I look at anything else that Yoko Taro has touched, and I'm just like, I can see how these are written by the same person. But it's like one of them was written by a person who just had a blunt and 5 beers and just got laid and is, like, living his best fucking life. And then the other one is written by a person who just walked in on his wife getting railed by, like, an entire football team and also just got fired from his job. And it's like, that same person wrote these two different stories, and that's why they go in such different directions. And it is so fucking confusing that it's like, oh my god. Frozen pizza is so good. I hope you cooked it first. Cataisis Hyperborea. That's cool music in here. Leave. Following a process of exhaustive testing, like this stream. How fucking Christ, it's 8:30 p.m. Following a process of exhaustive testing, a creation deemed unsuitable for release into the world is brought into this lake, where its life energies are magically unbound and allowed to dissipate. It is at once the most beautiful as well as the most sorrowful locale in Elpis. I'm now realizing, like, I didn't realize this is what Leith was. I didn't realize that Leith was, like... Leith was River in Hades, where you drank it, if you drank it, you'd forget your life. I didn't realize that this is what Leith was in this game. That this is where, like, things unsuitable for release into the world become unbound and allowed to dissipate. What does it say? I mean, what it says is pretty obvious, but... What does it say that this is where Medion ran once she heard from her sisters? Specifically, the place that Medion ran away to try and escape when she heard from her sisters about what happened to other stars. When she was trying to not tell others about the report. Oh, I feel uncomfortable now. Oh, wow, that's a lore implication that is, like, unsettling to put together. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God. I don't feel... I feel so good. Let's go to the edge of existence. Let's teleport from centuries into the past to the edge of existence in the present day. And let me use this ticket that I got for fighting some kobolds in Lindosha so I can do that for free. Chat, we're back in Ultima Thule. Get ready for it. Get ready for it, chat. It's gonna happen. Whispers falling silently drift on the wind. But I hear you. Gotta head to work in 30. Jesus, that is very cool. I didn't realize. Wow. I apologize for how late this stream went. Bye, Crofts. Thanks for sticking around as late as you have. Thank you. I mean, we did maps, and then I spent a really long time ranting about idiots in this game, so it did take a while. Thank you. Ostracon Deca Octo. This sector is a recreation of the 18th civilization encountered by Meteon and her sisters. 18. Get a number for that. We go through the dead ends, and they say like 6, 8, something. Ruined and desolate, the world it represents was once the abode of a proud race of dragons who were driven to extinction in a titanic struggle against the mechanical invaders from the Alphatron star. Alphatron star. I think the beings are called Omicrons, but the star is Alphatron. Because like Alpha and Omicron. Still my favorite. This is my favorite place in the game. Sup, friend? This is my favorite place in the game, and I don't know how it can be topped. Like, physically. There might be other places in this game that I see and I really like. I don't know if it's possible to beat this. I really don't. I mean, it's literally part of, like, the fucking stream layout now because of how much I liked it. Because of how much it looks like my background. Like, it's vibes I was already very, very, very partial towards. And then it's, like, literally the ending of my favorite story that I've ever experienced. Like, Ostracon Shreya. I love the pictures here. Like, they feel otherworldly. Like, we've gone back and described, like, instead of someone painting the picture while they're here, we've gone back and described it, and someone's tried to capture what the visions tell them. Ostracon Shreya. This sector is a recreation of the third civilization encountered by the Meteon and her sisters. Known collectively as the Aya, the entities which reside here have cast off their corporeal shells and endure eternally in a purely spiritual form. An awareness of the universe's inevitable end, however, has blighted their immortal gift with existential misery. It might be echoing a little bit. I'll turn down my volume ever so slightly. I don't have my headphones in right now, but echoes and echoes. Just fly along the journey. That's it. Is that brighter than usual? Like, it's like it's pulsing. Like, it's getting, like, as I get closer to it, it's like brighter. Okay. I don't remember anything being this bright out here. Like, I remember that one that's, like, exploding from the middle, the one that's, like, hollowed out there, and then the one that's, like, leaking, like the Dead Star up here. As, like, the main big things in the distance. I don't remember one being that bright. That's, okay, so it's a thing? I've flown around here a lot. I don't remember seeing that. Has it been hiding around the rocks? Have I not seen that before? Like, it's just, it's more so, it's like, yeah, it's so easy that I can just be confusing it with something else, but it's like, or just like, I've never seen it, and just like, a lot of stuff here is cool space shit. But like, it's particularly bright, and all of the other stuff that's like around here, like that's in the distance, that like stands out as like landmarks, like that exploding star, are nowhere near that bright. So I feel like one being that bright, I would remember. Because like they're very, like that's super distinctive. Like that's like a hollowed out planet that's like filled with crystals. That reminds me of fucking Phazon from Metroid, right? And that's like that's like a snapshot of like an exploding planet, like it's imploding in on itself. And then this one is like a part where it's like the entire inside of the planet is leaking out of. I remember those. It's definitely something. Okay. That one's just the bright orb in the sky, but it's really bright. I don't remember that something that bright, and I feel like I would. I've spent a lot of time flying around this zone. Like the day after we beat Endwalker, because I had the day off work, which I'm so glad that I did that. Not even just in terms of it was a really long stream beating Endwalker, so I was exhausted, but it was just like the fact that I could spend the entire next day just reflecting on beating Endwalker and what it was like and everything like that, as opposed to having to worry about like serving customers or whatever. It let me have an entire extra day to just like process and let it wash over me before like normal life returned. I'm really glad I did that. But on that day, I spent time. I wasn't flying, so I didn't unlock flight. But I spent time just like going, like walking around and like looking around here. I basically like, oh, was that the day after? No, it may not have been the day after. No, was it that? I don't know. I deliberately didn't go to Elvis. I may not have gone here either. I may have waited until stream to do that. And then like when we came back here after stream, then I took in robes. There's somewhere on the Discord where like I started taking screenshots to this place. That may have been the day after. Time is weird. Because part of me is like, no, wait, I waited deliberately to not play it. It was an entire 4 weeks ago, I don't remember. But my point is that at some point, I've spent a lot of time flying around the zone and taking it in. I mean, I took time to work out the best spot in the sky. To be fair, like, I didn't recognize it, I didn't see it then either. I flew around the entire, like, this was like, before the last, like, between like the last two streams. Like, so within the last week or so. I don't remember exactly what day I did it. But it's like within the last week or so, I like flew around, because we had flags. It was like the last stream that we did before the pandemonium shit. I flew around like this area to like get a good shot of this for the stream layout. I don't remember it there. Is it like tied to a specific weather? Is it because we're in a specific weather that like it changes that to be like particularly bright? Is that like the weather that needs to spawn for like the boss fate to spawn if like you fight certain things? Like, oh, this weather appears, this star glows, and now you can like fight these fates. So I don't recognize it. But again, I flew around here super recently to be like, I'm going to analyze every part of the sky to see which part of the sky I think is the best suited to do this. Some of them are like, because like directly ahead of me, above like the Mr. Record, like that's super cool and pretty, but it's very bright, and I didn't want bright stuff here. I wanted it to be like have distinct patterns to it and have like distinct changes go on with it, but I wanted it to be one of the more subdued areas. So that's what I did here. It's like down here it's pretty dark, but you can see some gas go up here, and then up the top there it's mainly static in terms of shape, but the purple there does like go like ebb in and out in terms of brightness. So I was doing that, so I flew around a lot. I feel like I would have noticed that. I feel like I would have noticed that because it's so bright that I would have gone, that's pretty, I can't use that part of the screen. I can't use that part of the skybox screen. I'm confused. Boss isn't weather dependent. Is it glowing star in the distance dependent? I don't know. Ostracon Decahexi. Excellent. This sector is a recreation of the 16th civilization encountered by Meteor and her sisters. Although definitive answers remain elusive, it is speculated that the reconstruction echoes of the Alphatron star has been in its last days, or perhaps even an Omicron outpost built upon an invaded world. I do like this one. This one's actually unclear what happened with Meteor when she encountered this.
Because, like, because going to the others, we, like, going through dead ends, we see the end of the world. We see Rala take out everyone. We see the global citizens, like, kill everyone. We see the poison take everyone, right? Going through this area, we see the dragons. We don't see the end of the dragons, but they're resigned to just sit there forever and they're not doing anything. We see the AR and they're waiting for the unends that can't come, or waiting for a way to reach their own ends. We get a lot less definitive idea of what's going on with the Omicrons here. They're not getting any orders. What we learn is they're not getting any orders. So I guess it could be like maybe the star itself isn't even dead, but this place has been stagnant and static for so long, it may as well be. Maybe the Alphatron star has stopped receiving orders for so long that it effectively is dead. The Omicron still exist there, but they're robots. They only take orders and they don't do anything outside of that. And they're so strong that, like, nothing's invading them or anything like that. So it's possible it's like they're still there, but they've not received orders for so long they're effectively dead. Like, outside of the idea of just they don't get any orders, nothing's happening here. We don't really know, like, we can infer ways that this leads to the destruction or the end or the death, quote unquote, of the Alphatron star, but yeah. Or even just the idea of just, like, is this even the Omicron world? Or is this one of the places they overtook? You can see evidence of the Omicron world on the Dragon Star there. The Omicron started building stuff on the Dragon Star, and part of what Medion has recreated here shows that. It shows, like, one of their bases on the Dragon Star as well. And then we got another one somewhere very south here. Oh, it's actually not that south. It's like at this outpost where Sigma is. Stigma, sorry. Stigma. Stigma balls in your mouth. Ew! I'm ruining Endwalker. It's like right here. Where are you? Is it up? Is it on top of Stigma? Is it on one of these things? I didn't realize you could land on this. Where this one is. It's kind of showing it's like here. Is it down? It's down there. I don't know what it's going to be on. This part you don't see as much going through the story because you can't fly, and seeing over the edges is a little hard. This area down here, like the pure brightness of how it is down there, and all of just like the whirling chaos of the rocks frozen in time is great. Oh, there it is. There it is. I was a little far south. It's right there. Stigma 1. The prime decision-making authority for an entire machine civilization. This mechanism has been faithfully reconstructed in Ostrakon Decahexite. Originally held as a strategic matrix Alpha 1. Catastrophic damage inflicted upon its systems resulted in its currently assigned designation. Well, one final area to go to. Don't know what the Size Angler is going to say about this. The whole point is that we've got no idea for this. Not even Medion does. There's a star that Medion arrived to that was already dead by the time she got there. I don't know how you can, like, think about just, like, what the story of Endwalker ended up being in terms of, like, a being sent out to try and find the meaning of life, coming across a bunch of civilizations that have met an end to their life, who, through lack of experience of understanding life, and from a creator who has naive and doesn't understand their own thoughts on it, it's a misconstruing the inevitability of the ends as evidence that there is no point in going through it in the first place, and having your hero characters
point out the falsehood of that, of going through the journey of realizing that despite all the horrors that they've been through in their journey, it's still worth going through it because the journey itself is what makes it worth it with the people that you share it with. I don't know. I don't know how you can think about where the story goes and what this story says thematically and what it feels like, most importantly, to go through like the last 3 sections of this game, like from Elpis onwards, in terms of like the ideas that you're grappling with, in terms of how like the gravity that the story is dealing with, like life and shit like that, and not just be like, holy shit, like, how do you go through all of that? How do you go through an area like this and experience what this is and just be like, nah, it should have been something different? How do you do it? How do you do it? And inside, there we go. Ostrakon Henna. The sector is a recreation of the first civilization. This is the first. The sector is a recreation of the first civilization encountered by Meteon and her sisters. The structures are whole but hauntingly empty, as if all life had come to an abrupt end. This being the first has a lot of implications. Alphino kind of hinted that maybe what happened to this place was Meteon's feelings of despair may have like mini final days to the people of the star here. And maybe that has happened to others. Maybe with more despair that Meteon feels as she goes along, she is inadvertently instilling more despair in some of the places she tries to visit, which means that despair makes them more like susceptible to collapsing in on themselves. That is entirely true. But this one being the first, it really shapes like how Meteon's journey goes. Meteon is sent out into the stars to meet other life, to try and learn why other people live, what it is that they live for, what it is that they strive for. And coming across probably a bunch of stars that don't have any life and no signs of life having existed, life just never flourished there. That's the universe. And then the first place she comes across that shows any signs of life. This place has buildings, this place has structures, this place has the things that are indicative of a civilization. Life has existed here and has made its mark on the place by shaping parts of the place for its own benefit. Let me see what they're up to, what they're like. And getting there. And there's nothing. There clearly was something and now there's nothing. Like, Meteon's first civilization she comes across, it is not the despair of that civilization that influences her. It's her own despair that she would feel of the realization that this was a civilization that has come to an end. This is the first place that she saw, and saw that the end has happened here. And that's in the back of her mind, or at the forefront possibly of her mind, and as her sisters visit other ones, the idea of, but what if these places also come to an end is there. And then every subsequent place that she goes to is a place that is about to, or on the verge of, or very much going towards the direction of the end, or it's people who are wishing they could have it. Hermes really did not equip Meteon for this. I don't like Hermes' question in of itself being flawed. Hermes' question in of itself being a question being asked by someone who is misunderstanding how to even ask the question is obviously a big part of Endwalker.
Do you think for a second Hermes suspected that the first place that Medion would reach would be already dead? The very first one she reaches? I doubt she did. I doubt he thought that. I doubt he even considered that as a possibility. Jesus Christ. One hell of a final fucking sightseeing log to have. One hell of a fucking final sightseeing log to have. My God. I love you, Ultima Thule. I love you so much, Ultima Thule. I want to take one final walk up. Well, one final. We're going to be back in Ultima Thule in the future. Taking one final walk up bit. Sentimental now. I've gone through Ultima Thule. I've gone through it in the order that we go through, and I'm learning more lore about all the places that we go to. Or fragments of lore that we get. I'm sentimental now. Taking the final walk. Chat, have you looked to the light within so you may serve as a beacon toward others yet today? Have you done that today? Yo! Yo! Fruity Fox Girl alert, let's go! Yo! Yeah! Okay, I guess you're not here for MSQ. If you were here for MSQ, there'd be no reason to get on your wedding chocobo. No, you're definitely not here for MSQ. Never mind, bye. She's not here for MSQ. She's here to be a Fruity Fox girl. Let's head back to Sharlayan. Let's journey to Sharlayan, strike a bargain with the woman who shares our gift, and finally end this fucking stream. This alone has been nearly 6 hours, and I got attacked the raid series on the beginning of this. And here I was thinking, oh, it's only a raid episode. It's not going to be that long. But we did it! But we did it. So does this actually mean we're caught up? Like, truly, 100% for real, for real? At some point during this episode, including the Pandemonium section, at some point during this we have caught up to where the game was when I started. Because that wasn't the end of 6.0. Because, because the way that the order that the game came out was like end of 2021, like this early December, I think it was. 6.0 came out, right? And then patch 6.01 introduces the raid series. 6.05 introduces the treasure dungeon. I started playing in January. I don't remember exactly when. I want to say it was halfway through / towards the end of the month of January. I don't remember. It took us a while to actually start 14 because of the whole Endwalker starting was so congested that you couldn't even make characters on some of the worlds. And I wanted to be on Diabolos to join Dencha. So we had to wait until I could make a character on Diabolos. So it was sometime in January I started playing. But I definitively started playing before 6.1. Because 6.1 introduced the Praetorium rework. And I beat the Praetorium before the Praetorium rework. So I finished 2.0 before then. So I don't know exactly when during this episode I've caught up, but at some point during this episode, I doubt I started playing before the raid series dropped. From memory, the raid series is 1 month or maybe even 2 weeks after the base expansion drops. I don't remember. But 0.05 may have been a bit after that. But either the treasure dungeons for the Excitatron came out after I started playing, or they came out just before I started playing. Now that I'm caught up to that, I am actually now properly definitively caught up to where the state the game was in when I started playing. Probably raid series came out before I started playing, but definitely not 6.1. And that is the position we're in now, because our next stream is 6.1, Newfound Adventure. We're in an interesting spot with the next patch, where the first quest of the patch is the name of the patch, and not the last. Probably because we're going on a newfound adventure. So let's start it with that. The start of a new journey is the start of the new name for newfound adventure. So, yes, at this point we are caught up to where the game started, when I started playing. Note, I started playing in 2022 and early, and now it is like the last third of 2025. And since then, all 5 patches for Endwalker, and then the base expansion of Dawn Trail, and then the first 3 patches of Dawn Trail have come out since then. So to catch up to where the game is at this point is still going to take a little bit. But I'm caught up to where the game was when it released. It only took 154 episodes. Holy shit, this game is huge. You know, when I first uploaded some episodes for this game, I got a couple comments saying, Fire, you're really slow at playing video games. Are you sure adding an MMO onto that list is a wise idea, considering how long it takes you to beat games normally? Maybe they were onto something. But also, I love this same game so much that it's been worth it. The fact that it's taken me so long to do this probably means I like the game more than I would have if I had, you know, beaten Endwalker before 6.3 come out or anything like that. If I had done that, I wouldn't have done all the side content that would have made me fall in love with the game as much as I have. Either way, next time is 6.1, Newfound Adventure. We're starting the patches. Again, this is going to be the fastest we ever go from base expansion to patches ever. We've never been that fast in the past for various catching up reasons, mainly job quests. And in the future, we're going to do, the idea is at least, all of the base expansion will just be non-stop MSQ and stuff like role quests, Aether quests, and then the obvious like raid series and everything will still be afterwards. So with role quests happening after an expansion in the future, unless role quests are as tied to this MSQ in the future, again, as they were in Shadowbringers, but I doubt that. People have already told me they're not connected at all in Dawn Trail, and in Endwalker they are connected, but not as much as they were in Shadowbringers. So the trend is already to try and disconnect role quests from MSQ. So yeah, basically because of that, there will never be a moment in the future again where we go as fast from finishing an expansion to starting the patches. And it's really funny that this is the time that it's the fastest, because the end of the story before was the end of literally everything that has happened before, and the start of this patch is going to be the story of everything else that follows. It is the biggest divide between an MSQ and its patches, because like in Shadowbringers, 5.1 is like dealing with Yulmore and the consequences of what happened in the base expansion. So it's like it's still very connected to it. So this is the biggest divide in terms of the story implications of like the main MSQ that we do and the patches for the MSQ. And yet somehow they're going to be the ones that we start the closest to each other. But, you know, it's worked out just fine. Thank you all so much for watching. Patches start soon. We're going to get a new dungeon. Hell yeah. So until then, this is version 2. Signing out.